Book XLIV. Quintus Marcius Philippus, the consul, penetrates into Macedonia through the rugged passes, and takes several cities. The Rhodians send an embassy to Rome, threatening to aid Perseus, unless the Romans made peace with him. This act was received with general indignation. Lucius Aemilius Paulus, the consul, sent against Perseus, defeats him, and reduces all Macedonia to subjection. Before the engagement, Caius Sulpicius Gallus, a military tribune, foretells an eclipse of the moon, and warns the soldiers not to be alarmed at that phenomenon. Gentius, king of Illyria, vanquished by Aeneas the praetor, and sent prisoner, together with his wife and children, to Rome. Ambassadors from Ptolemy and Cleopatra, king and queen of Egypt, complain of Antiochus making war upon them. Perseus, not paying Eumenes, king of Pergamus, and Gentius, king of Illyria, the money he had promised them for their assistance, is deserted by them. 1. Early in the spring which succeeded the winter in which these transactions took place, the consul, Quintus Marcius Philippus, set out from Rome, with 5,000 men, whom he was to carry over to reinforce his legions. And arrived at Brundusium. Marcus Popilius, of consular rank, and other young men of equal dignity, accompanied him, in the capacity of military tribunes for the legions in Macedonia. Nearly at the same time, Caius Marcius Figulus, the praetor, whose province was the fleet, came to Brundusium, and, both sailing from Italy, made Corcyra on the 2nd day, and Actium, a port of Acarnania, on the 3rd. The consul, then, disembarking at Ambracia, proceeded towards Thessaly by land. The praetor, doubling Cape Leucate, sailed into the Gulf of Corinth. Then, leaving his ships at Creusa, he went by land also through the middle of Boeotia, and, by a quick journey of 1 day, came to the fleet at Chalcis. Aulus Hostilius at that time lay encamped in Thessaly, near Palapharsalus. And though he had performed no warlike act of any consequence, yet he had reformed his troops from a state of dissolute licentiousness, and brought them to exact military discipline. Had faithfully consulted the interest of the allies, and defended them from every kind of injury. On hearing of his successor's approach, he carefully inspected the arms, men, and horses. And then, with the army in complete order, he marched out to meet the consul. Their first meeting was such as became their own dignity and the Roman character. And in transacting business afterwards, they preserved the greatest harmony and propriety. 330 The proconsul, addressing himself to the troops, exhorted them to behave with courage, and with due respect to the orders of their commander. He then recommended them, in warm terms, to the consul, and, as soon as he had dispatched the necessary affairs, set off for Rome. 331 A few days after, the consul made a speech to his soldiers, which began with the unnatural murder which Perseus had perpetrated on his brother, and meditated against his father. He then mentioned his acquisition of the kingdom by nefarious practices, his poisonings and murders, his abominable attempt to assassinate Eumenes, the injuries he had committed against the Roman people, and his plundering the cities of their allies, in violation of the treaty. How detestable such proceedings were in the sight of the gods, Perseus would feel, he said, in the issue of his affairs. For the gods always favored righteous and honorable dealings, by means of which the Roman people had risen to so great an exaltation. He next compared the strength of the Roman people, which now embraced the whole world, with that of Macedonia, and the armies of the one with those of the other. And then added, how much more powerful armies of Philip and Antiochus had been conquered by forces not more numerous than the present. 2. Having animated the minds of his soldiers by such exhortations, he began to consult on a general plan of operations for the campaign. Being joined by the praetor, Caius Marcius, who, after receiving the command of the fleet, came thither from Chalcis. It was resolved not to waste time by delaying longer in Thessaly, but to decamp immediately, and advance thence into Macedonia. And that the praetor should exert himself to the utmost, that the fleet might appear, at the same time, on the enemy's coasts. The praetor then having been sent away, the consul, having ordered the soldiers to carry with them a month's provisions, struck his tents, on the 10th day after he received the command of the army, and proceeded 1 day's march. He then called together his guides, and ordered them to explain, in the presence of the council, by what road each of them proposed to lead him. Then, having dismissed them, he asked the opinion of the council, as to what route he should prefer. Some advised the road through Pythium, others, that over the Cambunian mountains, by which the consul Hostilius had marched the year before, while others, again, preferred that which passed by the side of the lake Ascurus. There was yet before him a considerable length of road common to each of these routes. The further consideration of this matter was therefore postponed until they should encamp near the place where the roads diverged. He then marched into Perhybia, and posted himself between Azarus and Delish, in order to consider again which was the preferable road. In the meantime, Perseus, understanding that the enemy was marching towards him, but unable to guess what route he might take, resolved to secure all the passes by guards. To the top of the Cambunian mountains, called by the natives Volistana, he sent 10,000 light infantry, under the command of Asclepiodotus. Ordering Hippias, with a detachment of 12,000 Macedonians, to guard the pass called Lapithus, near a fort which stood over the lake Ascurus. He himself, with the rest of his forces, lay for some time in camp at Dium. But afterwards, as if he had lost the use of his judgment, and was incapable of forming any plan, he used to gallop along the coast, with a party of light horse, sometimes to Heracleum, sometimes to Philadelphia, and then return with the same speed to Dium. 3. By this time the consul had determined to march through the pass near Octolophus, where, as we have mentioned, the camp of the king formerly stood. But he deemed it prudent to dispatch before him 4,000 men, to secure such places as might be useful. The command of this party was given to Marcus Claudius, and Quintus Marcius the consul's son. The main body followed close after. But the road was so steep, rough, and craggy, that the advanced party of light troops, with great difficulty, effected in 2 days a march of 15 miles, and then encamped. They call the place which they took, the Tower of Eudicru. Next day they advanced 7 miles, and, having seized on a hill at a small distance from the enemy's camp, sent back a message to the consul, that they had come up with the enemy, and had taken post in a place which was safe and convenient in every respect, urging him to join them with all possible speed. This message came to the consul at the lake Ascurus, at a time when he was full of anxiety, on account of the badness of the road on which he had entered, and for the fate of the small force he had sent forward into the midst of the posts of the enemy. His spirits were therefore greatly revived, and, soon effecting a junction of all his forces, he pitched his camp on the side of the hill that had been seized, where the ground was the most commodious. This hill was so high as to afford a wide extended prospect, presenting to their eyes, at one view, not only the enemy's camp, which was little more than a mile distant, but the whole extent of territory to Dium and Philadelphia, together with a large tract of the sea-coast. Circumstances which greatly enlivened the courage of the soldiers, giving them so near a view of the grand theatre of the war, of all the king's forces, and of the country of the enemy. So eager were they, that they pressed the consul to lead them on directly to the enemy's camp, but, after the fatigue that they had suffered on the road, one day was set apart for repose. On the third day, the consul, leaving 1/2 of his troops to guard the camp, drew out his forces against the enemy. 4. Hippias had been sent by the king, a short time before, to maintain that pass. And having employed himself, since he first saw the Roman camp on the hill, in preparing his men's minds for a battle, he now went forth to meet the consul's army as it advanced. The Romans came out to battle with light armor, as did the enemy. Light troops being the fittest to commence the engagement. As soon as they met, therefore, they instantly discharged their javelins, and many wounds were given and received on both sides in a disorderly kind of conflict. But few of either party were killed. This only roused their courage for the following day, when they would have engaged with more numerous forces, and with greater animosity, had there been room to form a line. But the summit of the mountain was contracted into a ridge so narrow, as scarcely to allow space for 3 files in front. So that, while but few were fighting, the greater part, especially such as carried heavy arms, stood mere spectators of the fight. The light troops even ran through the hollows of the hill, and attacked the flanks of the light-armed troops of the enemy, and alike through even and uneven places, sought to come to action. That day, greater numbers were wounded than killed, and night put a stop to the dispute. The Roman general was greatly at a loss how to proceed on the third day. For to remain on that naked hill was impossible, and he could not return without disgrace, and even danger, if the enemy, with the advantage of the ground, should press on his troops in their retreat. He had therefore no other plan left than to improve his bold attempt, by persevering resolution, which sometimes, in the issue, proves the wiser course. He had, in fact, brought himself into such a situation, that if he had had to deal with an enemy like the ancient kings of Macedon, he might have suffered a severe defeat. But while the king, with his horsemen, ran up and down the shore at Dium, and, though at a distance of 12 miles, he was almost within hearing of the shout and noise of his forces who were engaged, neither strengthened his forces by sending up fresh men to relieve the weary, nor, what was most material, appeared himself in the action. The Roman general, notwithstanding that he was above 60 years old, and unwieldy through corpulency, performed actively every duty of a commander. He persisted with extraordinary resolution in his bold undertaking, and, leaving Popilius to guard the summit, marched across, through trackless places, having sent forward a party to open a road. Attalus and Misogenes, with the auxiliary troops of their own nations, were ordered to protect them, while clearing the way through the forests. He himself, keeping the cavalry and baggage before him, closed the rear with the legions. 5. In descending the mountain, the men suffered inexpressible fatigue, besides the frequent falling of the cattle and their loads, so that, before they had advanced quite 4 miles, they began to think that their most eligible plan would be to return, if they could, by the way they had come. The elephants caused almost as much confusion among the troops as an enemy could. For, when they came to impassable steeps, they threw off their riders, and set up such a hideous roar, as spread terror through all, especially among the horses, until a method was contrived for bringing them down. They fastened in the earth, in the line of descent, some way from the top, 2 long, strong posts, distant from each other a little more than the breadth of the animal, on which were fastened beams 30 feet long, so as to form a kind of bridge, and covered it with earth. After a little intermediate space, a second and similar bridge was formed, then a third bridge, with several others one after another, where the rocks were precipitous. The elephant walked forward on solid footing upon the bridge. But before he came to the end, the posts underneath were cut, and the bridge falling, obliged him to slide down gently to the beginning of the next bridge, which some of them performed standing, others on their haunches. When they arrived at the level of another bridge, they were again carried down, by its falling in like manner, and so on until they came to more level ground. The Romans advanced that day scarcely more than 7 miles. And even of this journey little was performed on foot. Their method of proceeding in general was rolling themselves down, together with their arms and other encumbrances, with every kind of discomfort. Insomuch, that even their commander, who led them such a march, did not deny, but that the whole army might have been cut off by a small party. During the night, they arrived at a small plain. But, as it was hemmed in on every side, there was no opportunity of discovering whether it was a position of danger or not. However, as they had, beyond their expectation, at length found good footing, they judged it necessary to wait, during the next day, in that deep valley for Popilius, and the forces left behind with him, who, though the enemy gave them no disturbance from any quarter, suffered severely from the difficulties of the ground, as if they had been harassed by an enemy. These having joined the main body, the whole proceeded, on the third day, through a pass called by the natives Callipus. On the fourth day they marched down through places equally trackless, but more cleverly in consequence of their experience, and with more comfortable hopes, as they saw no enemy anywhere, and as they were coming nearer to the sea, into the plains, where they pitched their camp of infantry between Heracleum and Libethris, the greater part being posted on hills, the rest occupying a valley and part of the plain where the cavalry encamped. 6. The king, it is said, was bathing, when he was informed of the enemy's approach, on hearing which, he started up from his seat and rushed out in a fright, crying out, that he was conquered without a battle. And afterwards, in a state of great perturbation, amidst plans and orders dictated by fear, he recalled 2 most intimate friends from his garrisons, and sent one to Pella, where his treasure was lodged, and the other to Parthus. And opened all the passes to the invasion of the enemy. He himself, having suddenly removed from Dium all the gilded statues, that they might not fall a prey to the enemy, ordered all the inhabitants to remove to Pydna. And thus made the conduct of the consul, in venturing into a situation out of which he could not retreat without the enemy's permission, although it might have been deemed rash and inconsiderate, to wear the appearance of judicious boldness. For there were only 2 passes through which the Romans could remove from their present situation, one through Tempe into Thessaly, the other by Dium into Macedonia, and both these were occupied by parties of the king's troops. So that if an intrepid commander had, only for 10 days, maintained his ground, without yielding to the first appearance of an approaching terror, the Romans could neither have retreated by Tempe into Thessaly, nor have had any road open for the conveyance of provisions to their position. For Tempe is a pass of such a nature, that even supposing no obstruction was given by an enemy, it is difficult to get through it. Being so narrow for the distance of 5 miles, that there is barely room for a loaded horse to pass, the precipices, also, on both sides, are so abrupt, that it is scarcely possible to look down from them, without a dizziness alike of the eyes and the mind. While the roaring and depth of the river Peneus, flowing through the middle of the glen, increases the terrific effect. This defile, in its nature so dangerous, was guarded by parties of the king's troops, stationed in 4 different places, one near Gonus, at the first entrance, another in an impregnable fortress at Condylos, a third near Lapithus, in a place called Charax, and the 4th on the road itself about midway, where the valley is narrowest, and might have been easily defended even by 50 men. All possibility either of retreating, or of receiving provisions through Tempe, being cut off, the Romans, in order to return, must have crossed over the same mountains from which they came down. But even though they might have been able to effect this by passing unobserved, they never could have accomplished it openly, and while the enemy kept possession of the heights. And besides, the difficulties which they had already experienced would have precluded every hope of the kind. In this rash enterprise they would have no other plan left than to force their way into Macedonia, through the midst of the enemy posted at Dium. And if the gods had not deprived the king of his understanding, this would have been extremely difficult, for the space between the foot of Mount Olympus and the sea is not much more than a mile in breadth, 1/2 of which is taken up by the mouth of the river Baphorus, which forms a large morass, and, of the remaining plain, a great share is occupied by the town and the temple of Jupiter, the rest, being a very small space, might have been shut up with a trench and rampart of no great length. Or, so great was the plenty of stones and timber on the spot, that a wall might have been drawn across, and towers erected. But the king's judgment was so entirely blinded by the sudden fright, that he reflected not upon any one of these circumstances. On the contrary, he evacuated all his strong posts, and leaving them open to the enemy, fled back to Pydna. 7. The consul, perceiving in the folly and sloth of the enemy a most favorable prospect, not only of safety, but of success, sent back a messenger to Larissa, with orders to Spurius Lucretius to seize on the deserted forts about Tempe. Then, sending forward Popilius, to examine all the passes round Dium, and learning that all was clear, he marched in 2 days to that town, ordering the camp to be fixed under the walls of the temple, that no violation might be offered to that sacred place. He went himself into the city, and seeing it, though not large, yet highly ornamented with public buildings and abundance of statues, and remarkably well fortified, he could scarcely believe that there was not some stratagem concealed in the abandonment of such important advantages without cause. He waited therefore 1 day to examine all the country round, then he decamped, and supposing that he should find plenty of corn in Pieria, advanced to a river called the Midas. On the day following, continuing his march, he received the voluntary surrender of the city of Agasse. Whereupon, in order to gain the good opinion of the rest of the Macedonians, he contented himself with receiving hostages, assuring the inhabitants, that he would leave them their city without a garrison, and that they should live free from taxes, and under their own laws. Proceeding thence 1 day's march, he encamped at the river Ascanius, but, finding that the farther he removed from Thessaly, the greater was the scarcity of everything, he returned to Dium. Which clearly demonstrated how much he must have suffered if he had been cut off from Thessaly, since he found it unsafe to go to any great distance from it. Perseus, having drawn all his forces into one body, and assembled all his generals, reprimanded severely the commanders of the garrisons, and particularly Hippias and Asclepiodotus, asserting that they had betrayed to the Romans the keys of Macedonia, of which charge no one was more truly guilty than himself. The consul, on seeing the fleet at sea, conceived hopes that they were coming with provisions, for every article had now become very dear and very scarce. But when the ships came into harbor, he was informed that the transports had been left behind at Magnesia. He was then under great perplexity to determine what measures to take. So hard did he find it to struggle with the difficulties of his situation, though not aggravated by any effort of the enemy. When, very seasonably, a letter arrived from Lucretius, acquainting him that he was in possession of all the forts about Tempe and Philadelphia, and had found in them great plenty of corn and other necessaries. 8. The consul, highly delighted with this intelligence, removed his quarters from Dium to Philadelphia, in order to strengthen that post, and, at the same time, to distribute corn to the soldiers, on the spot, as the carriage of it thence would be tedious. That march gave rise to opinions not at all favorable to his reputation. Some said that he retired from the enemy through fear, because if he had stayed in Pieria he must have risked a battle; others, that, not considering the daily changes produced by fortune in the affairs of war, he had let slip out of his hands advantages which threw themselves in his way, and which, in all probability, he could never regain. For, by giving up the possession of Dium, he at once roused the enemy to action, who at length saw the necessity of endeavoring to recover what he had lost before, through his own fault. On hearing of the consul's departure, therefore, Perseus marched back to Dium, repaired whatever had been destroyed and laid waste by the Romans, rebuilt the battlements which they had thrown down, strengthened the fortifications all round, and then pitched his camp within 5 miles of the city, on the hither bank of the Aeneas, in order to have the river itself, the passage of which was extremely difficult, as a defense to his post. The Aeneas, which rises in a valley of Mount Olympus, is a small stream during the summer, but is raised by the winter rains to a violent torrent, when, as it runs over the rocks, it forms furious eddies, and, by sweeping away the earth at the bottom into the sea, makes very deep gulfs, while the sinking of the middle of the channel renders the banks both high and steep. Perseus, thinking that the advance of the enemy was sufficiently obstructed by this river, contemplated spending there the remainder of the summer. In the meantime, the consul sent Popilius, with 2,000 men, from Philadelphia to Heracleum. It is distant about 5 miles from Philadelphia, midway between Dium and Tempe, and stands on a steep rock hanging over the river. 9. Popilius, before he brought his troops up to the walls, sent to recommend to the magistrates and principal men, rather to try the honor and clemency of the Romans than their power. But this advice produced no effect, the fires in the king's camp on the Aeneas being now within their sight. The attack was then commenced by assaults, and with works and machines, as well on the side facing the sea, for the ships had been brought up close to the shore, as on land. A party of Roman youths actually gained possession of the lowest part of the wall, by turning to the purposes of war a kind of sport which they were accustomed to practice in the circus. In those times, when the present extravagant fashion of filling the area with beasts of every kind was yet unknown, it was customary to contrive various kinds of amusements. For when one chariot race and one equestrian performer were exhibited, both the performances scarcely filled up the space of an hour. Among other diversions, in the more elaborate games, about 60 young men in arms, sometimes more, used to be introduced, whose performances were partly a representation of troops going through the military exercise, and partly a display of more accurate skill than appeared in the practice of soldiers, and which approached nearer to the mode of fighting used by gladiators. After performing various evolutions, they formed in a square body with their shields raised over their heads, and close together, the foremost standing upright, the next stooping a little, the third and fourth lines more and more, and so on. Until the hindmost rested on their knees, thus composing a covering in the shape of a tortoise shell, and sloping, like the roof of a house. Then 2 armed men, who stood at the distance of about 50 feet, ran forward, and after some menacing flourishes of their arms, mounted over the closed shields, from the bottom to the top of this roof. And, treading as steadily as if on solid ground, sometimes paraded along the extreme edges of it, as if repelling an enemy, and sometimes encountered each other on the middle of it. A body similar to this was brought up against the lowest part of the wall, and the soldiers, standing thereon, mounted until they were as high as the defendants on the battlements. And these having been beaten off, the soldiers of 2 companies climbed over into the town. The only difference was, that here the outside men in the front and in the 2 flanks alone did not raise their shields over their heads, lest they should expose their bodies, but held them before them, as in battle. So that the weapons thrown at them from the walls, as they advanced, did them no injury, while those that were poured like a shower on the roof glided down the smooth slope to the bottom, without doing any mischief. When Heracleum was taken, the consul removed his quarters thither, as if he intended to besiege Dium, and, after driving the king thence, to advance to Pieria. But as he was now preparing his quarters for the winter, he ordered roads to be made for the conveyance of provisions from Thessaly, and proper places to be chosen for storehouses. Also huts to be built, where the people employed in bringing the provisions might lodge. 10. Perseus, having at length recovered his spirits, after the panic with which he had been seized, began to wish that obedience had not been paid to the orders which he had given in his fright, to throw the treasures at Pella into the sea, and to burn the naval arsenals at Thessalonica. Andronicus, indeed, whom he had sent to Thessalonica, had spun out the time, leaving him time for repentance, which actually took place, but Nicias, less provident, threw into the sea what money he found at Pella. He seems, however, to have fallen into a mistake which was not without remedy, inasmuch as the greatest part of that treasure was brought up again by divers. Nevertheless, such shame did the king feel for his terror on the occasion, that he caused the divers to be privately put to death, together with Andronicus and Nicias, that there might be no living witnesses of so preposterous an order. In the meantime, Caius Marcius, with the fleet, sailed from Heracleum to Thessalonica. Landing his men, he made wide depredations on the country. And when the troops from the city came out against him, he defeated them in several actions, and drove them back in dismay within their walls. He even alarmed the city itself. But the townsmen, erecting engines of every kind, wounded, with stones thrown from them, not only such as straggled carelessly near the walls, but even those who were on board the ships. He therefore re-embarked his troops. And giving up the design of besieging Thessalonica, proceeded thence to Aeneas, 15 miles distant, situated opposite to Pydna, in a fertile country. After ravaging the lands in that quarter, he coasted along the shore until he arrived at Antigonia. Here his troops landed, and for some time carried their depredations through all the country round, putting a great deal of booty on board the ships. But afterwards a party of Macedonians, consisting of foot and horse intermixed, fell upon them as they straggled, and, pursuing them as they fled to the shore, killed near 500, and took as many prisoners. Extreme necessity, on finding themselves hindered from safely regaining their vessels, roused the courage of the Roman soldiers, at once with despair of any other means of safety, than by resistance, and also with indignation. They renewed the fight on the shore, and those who were on board assisted them, and here about 200 Macedonians were killed, and a like number taken. From Antigonia the fleet sailed on to the district of Pallene, where a descent was made for the purpose of plundering. This district belonged to the territory of Cassandria, and was by far the most plentiful of any at which they had yet touched on the coast. There they were met by King Eumenes, who came from Aelia with 20 decked ships. And King Prusias also sent thither 5 ships of war. 11. By this accession of strength the praetor was encouraged to lay siege to Cassandria. This city was built by King Cassander, in the pass which connects the territory of Pallene with the rest of Macedonia. It is bounded on one side by the Tauronean, on another by the Macedonian Sea. For it stands on a neck of land which stretches into the ocean, and rises in the part opposite Magnesia to a height equal to that of Mount Athos, forming two unequal promontories, the larger called Posidium, the smaller Canastrium. The besiegers formed their attacks on two different sides. The Roman general, at a place called Clytie, drew a trench from the Macedonian to the Tauronean Sea, to which he added pointed palisades, to cut off the communication. While on the other side is the Euripus, where Eumenes carried on his attack. The Romans underwent a vast deal of labor in filling up a trench, which Perseus had recently dug in the way. And on the praetor inquiring where the earth that had been taken out of it was thrown, as he saw no heaps of it anywhere, some arches were shown him that were closed up with it, not of equal thickness with the old wall, but with a single row of brick. On this, he formed the design of opening a way into the city, by breaking through that wall. And he hoped to be able to escape observation, if, by assaulting another part by scalade, and raising a tumult there, he could divert the attention of the besieged to the defense of the place attacked. There were in garrison at Cassandria, besides the younger inhabitants, who formed no contemptible body, 800 Agrians and 2,000 Illyrians from Panestia, sent thither by Pleuratus, each being a warlike race. While these were busy in defending the walls, and the Romans using their utmost efforts to scale them, in an instant of time the arches were broken through, and the city laid open. And if those who made this eruption had been armed, they must have immediately become masters of the town. When the soldiers were told that this work was accomplished, they were so elated with joy, that they raised a sudden shout, expecting to force their way in, some in one part and others in another. 12. At first the enemy was seized with wonder as to what this sudden shout could mean. But when Pytho and Philip, the commanders of the garrison, were told that the city was laid open, they concluded that every advantage resulting from that event would be in favor of whichever party should make the first charge. And, therefore, they sallied out, with a strong body of Agrians and Illyrians, who, while the Romans were coming together and being congregated from various parts that they might march in order into the city, routed them while thus disordered and irregular, and drove them to the trench, into which they tumbled them, in heaps, one over another. About 600 were killed in this action, and almost every one that was found between the wall and the trench was wounded. The blow meditated by the praetor having thus recoiled on himself, made him slower to form any other attempts. And as Eumenes made little or no progress though he carried on his operations both by land and sea, they concurred in a resolution to strengthen their guards, in order to prevent the introduction of any reinforcement from Macedonia, and, since they had not succeeded by assault, to carry on the siege by regular approaches. While they were making preparations for this, 10 barks, belonging to the king, sent from Thessalonica, with a chosen body of Gallic auxiliaries, observing the enemy's ships lying at anchor in the road, and keeping as close to the shore as possible, amidst the darkness of the night, in a single line, effected their entrance to the city. Intelligence of this new addition of force obliged both the Romans and Eumenes to raise the siege. They then sailed round the promontory, and brought the fleet into the harbour of Torone. This town also they attempted to besiege. But, perceiving that it was defended by a strong garrison, they dropped the design, and proceeded to Demetrius. When they approached this place, they saw the walls fully manned with armed troops. They therefore sailed on, and brought the fleet into harbour at Iolcos, intending, after ravaging the country there, to proceed to the siege of Demetrius. 13. In the meantime, the consul, not to lie inactive in the enemy's country, sent Marcus Popilius, with 5,000 men, to reduce the city of Melibea. This city stands at the foot of the Mount Ossa, where it stretches out into Thessaly, and is very advantageously situated for commanding Demetrius. The first approach of the enemy struck terror into the inhabitants of the place. But soon recovering from the fright occasioned by the unexpectedness of the event, they ran hastily in arms to the gates and walls, where an entrance was apprehended, and at once put a stop to all hope of taking the place by the first assault. Preparations were therefore made for a siege, and the works commenced for making the approaches. When Perseus was informed that both Melibea was being besieged by the consul's army, and that the fleet at the same time was lying at Iolcos, intending to proceed thence to attack Demetrius, he sent Euphranor, one of his generals, with 2,000 chosen men, to Melibea. His orders were, that, if he could compel the Romans to retire from before Melibea, he should then march secretly into Demetrius, before the enemy should bring up their troops from Iolcos to that city. As soon as he suddenly became visible on the high grounds to the besiegers of Melibea, they abandoned their numerous works in great consternation, and set them on fire. Thus they withdrew from Melibea, and Euphranor, having raised the siege of one city, marched instantly to Demetrius. Then the townsmen felt confident that they should be able, not only to defend their walls, but to protect their lands also from depredations. And they made several eruptions on the straggling parties of the plunderers, not without injury to the enemy. However, the praetor and the king rode round the walls to view the situation of the city, and try whether they might attempt it on any side, either by storm or works. It was reported, that some overtures of friendship between Eumenes and Perseus were here agitated, through Titus, a Cretan, and Antimachus, governor of Demetrius. It is certain, that the armies retired from Demetrius. Eumenes sailed to the consul, and, after congratulating him on his success in penetrating into Macedonia, went home to Pergamus. Marcius Figulus, the praetor, having sent part of his fleet to winter at Cyathus, with the remainder repaired to Orium in Euboea. Judging that the most convenient city from which he could send supplies to the armies in Macedonia and Thessaly. There are very different accounts given respecting King Eumenes. If Valerius Antius is to be believed, he neither gave any assistance with his fleet to the praetor, though often solicited by letters. Nor did he depart from the consul for Asia in good humor, being offended at not being permitted to lie in the same camp with him. He says too, that he could not be prevailed on even to leave the Gallic horsemen that he had brought with him. But his brother Attalus remained with the consul, and in the constant tenor of his conduct evinced a sincere attachment, and an extraordinary degree of zeal and activity in the service. 14. While the war was being carried on in Macedonia, ambassadors came to Rome, from a chieftain of the Gauls beyond the Alps, whose name is said to have been Balanos, but of what tribe is not mentioned. They brought an offer of assistance towards the war in Macedonia. The Senate returned him thanks, and sent him presents, a golden chain of 2 pounds weight, golden bowls to the amount of 4 pounds, a horse completely caparisoned, and a suit of horseman's armor. After the Gauls, ambassadors from Pamphylia, brought into the Senate house a golden crown, of the value of 20,000 Philippians, and requested permission to deposit it, as an offering, in the shrine of Jupiter supremely good and great. And to offer sacrifice in the Capitol, which was granted. The said ambassadors having expressed a wish to renew the treaty of friendship, a gracious answer was given, and a present was made to each of 2,000 asses. 332 Then audience was given to the ambassadors of King Prusias. And, a little after, to those of the Rhodians, who discoursed on the same subject, but in a widely different manner. The purpose of both embassies was, to effect a peace with King Perseus. The address of Prusias consisted of entreaties rather than demands, for he declared, that he had hitherto supported the cause of the Romans, and would continue to support it as long as the war should continue. But, on Perseus sending ambassadors to him, on the subject of putting an end to the war with Rome, he had promised them to become a mediator with the Senate, and he requested that, if they could prevail on themselves to lay aside their resentment, they would place him in the favorable position of mediator of the peace. Such was the discourse of the king's ambassadors. The Rhodians, after ostentatiously recounting their many services to the Roman people, and arrogating to themselves rather the greater share of its successes, particularly in the case of King Antiochus, proceeded in this manner. That, at a time when peace subsisted between the Macedonians and Romans, they likewise commenced a friendship with King Perseus, which they had, since, unwillingly broken, without having any reason to complain of him. But merely because it was the desire of the Romans to draw them into a confederacy in the war, that for 3 years past they had felt many inconveniences from that war. In consequence of the interruption of commerce, and the loss of their port duties and provisions, their island was distressed by a general scarcity. When their countrymen could no longer suffer this, they had sent other ambassadors into Macedonia, to Perseus, to announce to him that it was the wish of the Rhodians that he should conclude a peace with the Romans. And had sent them to Rome with the same message. The Rhodians would afterwards consider what measures they should judge proper to be taken against either party that should prevent an end being put to the war. I am convinced that no person, even at the present time, can hear or read such expressions without indignation. We may, then, easily judge what was the state of mind of the senators when they listened to them. 15. According to the account of Claudius, no answer was given, and a decree of the Senate only was read, by which the Roman people ordered, that the Carians and Lycians should enjoy independence. And that a letter should be sent immediately to each of those nations, acquainting them therewith. On hearing which the principal ambassador, whose arrogant demeanor, just before, the Senate could scarce contain, fell down insensible. Other writers say, that an answer was given to this effect, that, at the commencement of the present war, the Roman people had learned, from unquestionable authority, that the Rhodians, in concert with King Perseus, had formed secret machinations against their commonwealth. And that, if that matter had been doubtful hitherto, the words of their ambassadors, just now, had reduced it to a certainty, as, in general, treachery, though at first sufficiently cautious, yet, in the end, betrays itself. Were the Rhodians now to act the part of arbiters of war and peace throughout the world? Were the Romans at their nod to take up arms and lay them down? And henceforth to appeal, not to the gods, but to the Rhodians, for their sanction of treaties? And was this indeed the case, that, unless their orders were obeyed, and the armies withdrawn from Macedonia, they would consider what measures they should take? What the Rhodians might determine, they themselves knew best. But the Roman people, as soon as the conquest of Perseus should be completed, an event which they hoped was at no great distance, would most certainly consider how to make due retribution to each state, according to its deserts in the course of the war. Nevertheless, the usual presents of 2,000 asses each were sent to the ambassadors, which they did not accept. 16. Then was read a letter from the consul, Quintus Marcius, informing the Senate, that he had passed the mountains, and penetrated into Macedonia. That the praetor had collected there, and procured from other places, stores of provisions for the approaching winter. And that he had brought from the Epirots 20,000 measures of wheat, 10,000 of barley, the price of which he desired might be paid to their ambassadors in Rome, that clothing for the troops must be sent from Rome. And that he wanted about 200 horses, above all Numidian horses, where he was, he could procure none. The Senate decreed, that everything should be done in accordance with the consul's letter. The praetor, Caius Sulpicius, agreed with contractors for conveying into Macedonia 6,000 gowns, 30,000 tunics, and the horses, all to be left to the approbation of the consul, and he paid the Epirot ambassadors the price of the corn. He then introduced to the Senate, one Zymus, son of Pytho, a Macedonian of distinction. He had always advised the king to peaceable measures, and recommended to him, that, as his father Philip had, to the last day of his life, made it an established rule to read over twice every day the treaty concluded with the Romans, so he should, if not daily, yet frequently, observe the same practice. When he could not dissuade him from war, he at first began to absent himself on various pretenses, that he might not be present at proceedings which he could not approve. But at last, having discovered that suspicions were harbored against him, and that he was tacitly accused of the crime of treason, he went over to the Romans, and was of great service to the consul. When he was introduced into the Senate house, he mentioned these circumstances, and the Senate thereupon decreed that he should be enrolled in the number of their allies, that a house and accommodations should be provided for him. Also a grant of 200 acres of land, in that part of the Tarentine territory which was the public property of the Roman people, and a house in Tarentum to be bought for him. The charge of executing all which was committed to Caius Decimus, the praetor. On the Ides of December, the censors performed the general survey with more severity than formerly. A great many were deprived of their horses, among whom was Publius Rutilius, who, when tribune of the people, had carried on a violent prosecution against them. He was, besides, degraded from his tribe, and disfranchised. In pursuance of a decree of the Senate, 1/2 of the taxes of that year was paid by the quaestors into the hands of the censors, to defray the expenses of public works. Tiberius Sempronius, out of the money assigned to him, purchased for the public the house of Publius Africanus, behind the old house, near the statue of Vertumnus, with the butcher's stalls and shops adjoining. Where he built the public courthouse, afterwards called the Sempronian. 17. The end of the year was now approaching, and people chiefly canvassed in their conversation, through their concern about the war in Macedonia, what consuls they should choose, to bring that war, at length, to a conclusion. The Senate therefore passed an order, that Gnaeus Servilius should come home, at the very first opportunity, to hold the elections. Sulpicius, the praetor, sent the order of the Senate to the consul. And, in a few days after, read his answer in public, wherein he promised to be in the city before the day of. The consul came in due time, and the election was finished on the day appointed. The consuls chosen were, Lucius Aemilius Paulus, a second time, 14 years after his first consulship, and Caius Licinius Crassus. Next day, the following were appointed praetors: Gnaeus Bibius Tamphilus, Lucius Anicius Gallus, Gnaeus Octavius, Publius Fonteius Balbus, Marcus Aebucius Alba, and Caius Papirius Corbo. The Senate's anxiety about the Macedonian war stimulated them to more than ordinary expedition in all their proceedings. They therefore ordered, that the magistrates elect should immediately cast lots for their provinces, that it might be known which consul was to have the command in Macedonia, and which praetor that of the fleet. In order that they might, without loss of time, consider and prepare whatever was requisite for the service, and consult the Senate on any point where their direction was necessary, they voted, that, on the magistrates coming into office, the Latin festival should be celebrated as early as the rules of religion permitted. And that the consul who was to go into Macedonia should not be detained on account of it. When these orders were passed, Italy and Macedonia were named as the provinces for the consuls. And for the praetors, besides the 2 jurisdictions in the city, the fleet, Spain, Sicily, and Sardinia. As to the consuls, Macedonia fell to Aemilius, Italy to Licinius. Of the praetors, Gnaeus Bibius got the city jurisdiction. Lucius Anicius the foreign, under a rule to go wherever the Senate should direct, Gnaeus Octavius, the fleet, Publius Fonteius, Spain, Marcus Aebucius, Sicily, and Caius Papirius, Sardinia. 18. It immediately became evident to all, that Lucius Aemilius would prosecute the war with vigor. For, besides that he was a different kind of man, from his predecessors, his thoughts were intently employed night and day solely on the business relative to that war. In the first place, he requested the Senate to send commissioners into Macedonia, to review the armies and the fleet, and to bring authentic information as to what might be necessary both for the land and sea forces. To make what discoveries they could respecting the state of the king's forces, and to learn how much of the country was in our power, how much in that of the enemy. Whether the Romans were still encamped among the woods and mountains, or had got clear of all the difficult passes, and were come down into the plains. Who appeared to be faithful allies to us, who were doubtful and suspended their fidelity on fortune, and who avowed enemies, what store of provisions was prepared, and whence new supplies might be brought by land carriage, whence by the fleet. And what had been achieved during the last campaign either on land or sea. For he thought that, by gaining a thorough knowledge of all these particulars, decisive plans might be taken for future proceedings. The Senate directed the consul Gnaeus Servilius to send as commissioners, into Macedonia, such persons as should be approved of by Lucius Aemilius. Gnaeus Domitius Ahenobarbus, Aulus Licinius Nerva, and Lucius Bibius, accordingly, began their journey 2 days after. Towards the close of this year it was reported that 2 showers of stones had fallen, one in the territory of Rome, the other in that of Veii, and the 9 days' solemnity was performed. Of the priests, died this year, Publius Quintilius Varus, Flamen of Mars, and Marcus Claudius Marcellus, December, in whose room was substituted Gnaeus Octavius. It has been remarked as an instance of the increasing munificence of the times, that in the Circensian games, exhibited by Publius Cornelius Scipio Nasica and Publius Lentulus, curule ediles, 63 panthers, with 40 bears and elephants, made a part of the show. 19. At the beginning of the following year, Lucius Aemilius Paulus and Caius Licinius, the consuls, having commenced their administration on the Ides of March, the senators were impatient to hear what propositions were to be laid before them. Particularly with respect to Macedonia, by the consul to whose lot that province had fallen. But Paulus said, that he had as yet nothing to propose to them, the commissioners not being returned, that they were then at Brundusium, after having been twice driven back to Dyrrachium in attempting the passage, that he intended, shortly, to propose something to their consideration, when he should have obtained the information which was previously necessary, and which he expected within very few days. He added, that, in order that nothing should delay his setting out, the day before the Ides of April had been fixed for the Latin festival. After finishing which solemnity, he and Gnaeus Octavius would begin their journey as soon as the Senate should direct, that, in his absence, his colleague Caius Licinius would take care that everything necessary to be provided, or sent for the war, should be provided and sent. And that, in the meantime, audience might be given to the embassies of foreign nations. The first introduced were ambassadors from Alexandria, sent by King Ptolemy and Queen Cleopatra. They came into the Senate house dressed in mourning, with their hair and beard neglected, holding in their hands branches of olive. There they prostrated themselves, and their discourse was even more piteous than their dress. Antiochus, king of Syria, who had formerly been a hostage at Rome, had lately, under the honorable pretext of restoring the elder Ptolemy to the throne, made war on his younger brother, who was then in possession of Alexandria. And having gained the victory in a sea fight off Pelusium, and thrown a temporary bridge across the Nile, he led over his army, and was terrifying Alexandria itself, by laying siege to it. So that he seemed almost on the point of taking possession of that very opulent kingdom. The ambassadors, after complaining of these proceedings, besought the Senate to succor those princes, the faithful friends of their empire. They said, that such had been the kindness of the Roman people to Antiochus, such its influence over all kings and nations, that if they only sent ambassadors to give him notice that the Senate were displeased at war being made with princes in alliance with them, he would instantly retire from the walls of Alexandria, and lead his army home into Syria. But if they hesitated to do this, Ptolemy and Cleopatra would soon come to Rome as exiles from their kingdom, which must excite some degree of shame in the Roman people, for not having brought them assistance in their extreme distress. The Senate, affected by the supplications of the Alexandrians, immediately sent Caius Popilius Laenas, Caius Decimus, and Caius Hostilius, ambassadors, to put an end to the dispute between those kings. Their instructions were, to go first to Antiochus, then to Ptolemy, and to acquaint them, that, unless hostilities were stopped, whichever party persisted, must expect to be considered by the Senate as neither a friend nor an ally. 20. These ambassadors set out, within 3 days, in company with those of Alexandria, and, on the last day of the feast of Minerva, the commissioners arrived from Macedonia. Their coming had been so impatiently wished for, that, if it had not been very late in the day, the consuls would have assembled the Senate immediately. Next day the Senate met, and the commissioners had an audience. They stated, that, the army had been led through pathless and difficult wilds into Macedonia, with more risk than advantage, that Pieria, to which its march had been directed, was then possessed by the king. And the two camps so close to each other, as to be separated only by the river Enopeus, that the king offered no opportunity to fight, nor were our men strong enough to compel him. And, besides, that the winter had unexpectedly interrupted all military operations, that the soldiers were maintained in idleness, and had not corn sufficient for more than 6 days, that the force of the Macedonians was said to amount to 30,000 effective men, that if Appius Claudius had a sufficient force at Lychnidus, the king might be perplexed by a twofold hostile array. But that, as the case stood, both Appius, and the troops under his command, were in the utmost danger, unless either a regular army were speedily sent thither, or they were removed thence. From the camp, they stated that they had gone to the fleet, where they learned that part of the seamen had perished by sickness, that others, particularly such as came from Sicily, had gone off to their own homes. And that the ships were in want of men, while those who were on board had neither received pay nor had clothing, that Eumenes and his fleet, as if driven thither by the wind, had both come and gone away, without any apparent reason. Nor did the intentions of that king seem to be thoroughly settled. While they reported every particular in the conduct of Eumenes as suspicious, they represented the fidelity of Attalus as steadfast in the highest degree. 21. After the commissioners were heard, Lucius Aemilius said, that he then proposed for consideration the business of the war, and the Senate decreed, that tribunes for 8 legions should be appointed, half by the consuls, and half by the people. But that none should be named for that year who had not held some magisterial office, that, out of all the military tribunes, Lucius Aemilius should select such as he chose for the 2 legions that were to serve in Macedonia. And that, as soon as the Latin festival should be finished, the said consul, with the praetor Gnaeus Octavius, to whose lot the fleet had fallen, should repair to that province. To these was added a third, Lucius Anicius, the praetor who had the foreign jurisdiction, for it was resolved that he should succeed Appius Claudius in the province of Illyria, near Lychnidus. The charge of raising recruits was laid on the consul Caius Licinius, who was ordered to enlist, of Roman citizens, 7,000 foot and 200 horse, and to demand, from the Latin confederates, 7,000 foot and 400 horse. And also to write to Gnaeus Servilius, governor of Gaul, to raise their 600 horse. This force he was ordered to send, with all expedition, into Macedonia, to his colleague. It was resolved, that there should be no more than 2 legions in that province, but that their numbers should be filled up so as that each should contain 6,000 foot and 300 horse. And that the rest of the foot and horse should be placed in the different garrisons. That such men as were unfit for service should be discharged, and that the allies should be obliged to raise another body of 10,000 foot and 800 horse. These were assigned as a reinforcement to Anicius, in addition to the 2 legions which he was ordered to carry into Illyria, consisting each of 5,200 foot and 300 horse. And 5,000 seamen were raised for the fleet. The consul Licinius was ordered to employ 2 legions in the service of his province, and to add to them 10,000 foot and 600 horse of the allies. 22. When the Senate had passed these decrees, the consul Lucius Aemilius went out from the Senate house into the assembly of the people, whom he addressed in a discourse to this effect: Romans, I think I have perceived that your congratulations on my obtaining, by lot, the province of Macedonia, were warmer than either when I was saluted consul, or on the day when I entered on office. And that for no other reason, than your having conceived an opinion, that by me the war with Perseus, which has been long protracted, may be brought to a conclusion becoming the majesty of the Roman people. I trust that the gods also have favored this disposal of the lots, and will give me their aid in the conduct of affairs. Some of these consequences I can prognosticate, others I can hope for. One thing I regard as certain, and venture to affirm: that I will endeavor, by every exertion in my power, that this hope which you have conceived of me may not be frustrated. Everything necessary for the service, the Senate has ordered. And as it has been resolved, that I am to go abroad immediately, and I do not wish to delay, my colleague, Caius Licinius, an admirable man, will make the preparations with as much zeal, as if he himself were to carry on that war. Do you give full credit to whatever I shall write to you, or to the Senate, but do not by your credulity encourage mere rumors, of which no man shall appear as the responsible author. For, no man is so entirely regardless of reputation, as that his spirits cannot be damped, which I have observed has commonly occurred, especially in this war. In every circle, and, truly, at every table, there are people who lead armies into Macedonia, who know where the camp ought to be placed, what posts ought to be occupied by troops, when and through what pass Macedonia should be entered, where magazines should be formed, how provisions should be conveyed by land and sea, and when it is proper to engage the enemy, when to lie quiet. And they not only determine what is best to be done, but if any thing is done in any other manner than what they have pointed out, they arraign the consul, as if he were on his trial. These are great impediments to those who have the management of affairs. For every one cannot encounter injurious reports with the same constancy and firmness of mind as Fabius did, who chose to let his own authority be diminished through the folly of the people, rather than to mismanage the public business with a high reputation. I am not one of those who think that commanders ought never to receive advice. On the contrary, I should deem that man more proud than wise, who did everything of his own single judgment. What then is my opinion? That commanders should be counselled, chiefly, by persons of known talent, by those, especially, who are skilled in the art of war, and who have been taught by experience. And next, by those who are present at the scene of action, who see the country, who see the enemy, who see the advantages that occasions offer, and who, embarked, as it were, in the same ship, are sharers of the danger. If, therefore, any one thinks himself qualified to give advice respecting the war which I am to conduct, which may prove advantageous to the public, let him not refuse his assistance to the state, but let him come with me into Macedonia. He shall be furnished by me with a ship, a horse, a tent, and even with his travelling charges. But if he thinks this too much trouble, and prefers the repose of a city life to the toils of war, let him not, on land, assume the office of a pilot. The city, in itself, furnishes abundance of topics for conversation. Let it confine its passion for talking, and rest assured, that we shall be content with such counsels as shall be framed within our camp. Soon after this speech, the Latin festival having been celebrated on the day before the calends of April, and the sacrifice on the mount affording favourable omens, the consul, and Gnaeus Octavius, the praetor, set out directly for Macedonia. There is a tradition that the consul, at his departure, was escorted by multitudes unusually numerous, and that people, with confident hope, presaged a conclusion of the Macedonian war, and the speedy return of the consul, to a glorious triumph. 23. During these occurrences in Italy, Perseus, though he could not, at first, prevail on himself to complete the design which he had projected, of attaching to himself Gentius, king of Illyria, on account of the money which would be demanded for it. Yet, when he found that the Romans had penetrated the passes, and that the final crisis of the war drew near, resolved to defer it no longer, and having, by his ambassador Hippias, consented to pay 3,000 talents of silver. 333 provided hostages were given on both sides. He now sent Pantachus, one of his most trusty friends, to conclude the business. Pantachus met the Illyrian king at Mateo, in the province of Labius, and there received from the king his oath and the hostages. Gentius likewise sent an ambassador, named Olympio, to require an oath and hostages from Perseus. Together with him, were sent persons to receive the money, and by the advice of Pantachus, to go to Rhodes with ambassadors from Macedonia. Parmenio and Morcus were appointed. Their instructions were, first, to receive the king's oath, the hostages, and money, and then to proceed to Rhodes. And it was hoped, that, by the name of the two kings, the Rhodians might be incited to a war against Rome, and that the union of that state, which alone at that time possessed naval glory, would leave the Romans no prospect of success, either on land or sea. As the Illyrians approached, Perseus marched with all his cavalry, from his camp on the Enopeus, and met them at Dium. There the articles agreed on were executed. A body of cavalry having been drawn up around, whom the king chose should be witness to the treaty of alliance made with Gentius, supposing that this event would add greatly to their confidence. The hostages were given and taken in the sight of all. Those who were to receive the money were sent to Pella, where the king's treasure lay, and the persons who were to go to Rhodes, with the Illyrian ambassadors, were ordered to take ship at Thessalonica. There was present one Metrodorus, who had lately come from Rhodes, and who, on the authority of Dinon and Polyaratus, two principal members of that state, affirmed, that the Rhodians were prepared for the war. He was appointed head of the joint embassy with the Illyrians. 24. At this time Perseus sent to Eumenes and Antiochus, a common message, which the state of affairs seemed to suggest that a free state, and a king, were, in their natures, hostile to each other. That the Roman people were accustomed to attack kings singly, and, what was more shameful, to conquer them, by the power of other kings. Thus, his father was overpowered by the aid of Attalus. And by the assistance of Eumenes, and of his father Philip, in part, Antiochus had been vanquished, and now, both Eumenes and Prusias were armed against himself. If the regal power should be abolished in Macedonia, the next, in their way, would be Asia, which they had already rendered, in part, their own, under the pretense of liberating the states, and next to that Syria. Already Prusias was honored by them, far beyond Eumenes, and already Antiochus, though victorious, was debarred from Egypt, the prize of his arms. He desired that each of them, considering these matters seriously, should see that he either compelled the Romans to make peace with him, or, if they should persist in such an unjust war, he should regard them as the common enemies of all kings. The message to Antiochus was sent openly, the ambassador to Eumenes went under the pretense of ransoming prisoners. But some more secret business was transacted between them, which, in addition to the jealousy and distrust already conceived by the Romans against Eumenes, brought on him charges of a heavier nature. For they considered him as a traitor, and nearly as an enemy, while the two kings labored to overreach each other in schemes of fraud and avarice. There was a Cretan, called Cydas, an intimate of Eumenes. This man had formerly conferred, at Amphipolis, with one Chimerus, a countryman of his own, serving in the army of Perseus. And he, afterwards, had had one interview with Menecrates, and another with Archidamus, officers of the king, at Demetrius, close under the wall of the town. Hierophon, too, who was sent on that business, had, before that, executed 2 embassies to the same Eumenes. These furtive conferences and embassies were notorious. But what the subject of them was, or what agreement had taken place between the kings, remained a secret. 25. Now the truth of the matter was this: Eumenes neither wished success to Perseus nor intended to make war upon him. And his ill will arose not so much from the enmity which they inherited from their fathers, as from the personal quarrels which had broken out between themselves. The jealousy of the two kings was not so moderate, that Eumenes could, with patience, have seen Perseus acquiring such vast power and glory as awaited him, if he conquered the Romans. Besides which, he saw that Perseus, from the commencement of the war, by every mean, sought a prospect of peace, and that every day, as the danger approached nearer, he was contriving and contemplating no other object. He considered too, that as the war had been protracted beyond the expectations of the Romans, their commanders and senate would not be averse from putting an end to a contest so inconvenient and difficult. Having discovered this inclination in both parties, he concluded, that, from the disgust of the stronger party, and the fears of the weaker, this might take place spontaneously. And therefore he the more wished, for the sake of conciliating favor to himself, to make his own efforts available in the business. He therefore, sometimes, labored to stipulate for a consideration for not affording assistance to the Romans, either on sea or land, at other times, for bringing about a peace with them. He demanded for not interfering in the war, 1,000 talents, 334 for effecting a peace, 1,500, 335 and for his sincerity in either case, he professed himself prepared, not only to make oath, but to give hostages also. Perseus, stimulated by his fears, showed the greatest readiness in the beginning of the negotiation, and treated without delay about receiving the hostages, when it was agreed, that, on their being received, they should be sent to Crete. But when they came to the mention of money, there he hesitated. Remarking that, in the case of kings of their high character, a pecuniary consideration was mean and sordid, both with respect to the giver, and still more so with respect to the receiver. He preferred not to decline the payment in the hope of a peace with Rome, but said that he would pay the money when the business should be concluded, and that he would lodge it in the meantime in the temple of Samothrace. As that island was under his own dominion, Eumenes said, that it was all the same as if the money were at Pella, and he struggled hard to obtain some part of it at the present. Thus, having maneuvered with each other to no purpose, they gained nothing but disgrace. 26. This was not the only business which Perseus left unfinished from motives of avarice, since for a small sum of money he might have procured, through Eumenes, a secure peace, well purchased even with half of his kingdom. While, if defrauded, he might have exposed him to public view, as an enemy laden with his pelf, and made the Romans deservedly his enemies. Through this avaricious spirit the prompt alliance of King Gentius, with the assistance of a large army of Gauls, who had spread themselves through Illyria, and offered themselves to him, was lost. There came 10,000 horsemen, and the same number of footmen, who themselves kept pace with the horses, and in place of the riders who had fallen, took on the horses to the fight. They had stipulated that each horseman should receive in immediate payment 10 golden philippics, each footman 5, and their commander 1,000. Perseus went from his camp on the Enopeus with half of his forces to meet them as they approached, and issued orders through the towns and villages near the road, to prepare provisions, so that they might have plenty of corn, wine, and cattle. He brought with him some horses, trappings, and cloaks, for presents to the chiefs, and a small quantity of gold to be divided among a few, for the multitude, he supposed, might be amused with hopes. He advanced as far as the city of Almena, and encamped on the bank of the river Axius, at which time the army of the Gauls lay near Decutuba, in Medica, waiting for the promised hire. Thither he sent Antigonus, one of his nobles, with directions, that the said army should remove their camp to Bilazer, a place in Paeonia, and that their chiefs should come to him in a body. They were at this time 75 miles distant from the river Axius and the king's camp. Antigonus, in his message, told them what great plenty of everything was provided on the road by the king's directions, and what presents of apparel, money, and horses he intended for them on their arrival. They answered, that they would judge of those things when they saw them. At the same time asking him, whether, according to their stipulation for immediate payment, he had brought with him the gold which was to be distributed to each footman and horseman. When to this no direct answer was given, Clondicus, their prince, said, Go back, then, and tell your king, that, unless they should have received the gold and the hostages, the Gauls would never move one step farther. When this message was brought to the king, he called a council, and, as it was very plain what advice all the members would give, he, being a better guardian of his money than of his kingdom, began to descant on the perfidy and savage behavior of the Gauls. The disasters, he said, of many states demonstrated, that it would be dangerous to admit such a multitude into Macedonia, lest they might feel such allies more troublesome than their Roman enemies. 5,000 horsemen would be enough for them to employ in the war, and that number they need not be afraid to receive. 27. It was sufficiently clear to all that what he feared was the paying of such a multitude, and nothing else. But as none had the courage to declare their opinion, when asked, Antigonus was sent again, with a message, that the king chose to employ only 5,000 horsemen, but that he could not receive the rest of their number. When the barbarians heard this, they began to murmur, and show a great deal of anger at being brought so far from home for no purpose, but Clondicus again asked him, whether he would pay even the 5,000 the hire agreed on. When he perceived that an evasive answer was given to this question also, the Gauls, dismissing the insidious envoy unhurt, which was what he himself had scarcely hoped could be his fate, returned home to the Danube. After utterly wasting such lands of Thrace as lay near their road. Now had this body of troops, while the king lay quiet on the Enopeus, been led against the Romans through the passes of Perhebia, into Thessaly, it might not only have stripped that country so bare, that the Romans could not expect supplies from thence, but might even have destroyed the cities themselves, while Perseus, by detaining his enemy at the Enopeus, would have put it out of their power to succor their allies. The Romans, indeed, would have been obliged to look out for their own safety, since they could neither stay where they were, after losing Thessaly, whence their army drew sustenance, nor move forward, as the camp of the Macedonians stood in their way. By this error, Perseus enlivened the hopes of the Romans, and damped not a little those of the Macedonians 336 who had depended much on that project. Through the same avarice, he alienated from him King Gentius. When he paid, at Pella, 300 talents to the persons sent by Gentius, he allowed them to seal up the money. He then ordered 10 talents to be carried to Pantachus, and these he desired should be given immediately to the king. He ordered his people, who were carrying the rest of the money, sealed with the seals of the Illyrians, to convey it by short journeys, and when they should come to the bounds of Macedonia, to halt there, and wait for a message from him. Gentius, having received this small portion of the money, and being incessantly urged by Pantauchus to provoke the Romans by some hostile act, threw into custody Marcus Perperna and Lucius Petilius, who happened to come at that time as ambassadors. Having heard this, Perseus, thinking that the Illyrian had now laid himself under a necessity of waging war with the Romans at least, sent to recall those who were conveying the money, as if for no other object than that the greatest possible booty might be reserved for the Romans on his defeat. Hierophon, too, returned from Eumenes, without any one knowing what had been secretly negotiated between them. The parties themselves had mentioned publicly that the business of the prisoners had been concluded, and Eumenes, for the sake of avoiding suspicion, acquainted the consul with it. 28. Upon the return of Hierophon from Eumenes, Perseus, disappointed in his hope, sent Antenor and Callippus, the commanders of his fleet, with 40 barks, to which were added 5 heavy galleys, to Tenedos, that they might protect the vessels sailing to Macedonia with corn, and scattered among the Cyclades. This squadron, setting sail from Cassandria, steered, first, to the harbour at the foot of Mount Athos, and crossing over thence, with mild weather, to Tenedos, found lying in the harbour a number of Rhodian undecked ships, and their commander Eudamus. These they did not offer to molest, but, after having spoken them in a friendly manner, suffered them to pursue their course. Then, learning that, on the other side of the island, 50 transports of their own were shut up by a squadron of Eumenes, commanded by Damius, which lay in the mouth of the harbour, they sailed round with all haste. And the enemy's ships retiring, through fear, they sent on the transports to Macedonia, 10 barks having been appointed to accompany them, which were to return to Tenedos as soon as they had convoyed them to a place of safety. Accordingly, on the 9th day after, they rejoined the fleet, then lying at Sygium. From thence they sailed over to Sabota, an island between Aelia and Athos. The next day after the fleet had reached Sabota, it happened that 35 vessels, of the kind called horse transports, sent by Eumenes to Atlas, and which had sailed from Aelia, with Gallic horsemen and their horses, were steering towards Phane, a promontory of Chios, from whence they might cross over to Macedonia, a signal having been given to Antenor, from a post of observation, that these ships were passing along the main. He left Sabota, and met them between Cape Erythrae and Chios, where the strait is narrowest. The officers of Eumenes believed nothing less probable than that a Macedonian fleet was cruising in that sea. They imagined that they were Romans, or that Atlas, or some people sent home by him from the Roman camp, were on their way to Pergamus. But when, on their nearer approach, the shape of the vessels was plainly perceived, and when the briskness of their rowing, and their prows being directed straight against themselves, proved that enemies were approaching, a panic was struck into them. For they had no hope of being able to make resistance, their ships being of an unwieldy kind, and the Gauls scarcely able to bear a state of quiet when at sea. Some, who were nearest to the shore of the continent, swam to Erythrae. Some, crowding all their sail, ran the ships aground near Chios, and, leaving their horses behind, made for the city in disorderly flight. When the barks, however, had landed their troops nearer to the city, where the access was more convenient, the Macedonians overtook and put to the sword the flying Gauls, some on the road, and some who had been shut out before the gate. For the Chians had shut their gates, not knowing who they were that fled, or who that pursued. About 800 Gauls were killed, and 200 made prisoners. Of the horses, some were lost in the sea, by the ships being wrecked, and others the Macedonians hamstrung on the shore. Antenor ordered the same 10 barks, which he had employed before, to carry 20 horses of extraordinary beauty, with the prisoners, to Thessalonica, and to return to the fleet as speedily as possible, saying, that he would wait for them at Phane. The fleet stayed about 3 days off the city, and then proceeded to Phane, and the 10 barks having returned sooner than was expected, they set sail, and crossed the Aegean Sea to Delos. 29. While these things were taking place, the Roman ambassadors, Caius Popilius, Caius Decimus, and Caius Hostinus having sailed from Chalcis with 3 quinquiremes, arrived at Delos, and found there 40 Macedonian barks, and 5 quinquiremes belonging to King Eumenes. The sacred character of the temple and the island secured all parties from injury, so that the Roman and Macedonian seamen, and those of Eumenes, used to meet promiscuously in the temple, a truce being imposed by the religious feeling which the place inspired. Antenor, the commander of Perseus's fleet, having learned, by signals from his watch-posts, that several transport ships were passing by at sea, went himself in pursuit, with 1/2 of his barks, distributing the other half among the Cyclades, and sunk or plundered every ship he met with, except such as were bound for Macedonia. Popilius and the ships of Eumenes assisted as many as they were able, but, in the night, the Macedonians sailing out, generally with 2 or 3 vessels, passed unseen. About this time, ambassadors from Macedonia and Illyria came together to Rhodes. Their influence was the greater, in consequence of their squadron cruising freely among the Cyclades, and over all the Aegean Sea, and likewise on account of the junction of Perseus and Gentius, and of the report of the Gauls approaching with a great force both of horse and foot. Dinon and Polyaratus, the partisans of Perseus, now took fresh courage, and the Rhodians not only gave a favorable answer to the ambassadors, but declared publicly, that they would put an end to the war by their own influence, and therefore desired the kings to dispose themselves to accede to a peace. 30. It was now the beginning of spring, and the new commanders had arrived in their provinces. The consul Aemilius in Macedonia, Octavius at Orium, where the fleet lay, and Anicius in Illyria, to carry on the war against Gentius. This prince, who was the son of Pleuratus, king of Illyria, and his queen Eurydice, had 2 brothers, one called Plater, by both parents, the other Caravantius, by the same mother only. The latter, as descended of ignoble ancestors on his father's side, was but little suspected, but, that his reign might be more secure, he had put to death Plater, and 2 active men his friends, Atrides and Epictetus. It was rumored, that he was actuated by jealousy towards his brother, who had engaged himself to Etuda, the daughter of Hononus, prince of the Dardanians, as if, by that match, engaging that nation in his interest. And this supposition was rendered the more probable by Gentius marrying her, after the death of Plater. From this time, when he was delivered from the fear of his brother, he began to be oppressive to his subjects, and the natural violence of his temper was inflamed by an immoderate use of wine. Having been incited, as was mentioned above, to a war with the Romans, he collected all his forces, amounting to 15,000 men, at Lissus. From thence, detaching his brother with 1,000 foot and 50 horse, to reduce, either by force or terror, the nation of the Cavians, he marched himself to Bassania, a city 5 miles distant from Lissus. The inhabitants were in alliance with Rome. Therefore, having been first solicited by emissaries sent in advance, they determined rather to endure a siege than surrender themselves. In Cavia, the people of the town of Durnium cheerfully opened their gates to Caravantius, on his arrival, but another town, called Caravantes, refused him admittance. And whilst he was carelessly ravaging their lands, many of his straggling soldiers were killed by a muster of the peasants. By this time Appius Claudius, having joined to the army he had in command some bodies of auxiliaries, composed of Bulinians, Apollonians, and Dyrrachians, had left his winter quarters, and was encamped near the river Genusus. Having heard of the treaty between Perseus and Gentius, and being highly provoked at the ill treatment of the outraged ambassadors, he was resolved to make war upon him. The praetor Anicius, who was now at Apollonia, being informed of what passed in Illyria, dispatched a letter to Appius, desiring him to wait for him at the Genusus, and, in 3 days after, he arrived in the camp. Having added to the auxiliary troops which he then had, 2,000 foot and 200 horse of the Parthenians, the foot commanded by Epictetus, and the horse by Agalsus, he prepared to march into Illyria, chiefly that he might relieve the Bassanians from the siege. But an account brought him, of the sea-coast being ravaged by a number of the enemy's barks, checked his efforts. These were 80 vessels, which, by the advice of Pantauchus, Gentius had sent to waste the lands of the Dyrrachians and Apollonians. The Roman fleet was then lying near Apollonia. Aeneas hastily repaired thither, soon overtook the Illyrian plunderers, brought them to an engagement, and, defeating them with very little trouble, took many of their ships and compelled the rest to retire to Illyria. Returning thence to the camp at the Genosus, he hastened to the relief of Bassania. Gentius did not bear up against the rumor of the praetors coming, but, raising the siege, retired to Scadra with such precipitate haste, that he did not even take the whole of his army with him. There was a large body of forces, which, if their courage had been supported by the presence of their commander, might have given some check to the Romans, but, as he had withdrawn 337 they surrendered. 31. The cities of that country, one after another, followed the example, their own inclinations being encouraged by the justice and clemency which the Roman praetor showed to all. The army then advanced to Scadra, which was the chief seat of the war, not merely because Gentius had chosen it for the metropolis of his kingdom, but because it has by far the strongest fortifications of any in the territory of the Labiatians, and is of very difficult access. 2 rivers enclose it, the Clausula flowing past the eastern side of the city, and by the western, the Barbana, which rises out of the lake Labiatus. These 2 rivers, uniting their streams, fall into the river Oriens, which, running down from Mount Scordus, and being augmented by many other waters, empties itself into the Adriatic Sea. Mount Scordus is much the highest hill in all that country. At its foot, towards the east, lies Dardania, towards the south, Macedonia, and towards the west, Illyria. Notwithstanding that the town was so strong, from the nature of its situation, and was garrisoned by the whole force of the Illyrian nation, with the king himself at their head, yet the Roman praetor, encouraged by the happy success of his first enterprises, and hoping that the fortune of the whole undertaking would correspond to its commencement, and thinking also that a sudden alarm might have a powerful effect, advanced to the walls with his troops in order of battle. But, if the garrison had kept their gates shut, and manned the walls and the towers of the gates with soldiers, they might have repulsed the Romans from the walls with their efforts frustrated, instead of which they marched out from the gate, and, on equal ground, commenced a battle with more courage than they supported it, for, being forced to give way, and crowded together in their retreat, and above 200 having fallen in the very entrance of the gate, the rest were so terrified, that Gentius immediately dispatched Tuticus and Bellus, 2 of the first men of the nation, to the praetor, through whom he begged a truce, in order that he might be able to deliberate on the state of his affairs. He was allowed 3 days for the purpose, and, as the Roman camp was about 500 paces from the city, he went on board a ship, and sailed up the river Barbana, into the lake of Labiatus, as if in search of a retired place for consultation. But, as afterwards appeared, he was led by a groundless report, that his brother Caravantius was coming, with many thousands of soldiers collected in the country, to which he had been sent. This rumor dying away, on the 3rd day he sailed down the river in the same ship to Scadra, and, after sending forward messengers, to request permission to call upon the praetor, and leave being given, came into the camp. He began his discourse with reproaches against himself, for the folly of his conduct, then descended to tears and prayers, and, falling at the praetor's knees, gave himself up into his power. He was at first desired to keep up his spirits, and having been even invited to supper, he went back into the city to his people, and, for that day, was entertained by the praetor with every mark of respect. On the day following, he was delivered into custody, to Caius Cassius, a military tribune, having, though a king, received 10 talents, scarcely the hire of a party of gladiators, and that from a king, to reduce himself to these circumstances. 32. The first thing Aeneas did, after taking possession of Scadra, was, to order the ambassadors, Petilius and Properna, to be sought for and brought to him. And having restored to them their former dignity, he immediately dispatched Properna to seize the king's friends and relations, who, hastening to Medio, a city of Labiatia, conducted to the camp at Scadra, at Leva, the king's consort. His brother Caravantius, with his 2 sons, Certulitus and Pleuratus. Aeneas, having brought the Illyrian war to a conclusion within 30 days, sent Properna to Rome with the news of his success. And, in a few days after, King Gentius himself, with his mother, queen, children, and brother, and other Illyrians of distinction. This one war was announced at Rome as finished before it was known to have been begun. At the time when these things took place, Perseus labored under dreadful apprehensions, on account of the approach, both of the new consul Aemilius, who, as he heard, was coming with formidable threats, and also of the praetor Octavius, nor did he less dread the Roman fleet, and the danger which threatened the sea-coast. Eumenes and Athenagoras commanded at Thessalonica, with a small garrison of 2,000 targeteers. Thither he sent Androcles, as governor, and ordered him to keep the troops encamped close by the naval arsenals. He ordered 1,000 horse, under Antigonus, to Aenea, to guard the sea-coast, directing them, whenever they should hear of the enemy's fleet approaching the shore in any part, instantly to hasten thither, to protect the country people. 5,000 Macedonians were sent to garrison the mountains Pythium and Petra, commanded by Histiaeus, Theogenes, and Medon. After making these detachments, he set about fortifying the bank of the river Enopeus, the channel being dry and fordable. And, in order that all the men might apply themselves to this work, the women were obliged to bring provisions from the neighboring cities into the camp. He ordered the soldiers to fetch timber from the woods which were not far distant. Then a mound was formed and works thrown up strengthened with towers and with engines, disposed in various parts so that the enemy might not be able to force a way through without great opposition and danger. Thus he trusted that he should be secure against every attack of the Romans, and that, wearied out with inaction and slow delay, and drained by expenses, a disgust at so difficult a war would seize on the mind of the enemy. On the other side, the more diligence and caution Paulus saw the Macedonians use, the more assiduously did he study to devise some means of frustrating those hopes, which the enemy had not without reason conceived. But he suffered immediate distress from the scarcity of water, as the neighboring river was almost dried up, except that a little stream, and that impure, flowed in the part contiguous to the sea. 33. The consul, when those who were sent to search the neighborhood announced that no water could be found, 338 at last ordered the water carriers to attend him to the shore, which was not 300 paces distant, and there to dig holes in several places, not far from each other. The great height of the mountains gave him reason to suppose that they contained hidden springs of water, the veins of which flowing through to the sea, mingled with its waves, and the more so, as they discharged no streams above ground. Scarcely was the surface of the sand removed, when springs began to boil up, small at first, and muddy, but in a little time they threw out clear water in great plenty, as if through the favorable interference of the gods. This circumstance added greatly to the reputation and influence of the general in the minds of the soldiers. He then ordered them to get ready their arms, and went himself, with the tribunes and first centurions, to examine the fords, in hopes of finding a passage, where the descent would be easy for the troops, and where the ascending the other bank would be least difficult. After taking a sufficient view of these matters, he made it his first care to provide, that, in the movements of the army, every thing should be done regularly, and without noise, at the first order and beck of the general. When notice was proclaimed of what was to be done to all at the same time, every one did not distinctly hear, and as the orders received were not clear, some making additions for themselves, did more than was ordered, while others did less. While dissonant shouts were raised in every quarter, insomuch that the enemy knew sooner than the soldiers themselves what was intended. He therefore directed, that the military tribune should communicate, secretly, to the first centurion of the legion, then he to the next, and that so on, in order that each should tell the next to him in rank what was requisite to be done. Whether the instructions were to be conveyed from front to rear, or from rear to front. He likewise, by a new arrangement, forbade the sentinels to carry their shields when on duty, for as a sentinel did not go to fight, but to watch, he had no occasion for arms. It was his duty, when he perceived an enemy approaching, to retire, and to rouse the rest to arms. They used to stand with their helmets on, and their shields erected on the ground before them. When tired, they leaned on their spears, or laying their heads on the edge of their shields, stood dozing in such a manner, that from the glittering of their arms they could be seen afar off by the enemy, while themselves could see nothing. He likewise altered the practice of the advanced guards. Formerly, the guards were kept on duty through the whole day, all under arms, the horsemen with their horses bridled. And when this happened in summer, under a continual scorching sun, both men and horses were so much exhausted by the heat and the languor contracted in so many hours, that very often, when attacked by fresh troops, a few could get the better of a greater number. He therefore ordered, that they should retire from the morning watch at noon, and that others should succeed to the duty for the rest of the day, by which means the enemy could never come fresh upon them when they were wearied. 34. Aemilius, after publishing, in a general assembly, his orders for these regulations, added a speech of similar purport to that which he had made in the city. That, it was the business of the commander alone to consider what was proper to be done, sometimes singly, sometimes in conjunction with those whom he should call to council. And that such as were not called, ought not to pronounce their opinions either in public or in private. That it was a soldier's business to attend to these three things, his body, that he may keep it in perfect strength and agility, his arms, in good order, and his provisions ready, in case of a sudden order, and to understand, that all other matters relating to him are under the care of the immortal gods and his captain. That in any army, where the soldiers formed plans, and that the chief was drawn, first one way, then another, by the rumors of the multitude, nothing was successful. For his part, he declared, that he would take care, as was the duty of a general, to afford them occasion of acting with success. On their part, they were to make no inquiries whatever as to what was about to take place, but, when the signal was given, to discharge the duty of a soldier. After these precepts, he dismissed the assembly, while the veterans themselves acknowledged, that on that day, for the first time, they had, like recruits, been taught the business of a soldier. Nor did they, by such expressions only, demonstrate with what perfect conviction they had listened to the consul's discourse, but the practical effect of it was immediate. In the whole camp, not one person was to be seen idle. Some were sharpening their weapons, others scouring their helmets and cheek-pieces, their shields and breastplates, some fitted their armor to their bodies and tested the agility of their limbs under it. Some brandished their spears, others flourished their swords, and tried the points, so that it could be easily perceived that their intention was, whenever they should come to battle, to finish the war at once either by a splendid victory or a memorable death. On the other side, when Perseus saw that, in consequence of the arrival of the consul, and of the opening of the spring, all was motion and bustle among the Romans, as in a new war, and that the camp had been removed from Philadelphia and pitched on the opposite bank, and that the Roman general employed himself busily, sometimes in going round and examining all his works, doubtless looking out for a place to pass the river, and sometimes in preparing everything requisite for attack or defense of a camp, with the closest attention, and omitted nothing which could be attempted or achieved by a great general, whether against the enemy or for increasing the efficiency of his own men. He, Perseus, also exerted himself no less diligently on his part to rouse the courage of his soldiers, and add more and more strength to his defenses, as if he were approaching the crisis of the whole business, and never considered all matters to be adequately provided for, or the bank sufficiently fortified and secured. Nevertheless, amidst this most vehement ardor on both sides, their camps were for some time in a state of tranquillity. Nor was it ever recorded that such powerful armies, with their camps pitched so near together, had ever lain so quiet. 35. In the meantime, a report announced that King Gentius had been defeated, in Illyria, by the praetor Anicius, and that himself, his family, and his whole kingdom, were in the hands of the Romans. Which event greatly raised the spirits of the Romans, and struck no small degree of terror into the Macedonians and their king. At first, Perseus endeavored to suppress the intelligence, and sent messengers to Pantachus, who was on his way from that country, forbidding him to come near the camp. But some of his people had already seen certain boys, carried away among the Illyrian hostages. And it is certain that the more pains there are used to conceal any circumstances, the more readily they are divulged, through the gossiping disposition of the attendants of kings. About this time, ambassadors came to the camp from Rhodes, with the same message which had excited so much resentment in the Roman Senate. They were now heard by the council in the camp with much greater indignation than at Rome. Some even advised that they should be instantly driven out of the camp without any reply, but the consul said that he would give them an answer in 15 days. Meanwhile, to show how far the influence of the Rhodians as mediators extended, he began to consult on the plan of carrying forward the war. Some, particularly the older officers, advised to force their way across the Aeneas and through the enemy's works. When they should advance in close order and make an assault, the Macedonians, they said, would never be able to withstand them. They had been, last year, beaten out of many fortresses much higher and better fortified, which they had occupied with much stronger garrisons. Others recommended that Octavius, with the fleet, should sail to Thessalonica, and, by committing depredations on the sea coast, to divide the king's forces. So that when, on the appearance of another enemy behind him, he should turn about to protect the interior part of the kingdom, he would be forced to leave a passage over the Aeneas open in some place or other. The consul himself was of opinion, that the nature of the bank, and the works erected on it, presented insuperable difficulties. And, besides its being everywhere furnished with engines, he had been informed, that the enemy were remarkable for using missile weapons with uncommon skill, and with a very certain aim. The consul's full conviction leaned quite another way. As soon, therefore, as the council broke up, he sent for Ascanius and Monophilus, Perhebian merchants, whom he knew to be men of probity and good sense, and examined them in private about the nature of the passes leading into Perhebia. They told him, that the places themselves were not difficult, but that they were occupied by parties of the king's troops. From which he conceived hopes of being able to beat off those parties, by making a sudden attack with a strong force in the night, when they were off their guard. For he considered that javelins, and arrows, and other missile weapons, were useless in the dark, when one cannot see at distance what to aim at. But that, when combatants close together in a throng, the business must depend on the sword, in which the Roman soldier was superior. He resolved to employ those 2 men as guides. And, sending for the praetor Octavius, explained to him what he intended, ordering him to sail directly with the fleet to Heracleum, and to have in readiness, there, 10 days' provisions for 1,000 men. He then sent Publius Scipio Nasica, and Quintus Fabius Maximus, his own son, with 5,000 chosen men, to Heracleum, as if they were to embark in the fleet, to ravage the coast of the interior parts of Macedonia, as had been proposed in the council. He told them, in private, that there were provisions prepared for them on board, so that they should have no delay. He then ordered the guides to divide the road in such a manner that they might attack Pythium at the 4th watch on the 3rd day. He himself, on the day following, in order to withdraw the king from the observation of other matters, attacked his advance guards as soon as it was light in the middle of the channel of the river, where the fight was maintained by the light infantry on both sides, for the bottom was so uneven, that heavy arms could not be used. The slope of each bank was 300 paces long, and the breadth of the channel, which was of various depths, somewhat more than a mile. In this middle space the fight was carried on, while the king on one side, and the consul with his legions on the other, stood spectators on the ramparts of their camps. At a distance, the king's troops had the advantage in fighting with missile weapons, but in close fight the Roman soldier was more steady, and was better defended either with a target or a Ligurian buckler. About noon, the consul ordered the signal of retreat to be given, and thus the battle ended for that day, after considerable numbers had fallen on both sides. Next morning at sunrise, the fight was renewed with greater fury, as their passions had been irritated by the former contest. But the Romans were wounded, not only by those with whom they were immediately engaged, but much more by the multitudes that stood posted in the towers, with missiles of every sort, particularly stones. So that whenever they advanced towards the enemy's bank, the weapons thrown from the engines reached even the hindmost of their men. The consul, having lost far more men on that day, somewhat later called off his men. On the 3rd day he declined fighting, and moved down to the lowest side of the camp, as if intending to attempt a passage through an entrenchment which stretched down to the sea. Perseus, who did not extend his cares beyond the objects that lay before his eyes, bent all his thoughts and exertions to stop the progress of the enemy in the quarter where he lay, careful of naught beside. In the meantime, Publius Nausicaa, with the detachment assigned to him, having departed towards the sea to Heracleum, when he arrived there, waited for nightfall, ordering his soldiers to refresh themselves. He then explained to the principal of his officers the real directions of the consul, and when first the darkness spread itself, bending his course to the mountain, he led his troops in silence to Pythium, as he had been commanded. When they had arrived at the very summit, which rises to a height of more than 10 stadia, some repose was given to the wearied soldiers. This height, as has been already stated, Medon, Histiaeus, and Theogenes, who were sent by Perseus, were occupying with 5,000 Macedonians, but so great was the negligence of the king's generals, that no one perceived that the Romans were approaching. If we are to believe Polybius, Nausicaa, having attacked them while asleep, easily dislodged them from the height. Nausicaa himself, however, narrates the affair very differently in a letter to one of the kings. He says, that the mountain was of steep ascent, but so unguarded that he could have taken possession of the pass with no trouble, had not a deserter from those Cretans, whom he was taking with him, fled to Perseus, and informed him what was being done. That the king himself remained in his camp, but sent 2,000 Macedonians and 10,000 auxiliaries, with Medon as their leader, to take possession of the pass. That with these a most fierce engagement took place on the top of the hill, and, among other things, that he himself was thrust at with a sword by a Thracian soldier, whom he transfixed by driving his spear through his breast. That at length the Macedonians, being conquered, gave way, and that their leader himself, throwing away his arms, sought safety in a disgraceful flight. The Romans pursuing the fugitives had an easy descent, without any danger, to the plain. In this stale of things Perseus was in perplexity as to what was necessary to be done, as he feared lest, now that a way through the pass had been opened, he should be hemmed in by the Romans. It was absolutely necessary that he should either retire to Pydna, and await the enemy there, so as to fight with less danger under the walls of a fortified city. Or that, dispersing his forces through the cities of Macedonia, conveying the corn and cattle into more fortified places, and devastating the fields, he should leave the bare soil to the enemy. The mind of the king fluctuated irresolute between these two propositions. His friends, thinking that that which was the most honorable would also be the safer, advised him to try the fortune of a battle, alleging both that he was superior in the number of his soldiers, and that he ought surely to trust to that valor which, while it was natural to their minds, would be inflamed by the most powerful and sacred incitements to a valiant opposition which could act upon men, their altars, their hearths, and their religious institutions, amidst which and for which they had to fight, their parents and their wives, and, lastly, their king himself observing them, and exposing himself to a share of the danger. Influenced by these suggestions, the king prepared himself for a battle, and when he had retired to Pydna, at once pitched his camp, drew up his army, and assigned to each of his leaders his position and duty, as if about to fight immediately after the march. The locality was of this kind. The plain was suited for the ranging of the phalanx, which requires an open and even space, not, however, such as that it could be easily moved forward. Then there were continuous hills which afforded to the light-armed troops the means of retreating at one time, and at another of wheeling round. 2 streams, the one of which the inhabitants called Aeson, the other Lucus, though they flowed with but a scanty supply of water, yet seemed likely to occasion some trouble to the Romans. Aemilius, having united his forces with Nausicaa, set out directly against the enemy, but at the sight of their army, which was most effective both as to the number and the strength of the soldiers, and admirably drawn up and ranged for battle, he stopped, struck with awe, and revolving many considerations within himself. 36. The season of the year 339 was a little after the summer solstice, the time of the day was approaching towards noon, and his march had been performed amidst great quantities of dust, and the increasing heat of the sun. Lassitude and thirst were already felt, and both would certainly be aggravated by midday coming on. He resolved, therefore, not to expose his men in that condition to an enemy, fresh and in full vigor, But so great was the ardor for battle in the minds of both parties, that the general had occasion for as much art to elude the wishes of his own men, as those of the enemy. He urged the military tribunes to hasten the forming of the troops, went himself round the ranks, and with exhortations inflamed their courage for the fight. At first, they called to him for the signal briskly. But afterwards, as the beat increased, their looks became less lively, and their voices fainter, while many stood resting on their shields, or leaning on their javelins. He then, at length, openly ordered the foremost ranks to measure out the front of a camp, and store the baggage. On seeing which, some undisguisedly rejoiced that he had not compelled them to fight when they were wearied with marching and with the scorching heat. Immediately about the general were the lieutenants general, and the commanders of the foreign troops. Among others Attalus, who, when they thought that the consul intended to fight, for even to them he did not disclose his intention of delaying, had all approved the measure. On this sudden alteration of his plan, while the rest were silent, Nausicaa alone of them all ventured to advise the consul, not to let slip from his hands an enemy, who, by shunning a battle, had baffled former commanders. There was reason to fear, he said, that if he should march off in the night, he would have to be pursued with extreme toil and danger, into the heart of Macedonia. And the troops must be led about, as under former generals, wandering through the glens and forests of the Macedonian mountains. He therefore earnestly recommended to attack the enemy while he had him in an open plain, and not to lose the opportunity of obtaining a victory, which now presented itself. The consul, not in the least offended at the frank advice of so illustrious a youth, answered, "Nausicaa, I once thought as you do now, hereafter you will come to think as I do. By the many chances of war, I have learned when it is proper to fight, when to abstain from fighting. It would not be right in me, at present, standing at the head of the troops to explain to you the causes that render it better to rest today. Ask my reason some other time. At present you will acquiesce in the judgment of an old commander." The youth was silent, concluding that the consul certainly saw some objections to fighting, which did not appear to him. 37. Paulus, as soon as he saw the camp marked out, and the baggage laid up, drew off, first, the veterans from the rear line, then the first-rank men, while the spearmen stood in the front, lest the enemy might make any attempt. And lastly, the spearmen, beginning at the right wing, and leading them away, gradually, by single companies. Thus were the infantry drawn off without tumult, and, in the meantime, the cavalry and light infantry faced the enemy. Nor were the cavalry recalled from their station, until the rampart and trench were finished. The king, though he was disposed to have given battle that day, was yet satisfied. Since his men knew, that, the delay was owing to the enemy, and he led back his troops to their station. When the camp had been thoroughly fortified, Caius Sulpicius Gallus, a military tribune of the 2nd Legion, who had been praetor the year before, with the consul's permission collected the soldiers in assembly, and gave them notice. Lest they should any of them consider the matter as a prodigy, that, on the following night, the moon would be eclipsed, from the 2nd hour to the 4th. He mentioned that, as this happened in the course of nature, at stated times, it could be known, and foretold. As, therefore, they did not wonder at the regular rising and setting of the sun and moon, or at the moon sometimes shining with a full orb, and sometimes in its wane, showing only small horns, so neither ought they to construe as a portent its being obscured when covered with the shadow of the earth. When on the night preceding the day before the nones of September, at the hour mentioned, the eclipse took place, the Roman soldiers thought the wisdom of Gallus almost divine. But the Macedonians were shocked, as at a dismal prodigy, foreboding the fall of their kingdom and the ruin of their nation, nor did their soothsayers explain it otherwise. There was shouting and yelling in the camp of the Macedonians, until the moon emerged forth into its full light. Both armies had been so eager for an engagement, that, next day, both the king and the consul were censured by many of their respective men for having separated without a battle. The king could readily excuse himself, not only as the enemy had led back his troops into camp, openly declining a battle, but, also, as he had posted his men on ground of such a nature, that the phalanx, which even a small inequality of surface renders useless, could not advance on it. The consul, besides appearing to have neglected an opportunity of fighting, and to have given the enemy room to go off in the night, if he were so inclined, was thought to waste time at the present, under pretence of offering sacrifice. Though the signal had been displayed, at the first light, for going out to the field. At last, about the third hour, the sacrifices being duly performed, he summoned a council, and there, too, he was deemed by several to spin out, in talking and unseasonable consultation, the time that ought to be employed in action. After the conversation, however, the consul addressed to them the following speech. 38. Publius Nausicaa, a youth of uncommon merit, was the only one of those who were for fighting yesterday, that disclosed his sentiments to me. And even he was afterwards silent, so that he seems to have come over to my opinion. Some others have thought proper, rather to carp at their general in his absence, than to offer advice in his presence. Now, I shall, without the least reluctance, make known to you, Publius Nausicaa, and to any who, with less openness, entertain the same opinion with you, my reasons for deferring an engagement. For, so far am I from being sorry for yesterday's inaction, that I am convinced that by that course I preserved the army. And if any of you think that I hold this opinion groundlessly, let him come forward, if he pleases, and take with me a review of how many things were favorable to the enemy and adverse to us. In the first place, how far they surpass us in numbers, I am sure not one of you was at any time ignorant, and yesterday, I am convinced that you must have observed it, when you saw their line drawn out. Of our small force, a fourth part had been left to guard the baggage, and you know that they are not the worst of the soldiers who are left in custody of the baggage. But suppose we were all here, can we believe it a matter of little moment, that, with the blessing of the gods, we shall this day, if judged proper, or tomorrow at farthest, march to battle out of this our own camp, where we have lodged last night? Is there no difference whether you order a soldier to take arms in his own tent, when he has not suffered any fatigue on that day, either from a long march or laborious work, after he has enjoyed his natural rest, and is fresh, so as to lead him into the field vigorous both in body and mind, or whether, when he is wearied by such a march, or fatigued with carrying a load, while he is wet with sweat, and while his throat is parched with thirst, and his mouth and eyes filled with dust, you oppose him, under a scorching noonday sun, to an enemy who has had full repose, and who brings into the battle his strength unimpaired by any previous circumstance? Is there, in the name of the gods, any one so dastardly, that, if matched in this manner, he would not overcome the bravest man? We must consider, that the enemy had, quite at their leisure, formed their line of battle, had recruited their spirits, and were standing in regular order, whereas we must have formed our line in hurry and confusion, and have engaged before it was completed. 39. We should then confessedly have an irregular and disorderly line, but should we have had a camp fortified, a watering place provided, and the passage to it secured by troops, and all the country round reconnoitred? Or should we have been without any one spot of our own, except the naked field on which we fought? Your fathers considered a fortified camp as a harbor of safety in all the emergencies of an army, out of which they were to march to battle, and in which, after being tossed in the storm of the fight, they had a safe retreat. For that reason, besides enclosing it with works, they strengthened it further with a numerous guard. For any general who lost his camp, though he should have been victorious in the field, yet was deemed vanquished. A camp is a residence for the victorious, a refuge for the conquered. How many armies, to whom the fortune of the fight has been adverse, when driven within their ramparts, have, at their own time, and sometimes the next moment, sallied out and defeated their victors? This military settlement is another native country to every soldier, the rampart is as the wall of his city, and his own tent his habitation and his home. Should we have fought while in that unsettled state, and without quarters prepared, to which, even if victorious, we might retire? In opposition to these considerations of the difficulties and impediments to the fighting at that time, one argument is urged: what if the enemy had marched off in the course of last night? What immense fatigue, it is observed, must have been undergone in pursuing him to the remotest parts of Macedonia. But, for my part, I take it as a certainty, that if he had had any intention of retreating, he would neither have waited, nor drawn out his troops to battle. For, how much more easily could he have gone off while we were at a great distance, than now, when we are close behind him? Nor could he escape observation in departing either by day or by night. What could be more desirable to us, who were obliged to attack their camp, defended as it was by a very high bank of a river, and enclosed likewise with a rampart and a number of towers, than that they should quit their fortifications, and, marching off with haste, give us an opportunity of attacking their rear in an open plain? These were the reasons for deferring a battle from yesterday to this day. For I am myself also inclined to fight. And for that reason, as the way to come at the enemy over the river Enipeus was stopped, I have opened a new way, by dislodging the enemy's guards from another pass. Nor will I rest until I shall have brought the war to a conclusion. 40. Silence ensued after this address, for some were convinced by his arguments, and the rest were fearful of giving offense needlessly in a matter which, from whatever cause overlooked, could not now be regained. Even on that day, neither the king nor the consul was desirous of engaging. Not the king, because he was not going, as on the day before, to attack men who were fatigued after their march, were hurried in forming their line, and not completely marshalled. Nor the consul, because, in his new camp, no collection was yet made of wood or forage, to bring which from the adjacent country a great number of his men had gone forth from the camp. Still fortune, whose power prevails over all human schemes, brought about a battle. Nearer to the enemy's camp was a river, not very large, from which both parties supplied themselves with water. And that this might be done with safety, guards were stationed on each bank. On the Roman side were 2 cohorts, a Marrucinian and a Polignian, with 2 troops of Samnite horse, commanded by a lieutenant general, Marcus Sergius Silas. And in the front of the camp there was posted another guard, under Caius Cluvius, lieutenant general, composed of 3 cohorts, a Firmian, a Vestinian, and a Cremonian, besides 2 troops of horse, a Placentine and an Esernian. While there was quiet at the river, neither party making an attack. About the 9th hour, a horse, breaking loose from those who had the care of him, ran off towards the farther bank, and 3 Roman soldiers followed him through the water, which was about as high as their knees. At the same time 2 Thracians endeavored to bring the horse from the middle of the channel to their own bank, but one of these having been slain, and the horse having been recovered, they retired to their post. On the enemy's bank there was a body of 800 Thracians, of whom a few, at first enraged at their countrymen being killed before their eyes, crossed the river in pursuit of his slayers. In a little time some more, and at last all of them, and engaged with the guard which defended the bank on the Roman side. Some authors say, that by the command of Paulus, the horse was driven without a bridle to the enemy's side, and men sent to bring him back, in order that the enemy might first provoke the conflict. For when favorable auspices were not obtained by the first 20 victims, at length the haruspices declared, that the entrails of the 21st portended victory to the Romans, provided they acted only upon the defensive, without striking the first blow. However, whether by the design of the leader or by accident, the battle was certainly brought about from this commencement, and, in a short time, was so augmented by party after party on both sides flying to carry succor to their comrades, that the commanders were compelled to come down to a general decision of the contest. For Aemilius, on hearing the tumult, came forth from his tent, and when it seemed neither easy nor safe to recall or stop the impetuosity of those who were rushing to arms, he thought it best to avail himself of the ardor of the soldiers, and to turn an accident into an opportunity. He therefore led out his forces from the camp, and riding among their ranks exhorted them to enter upon the contest they had so greatly desired with corresponding ardor. At the same time Nausicaa, having been sent forward to reconnoitre what was the position of affairs amongst those who were engaged in the commencing conflict, announced that Perseus was approaching with his army in battle array. First marched the Thracians, men of fierce countenance and tall of stature, and protected on their left side by bucklers which shone with remarkable brightness. A black cloak covered both shoulders, and on their right they brandished from time to time a sword of enormous weight. Next to the Thracians stood the hired auxiliaries, their armor and costume differing according to their respective nations. And among these were some Paeonians. Next came a band of the Macedonians themselves, which they called the phalanx of the Leucospides. A few selected for their strength and valor were more conspicuous, shining in gilded armor and scarlet cloaks. This was the middle of the army. These were succeeded by those whom they called Chalcospides, from their brazen and glittering bucklers. This phalanx was placed next to the other on the right wing. Besides these two phalanxes, which constituted the chief strength of the Macedonian army, the targeteers, who were also Macedonians, and carried pikes like those of the phalanx, but in other respects more lightly armed, were distributed on the wings advanced, and projecting beyond the rest of the line. The plain was illuminated with the brightness of their arms, the neighboring hills echoed with their shouts, as they mutually cheered each other on. Such was the swiftness and boldness of all these forces as they came out to the fight, that those who were first slain fell at 250 paces from the Roman camp. Meanwhile Aemilius advanced, and when he saw not only the other Macedonians, but those who constituted the phalanx, some with their bucklers, and some with their targets removed from their shoulders, and with their pikes inclined in one direction receiving the attack of the Romans, admiring the firmness of the serried ranks, and the bristling rampart of outstretched pikes, he was smitten at once with astonishment and terror, as if he had never seen so fearful a spectacle, and was afterwards in the habit of frequently referring to it, and making this statement respecting himself. Carefully concealing however at the time the agitation of his troubled mind, he with serene countenance and careless aspect, and with his head and body undefended, drew up his line. The Pelignians were now fighting against the targeteers, who were ranged opposite to them, and when, after long and laborious efforts, they were unable to break through that compact array, Salius, who was commanding the Pelignians, seized a standard and threw it among the enemy. On this a prodigious conflict was excited, whilst on the one side the Pelignians strove with all their might to recover the standard, the Macedonians on the other to retain possession of it. The former strove either to cut through the long spears of the Macedonians, or to repel them with the bosses of their bucklers, or in some instances to turn them aside even with their naked hands, while the latter drove them firmly grasped with both hands with such force against the enemy, who rushed on with rash and heedless fury, that, penetrating shields and bucklers, they overthrew the men transfixed in like manner. The first ranks of the Pelignians having been thus defeated, those who stood behind them were also cut down, and the rest retreated towards the mountain which the inhabitants call Mount Olocris, though not yet in open flight. On this the grief of Aemilius burst forth, so that he even rent his robe with mortification, for in other places as well he saw that his men were hanging back and approaching with timidity that hedge of steel, as it were, with which the Macedonian line bristled in every part. But that skilful general observed that this conjunction of the foe was not everywhere close, but that here and there it opened with little interstices, either on account of the unevenness of the ground, or on account of the very length of its front, which was immensely extended, while those who attempted to occupy higher ground were necessarily, though unwillingly, separated from those who occupied lower positions, or those who were slower from those who were faster, and those who advanced from those who held back, and lastly, those who pressed upon the enemy from those who were repulsed. In order, therefore, entirely to break the ranks of the enemy, and to distribute the irresistible attack of the entire phalanx into a number of separate conflicts, he commanded his men, that wherever they should see the line of the enemy present openings, they should individually rush to those spots, and insinuating themselves like a wedge into such spaces, however narrow their extent, they should fight with impetuosity. This order having been issued and spread through the whole army, he led on in person one of the legions to the battle. 41. The troops were impressed by the high dignity of his office, the personal renown of the man, and, above all, by his age, for, though more than 60 years old, he discharged the duties of youth, taking on himself the principal share both of the labor and danger. His legion filled up the space between the targeteers and the phalanxes, and thus disunited the enemy's line. Behind him were the targeteers, and his front faced the shielded phalanx of Chalcospides. Lucius Albinus, a man of consular rank, was ordered to lead on the second legion against the phalanx of the Leucospides, which formed the center of the enemy's line. On the right wing, where the fight began, at the river, he brought forward the elephants, with the cohorts of allied cavalry, and from this quarter the retreat of the Macedonians first began. For as new contrivances generally make an important figure in the words of men, but on being put in practice ofttimes prove vain and ineffectual, so on that occasion the elephants in the line of battle were a mere name, without the least use. Their attack was followed by the Latin allies, who forced the enemy's left wing to give way. In the center, the second legion charged and dispersed the phalanx. Nor was there any more evident cause of the victory, than there being many distinct fights, which first disordered that body, when it wavered, and at last quite broke it. Its force, while it is compact and bristling with extended spears, is irresistible. But if, by attacking them separately, you force them to turn about their spears, which, on account of their length and weight, are unwieldy, they are mingled in a confused mass. And, if any disorder arises on the flank or rear, they fall into irretrievable disorder. Thus, now, they were obliged to oppose the Romans in small parties, and with their own line broken into numerous divisions. And the Romans, when any opening was made, worked themselves into their ranks. But had they advanced with their entire line, straight against the phalanx when in its regular order, just as happened to the Pelignians, who, in the beginning of the battle, incautiously engaged the targeteers, they would have impaled themselves on the spears, and would have been unable to withstand such a firm body. 42. But though a massacre was made of the infantry on all sides, except those who threw away their arms and fled, the cavalry quitted the field with scarcely any loss. The king himself was the first in flight. With the sacred squadrons of horse he took the road to Pella, and was quickly followed by Codes and the Odrysian cavalry. The other wings of the Macedonians, likewise, went off with full ranks, because, as the line of infantry stood in the way, the slaughter of them detained the conquerors, and made them careless of pursuing the cavalry. For a long time, the men of the phalanx were cut off, in front, on the flanks, and on the rear. At last, such as could avoid the enemy's hands, fled unarmed towards the sea. Some even ran into the water, and, stretching out their hands to those on board the fleet, humbly begged their lives. And when they saw boats coming from all the ships, supposing that they were coming to take them in rather than to slay them, advanced farther into the water, so that some of them even swam. But, when they were cut to pieces as enemies by the boats, such as were able regained the land by swimming back, where they met with a more dreadful death. For the elephants, which their riders had driven down to the shore, trod them under foot, and crushed them in pieces. It was generally acknowledged, that the Macedonians never lost so great a number of men in any battle with the Romans. For their killed amounted to 20,000, 6,000, who made their escape from the field to Pydna, fell alive into the hands of the Romans, and 5,000 were taken straggling through the country. Of the victorious army there fell not more than 100, the greater part of whom were Pelignians, but a much greater number were wounded. If the battle had been begun earlier, so that the conquerors might have had daylight enough for a pursuit, all their troops must have been utterly destroyed. As it happened, the approach of night both screened the fugitives, and made the Romans unwilling to follow them through an unknown country. 43. Perseus fled as far as the Pyrean wood, with a military appearance, being attended by a numerous body of horse, together with his royal retinue. But when he came into the thicket, where there were numerous paths in different directions, and when darkness came on, he turned out of the main path with a very few, in whom he placed the greatest confidence. The horsemen, abandoned by their leader, dispersed, in different directions, to their respective homes, some of whom made their way to Pella, quicker than Perseus himself, because they went by the straight and open road. The king was hindered by his fears and the many difficulties of the way, till near midnight. Perseus was met at the palace by Euctus, governor of Pella, and the royal pages. But of all his friends who had escaped from the battle by various chances, and had reached Pella, not one would come near him, though they were repeatedly sent for. Only 3 persons accompanied him in his flight: Evander a Cretan, Neo a Boeotian, and Archidamus an Aetolian. With these he continued his retreat, at the 4th watch, for he began to fear, lest those who had refused to obey his summons, might, presently, attempt something more audacious. He had an escort of about 500 Cretans. he took the road to Amphipolis. Leaving Pella in the night, and hastening to get over the river Axius before daylight, as he thought that it, from the difficulty of passing it, would put an end to the further pursuit of the Romans. 44. The consul, when he returned victorious to his camp, to mar his entire joy, was much distressed by concern for his younger son. This was Publius Scipio, who afterwards acquired the title of Africanus by the destruction of Carthage. He was, by birth, the son of the consul Paulus, and by adoption, the grandson of the elder Africanus. He was then only in the 17th year of his age, which circumstance heightened his father's anxiety. For, pursuing the enemy with eagerness, he had been carried away by the crowd to a distant part. But when he returned late in the evening, the consul, having received his son in safety, felt unmixed joy for the very important victory. When the news of the battle reached Amphipolis, the matrons ran together to the temple of Diana, whom they styled Tauropolos, to implore her aid. Diodorus, who was governor of the city, fearing lest the Thracians, of whom there were 2,000 in garrison, might, during the confusion, plunder the city, contrived to receive in the middle of the forum a letter through a person whom he had deceitfully suborned to personate a courier. The contents of it were, that the Romans had put in their fleet at Emathia, and were ravaging the territory round, and that the governors of Emathia besought him to send a reinforcement to oppose the ravagers. After reading this, he desired the Thracians to march to the relief of the coast of Emathia, telling them, as an encouragement, that the Romans being dispersed through the country, they might easily kill many of them, and gain a large booty. At the same time he threw discredit on the report of the defeat, alleging that, if it were true, many would have come thither direct from the retreat. Having, on this pretense, sent the Thracians out of the town, he no sooner saw them pass the river Strinion, than he shut the gates. 45. On the third day after the battle, Perseus arrived at Amphipolis, and sent thence to Paulus suppliant ambassadors, with the wand of peace. In the meantime, Hippias Medon, and Pantachus, the principal friends of the king, went themselves to the consul, and surrendered to the Romans the city of Beroia, to which they had fled after the battle. And several other cities, struck with fear, prepared to do the same. The consul dispatched to Rome, with letters and the news of his victory, his son Quintus Fabius, Lucius Lentulus, and Quintus Metellus. He gave to his infantry the spoils of the enemy who were slain, and to his cavalry the plunder of the circumjacent country, provided, however, that they did not stay out of the camp longer than 2 nights. He himself then removed nearer the sea towards Pydna. Beroia, Thessalonica, and Pella, and indeed almost every city in Macedonia, successively surrendered within 2 days. The inhabitants of Pydna, which was the nearest, had not yet sent any ambassadors. The confused multitude, made up of many different nations, with the numbers who had been driven into one place in their flight from the battle, embarrassed the counsels and unanimity of the inhabitants. The gates, too, were not only shut, but closed up with walls. Milo and Pantachus were sent to confer, under the wall, with Solon, who commanded in the place. By his means the crowd of military people were sent away, and the town was surrendered and given up to the soldiers to be plundered. Perseus, after making a single effort to procure the assistance of the Bisaltians, to whom he had sent ambassadors in vain, came forth into a general assembly, bringing with him his son Philip, in order to encourage the Amphipolitans themselves, and to raise the spirits of those horse and foot soldiers who had either constantly accompanied him, or had happened to fly to the same place. But, though he made several attempts to speak, he was always stopped by his tears, so that, finding himself unable to proceed, he told Evander, the Cretan, what he wished to have laid before the people, and came down from the tribunal. Although the multitude, on observing the aspect of the king, and his pitiable weeping, had themselves sighed and wept with him, yet they refused to listen to the discourse of Evander. And some, from the middle of the assembly, had the assurance to interrupt him, exclaiming, "Depart to some other place, that the few of us who are left alive may not be destroyed on your account." Their daring opposition stopped Evander's mouth. The king retired to his palace, and, causing his treasures to be put on board some barks which lay in the Strymon, went down himself to the river. The Thracians would not venture to trust themselves on board, but went off to their own homes, as did the rest of the soldiers. The Cretans only followed in hope of the money, but, as any distribution of it among them would probably raise more discontent than gratitude, 50 talents 340 were laid for them on the bank, to be scrambled for. After this scramble they went on board, yet in such hurry and disorder, that they sunk one of the barks, which was swamped by numbers in the mouth of the river. They arrived that day at Galepsus, and the next at Samothrace, to which they were bound. Thither it is said that as many as 2,000 talents 341 were conveyed. 46. Paulus sent officers to hold the government of the several cities which had surrendered. Lest, at a time when peace was but newly restored, the conquered might suffer any ill treatment. He detained with himself the ambassadors of Perseus. And, being uninformed of the flight of the king, detached Publius Nausicaa, with a small party of horse and foot, to Amphipolis, both that he might lay waste the country of Sintice, and be ready to obstruct every effort of the king. In the meantime, Melibea was taken and sacked by Gnaeus Octavius. At Aeginium, to which Gnaeus Anicius, a lieutenant general, had been dispatched, 200 men were lost by a sally made from the town. The Aeginians not being aware that the war was at an end. The consul, quitting Pydna, arrived with his whole army, on the second day, at Pella. And, pitching his camp at the distance of a mile from it, remained in that station for several days, reconnoitering on all sides the situation of the city, and he perceived that it was chosen to be the capital of the kingdom, not without good reason. It stands on a hill which faces the southwest, and is surrounded by morasses, formed by stagnant waters from the adjacent lakes, so deep as to be impassable either in winter or summer. In the part of the morass nearest to the city the citadel rises up like an island, being built on a mound of earth formed with immense labor, so as to be capable of supporting the wall, and secure against any injury from the water of the surrounding marsh. At a distance it seems to join the city rampart, but is divided from it by a river, and united by a bridge. So that if externally invaded it has no access from any part, and if the king chooses to confine any person within it, there is no way for an escape except by that bridge, which can be guarded with great ease. This was the depository of the royal treasure, but, at that time, there was nothing found there but the 300 talents which had been sent to King Gentius, and afterwards brought back. While they were stationed at Pella, audience was given to a great number of embassies, which came with congratulations, especially out of Thessaly. Then, receiving intelligence that Perseus had passed over to Samothrace, the consul departed from Pella, and after 4 days' march, arrived at Amphipolis. Here the whole multitude poured out of the town to meet him. A plain demonstration that the people considered themselves not as bereft of a good and just king, but as delivered from a haughty tyrant. Paulus having entered the city while engaged in religious services, and performing a solemn sacrifice, the altar was suddenly kindled by lightning. While all considered the event to signify that the offerings of the consul were most acceptable to the gods, since they were consecrated by fire from heaven. The consul, after a short delay at Amphipolis, proceeded at once in pursuit of Perseus, and also that he might carry his victorious arms round to all the nations which had been under his sway, made for the province of Odomantis, a region beyond the river Strymon, and encamped at Syri. Book XLV. Perseus was captured by Aemilius Paulus in Samothrace. When Antiochus, king of Syria, was besieging Ptolemy and Cleopatra, king and queen of Egypt, and ambassadors were sent to him by the Senate, to order him to desist from besieging a king in alliance with Rome. On his being informed of the mandates of the Senate, he answered, that he would consider what line of conduct he should adopt. Then Popilius, one of the ambassadors, described, with his wand, a circle around the king, and ordered him to give a decided answer before he passed it. By which decided conduct he compelled the king to desist from the war. The embassies of the nations and king, that came to congratulate the Romans, were admitted into the Senate house, with the exception of the embassy from the Rhodians, which was excluded because their feelings in that war were opposed to the Roman people. The next day, when the question was put that war should be proclaimed against them, the Rhodian ambassadors pleaded the cause of their country before the Senate. and were dismissed in a manner that rendered it uncertain whether they were looked on as enemies or allies. Macedon was reduced to the form of a Roman province. Aemilius Paulus triumphed, although his own soldiers opposed him, because they were dissatisfied with their share of the plunder, and Servius Sulpicius Galba spoke against him. Perseus and his 3 sons preceded his triumphal chariot. Still the joy of this triumph was not unmingled, for it was rendered remarkable by the death of his 2 sons, one of whom died before his father's triumph. The death of the other speedily followed. The ceremony of the conclusion of the census was performed by the censors. 312,805 citizens were enrolled. Prusias, king of Bithynia, came to Rome, to congratulate the Senate on the victory gained over Macedon, and committed his son Nicomedes to the charge of the Senate. Being full of servility, he called himself the freedman of the Roman people. 1. Although Quintus Fabius, Lucius Lentulus, and Quintus Metellus, who were sent with the news of the victory, made all possible haste to Rome, yet they found rejoicings for that event anticipated there. The 4th day after the battle with Perseus, while games were exhibiting in the circus, a faint rumor spread itself suddenly among the people through all the seats, that a battle had been fought in Macedon, and that the king was entirely defeated. The rumor gathered strength, until at last arose shouting and clapping of hands, as if certain tidings of victory were brought to them. The magistrates were surprised, and caused inquiry to be made for the originator of this sudden rejoicing. But as none was found, the joy of course vanished, since the matter was uncertain, yet the prestige of conquest still remained impressed on their minds. And when, on the arrival of Fabius, Lentulus, and Metellus, the fact was established by authentic information, they rejoiced on a twofold account, on that of the victory, and their happy presage of it. This exultation in the circus is related in another manner, with equal appearance of probability, that on the 15th day before the calends of October, being the 2nd day of the Roman games, as the consul Licinius was going down to give the signal for the race, a courier, who said he came from Macedon, delivered to him a letter decorated with laurel. As soon as he had started the chariots, he mounted his own, and as he rode back through the circus to the seats of the magistrates, showed to the people the embellished tablets, at the sight of which the multitude, regardless of the games, ran down at once into the middle of the area. The consul held a meeting of the Senate on the spot, and after reading the letter to them, by their direction told the people, before the seats of the magistrates, that his colleague, Lucius Aemilius, had fought a general engagement with Perseus, that the Macedonian army was beaten and put to flight, that the king had fled with few attendants, and that all the states of Macedon had submitted to the Romans. On hearing this, a universal shouting and clapping of hands arose among the commons. And most of them, leaving the games, hastened home to communicate the joyful tidings to their wives and children. This was the 13th day after the battle was fought in Macedon. 2. On the following day a meeting of the Senate was held in the council chamber, and a general supplication was voted, and likewise a decree of the Senate was passed, that the consul should disband all his troops, excepting the legionary soldiers and seamen, and that their disbandment should be taken into consideration as soon as the deputies from the consul Aemilius, who had sent forward the courier, should arrive in town. On the 6th day before the calends of October, about the 2nd hour, the deputies came into the city, and proceeded directly to the tribunal in the forum, drawing after them, wherever they went, an immense crowd, composed of those who went forth to meet and escort them. The Senate happened to be then in the council chamber, and the consul introduced the deputies to them. They were detained there no longer than to give an account, how very numerous the king's forces of horse and foot had been, how many thousands of them were killed, how many taken, with what small loss of men the Romans had made such havoc of the enemy, and with how small a retinue Perseus had fled. That it was supposed he would go to Samothrace, and that the fleet was ready to pursue him, so that he could not escape either by sea or land. They were then brought out into the assembly of the people, where they repeated the same particulars, and the general joy was renewed in such a degree, that no sooner had the consul published an order that all the places of worship should be opened, than every one proceeded, with as much speed as he could use, to return thanks to the gods, and the temples of the immortal gods, throughout the entire city, were filled with vast crowds. Not only of men, but of women. The Senate, being reassembled, ordered thanksgivings in all the temples, during 5 days, for the glorious successes obtained by the consul Lucius Aemilius, with sacrifices of the larger kinds of victims. They also voted that the ships, which lay in the Tiber fit for sea, and ready to sail for Macedon, in case the king had been able to maintain the contest, should be hauled up, and placed in the docks. And that the seamen belonging to them should be discharged, after receiving a year's pay. And, together with these, all who had taken the military oath to the consul. That all the soldiers in Corcyra and Brundusium, on the coast of the Hadriatic and in the territory of Larinum, for in all these places had troops been cantonied, in order that the consul Licinius might, if occasion required, take them over to reinforce his colleague, should be disbanded. The thanksgiving was fixed, by proclamation in the assembly, for the 5th day before the Ides of October, and the 5 days following. 3. 2 deputies, Caius Licinius Nerva and Publius Decius, arriving from Illyria, brought intelligence that the army of the Illyrians was defeated, their king, Gentius, taken prisoner and all Illyria reduced under the dominion of the Roman people. On account of these services, under the conduct and auspices of the praetor, Lucius Anicius, the Senate voted a supplication of 3 days' continuance, and it was accordingly appointed, by proclamation, to be performed on the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd days before the Ides of November. Some writers tell us that the Rhodian ambassadors, who had not yet been dismissed, were, when the news of the victory was received, called before the Senate in order to expose their absurd arrogance. On this occasion, Agesipolis, their principal, spoke to this effect, that they had been sent by the Rhodians to effect an accommodation between the Romans and Perseus. Because the war subsisting between them was injurious and burdensome to all Greece, and expensive and detrimental to the Romans themselves. But that fortune had acted very kindly, since, by terminating the war after another manner, it afforded them an opportunity of congratulating the Romans on a glorious victory. This was the discourse of the Rhodians. The Senate returned the following answer, that the Rhodians had sent that embassy, not through anxiety for the interests of Greece, or for the expenses of the Roman people, but merely from their wish to serve Perseus. For, if their concern had been such as they pretended, they should have sent ambassadors at the time when Perseus, leading an army into Thessaly, had continued, for 2 years, to besiege some of the cities of Greece, and to terrify others with denunciations of vengeance. All this time not the least mention of peace was made by the Rhodians. But when they heard that the Romans had passed the defile, and penetrated into Macedon, and that Perseus was held enclosed by them, then they sent an embassy, from no other motive whatever, but a wish to rescue Perseus from the impending danger. With this answer the ambassadors were dismissed. 4. About the same time Marcus Marcellus, coming home from Spain, where he had taken Marcolica, a city of note, brought into the treasury 10 pounds weight of gold, and a quantity of silver, amounting to 1,000,000 of sesterces. 342 While the consul, Paulus Aemilius, lay encamped at Syri, in Odomentis, as mentioned above, a letter from King Perseus was brought to him by 3 ambassadors of mean appearance, and it is reported that he, on looking at them, shed tears at the uncertainty of the lot of man. Because he who, a short time before, not content with the kingdom of Macedon, had invaded Dardania and Illyria, and had called out to his aid the whole Bastarnian nation, now banished from his kingdom after the loss of his army, was forced to take refuge in a little island, where, as a suppliant, he was protected by the sanctity of the place, not by any strength of his own. But when he read the address, King Perseus to the consul Paulus, greeting, the folly of a man, who seemed insensible to his condition, banished every feeling of compassion. Therefore, although there were, in the remaining part of the letter, entreaties ill-suited to royalty, yet the embassy was dismissed without an answer and without a letter. Perseus felt that he must, now that he was conquered, forego the name of king, and consequently sent another letter, inscribed simply with his name, in which he made a request, and obtained it too, that some persons should be sent to him, with whom he might confer on the state and condition of his affairs. 3 ambassadors were accordingly dispatched, Publius Lentulus, Aulus Postumius Albinus, and Aulus Antonius. But nothing was effected by this embassy, for Perseus clung with all the energy of despair to the regal title, while Paulus insisted on an absolute submission of himself, and everything belonging to him, to the honor and clemency of the Roman people. 5. Whilst these things are going on, the fleet of Gnaeus Octavius put in at Samothrace. When he also, by presenting immediate danger to Perseus's view, was endeavoring at one time by menaces, at another by hopes, to prevail on him to surrender. In this design he was greatly assisted by a circumstance which may have occurred either by accident or design. Lucius Attilius, a distinguished young man, observing that the people of Samothrace were met in a general assembly, requested permission of the magistrate to address a few words to them. Which being granted, he said, "People of Samothrace, our good hosts, is the account which we have heard true or false, that this island is sacred, and the entire soil holy and inviolable?" They all agreed in asserting the supposed sanctity of the place, whereupon he proceeded thus: "Why, then, has a murderer, stained with the blood of King Eumenes, presumed to profane it? And though, previous to every sacrifice, a proclamation forbids all who have not pure hands to assist at the sacred rites, will you, nevertheless, suffer your holy places to be polluted by an assassin who bears the mark of blood on his person?" The story of King Eumenes having been nearly murdered by Evander at Delphi, was now well known by report through all the cities of Greece. The Samothracians, therefore, besides the consideration of their being themselves, as well as the temple and the whole island, in the power of the Romans, were convinced that the censure thrown on them was not unjust, and therefore sent Theandas, their chief magistrate, whom they style king, to Perseus, to acquaint him, that Evander the Cretan was accused of murder. That they had a mode of trial established among them, by the practice of their ancestors, concerning such as were charged with bringing impure hands into the consecrated precincts of the temple. If Evander was confident that he was innocent of the capital charge made against him, let him come forth, and stand a trial. But, if he would not venture to undergo an inquiry, let him free the temple from profanation, and provide for his own safety. Perseus, calling Evander aside, advised him not on any account to stand a trial, because he was no match for his accusers, either in the merits of the cause, or in influence. He had secret apprehensions that Evander, on being condemned, would expose him, as the instigator of that abominable act. What then remained, he said, but to die bravely? Evander made, openly, no objection. But telling the king that he chose to die by poison rather than by the sword, took measures in secret for effecting his escape. When this was told the king, fearing lest he should direct the anger of the Samothracians against himself as accessory to the escape of a guilty person, he ordered Evander to be put to death. No sooner was this rash murder perpetrated, than the idea immediately struck his mind that he had now drawn on himself the whole of the guilt, which before had affected Evander only. That the latter had wounded Eumenes at Delphi, and he had slain Evander in Samothrace, and thus the two most venerable sanctuaries in the world had, through his means alone, been defiled with human blood. However, he avoided the imputation of this deed, by bribing Theandas to tell the people that Evander had laid violent hands on himself. 6. But by such an atrocious act, committed on his only remaining friend, on one whose fidelity he had experienced on so many trying occasions, and who, in return for not proving a traitor, was himself betrayed, he alienated the feelings of every one. All went over to the Romans as soon as they could, and consequently obliged him, now left almost alone, to adopt the design of flying. He applied to a Cretan, called Oroandes, to whom the coast of Thrace was well known, since he carried on traffic in that country, to take him on board his vessel, and convey him to Cotys. At one of the promontories of Samothrace, is the harbour of Demetrium, there the vessel lay. About sunset everything necessary for the voyage was carried thither, together with as much money as could be transported with secrecy. And at midnight, the king himself, with 3 persons, who were privy to his flight, going out through a back door into a garden near his chamber, and having, with much difficulty, climbed over the wall, went down to the shore. Oroandes had set sail, at the dusk of the evening, the very moment the money arrived, and was now steering for Crete. Perseus, after he could not find the ship in the harbor, wandered about for a long time on the coast, but at last, fearing the approach of day, and not daring to return to his lodging, he hid himself in a dark corner at one side of the temple. The royal pages was the name given among the Macedonians to a band of the children of the leading noblemen, who were selected to wait on the king. This band had accompanied Perseus in his flight, and did not even now desert him. Until a proclamation was made by the herald of Gnaeus Octavius, that, if the royal pages, and other Macedonians, then in Samothrace, would come over to the Romans, they should have impunity, liberty, and all their property. Both what they had in the island, and what they had left in Macedon. On this notice they all passed over to the Romans, and gave in their names to Caius Postumius, a military tribune. Ion of Thessalonica delivered up to Octavius the king's younger children also. Nor was any one now left with Perseus, except Philip, his eldest son. Then, after uttering many execrations against fortune, and the gods to whom the temple belonged, for not affording aid to a suppliant, he surrendered himself and his son to Octavius, who gave orders to put him on board the praetor's ship. The remainder of his money was put on board the same ship, and the fleet immediately returned to Amphipolis. Thence Octavius sent the king into the camp to the consul, having previously sent forward a letter to inform him that he was a prisoner, and on the road thither. 7. Paulus, considering this a second victory, as it really was, offered sacrifices on receiving the intelligence. Then, calling a council, and reading to them the praetor's letter, he sent Quintus Aelius Tubero to meet the king. The rest he desired to remain assembled in the praetorium. Never, on any other occasion, did so great a multitude gather about a spectacle. In the time of their fathers, King Syphax had been made prisoner, and brought into the Roman camp. But, besides that he could not be compared with Perseus, either in respect of his own reputation or that of his country, he was at the time merely a subordinate party in the Carthaginian war, as Gentius was in the Macedonian. Whereas Perseus was the principal in this war. And was not only highly conspicuous through his own personal renown, and that of his father, grandfather, and other relations in blood and extraction, but of these, two shone with unparalleled luster, Philip, and Alexander the Great, who made the empire of the Macedonians the first in the world. Perseus came into the camp, dressed in mourning, unattended by any of his countrymen, except his own son, who being a sharer in the calamity, made him more wretched. He could not advance on account of the number of persons that had collected to see him, until the lictors were sent by the consul, and they, after clearing the way, opened a passage to the praetorium. The consul arose to do him honor, but ordered the rest to keep their seats, and, advancing a little, held out his right hand to the king, on his entrance. And raised him up when he endeavored to throw himself at his feet, nor would he suffer him to embrace his knees, but led him into the tent, and desired him to sit on the side opposite to the officers assembled in council. 8. The first question asked Perseus was, by what injuries had he been compelled to enter into a war against the Roman people with such violent animosity, and to bring himself and his kingdom to the extremity of danger? While all expected his answer, fixing his eyes on the ground, he wept a long time in silence. The consul, again addressing him, said, If you had succeeded to the government in early youth, I should have wondered less at your not being sensible of the great importance of the friendship, or enmity, of the Roman people, but that was not the case, as you bore a part in the war which your father waged with us, and, afterwards, must have remembered the peace which we observed towards him with the strictest sincerity. What then was your design in preferring war to peace, with those, whose power in war, and whose good faith in peace, you had so fully experienced? Neither questions nor reproaches could draw an answer from him, on which the consul added, Howsoever these things may have occurred, whether through the frailty of mankind, or accident, or necessity, be of good spirits. The clemency of the Roman people, displayed in the distress of numerous kings and nations, affords you not only hope, but almost perfect confidence of safety. This he said in the Greek language to Perseus. And then, turning to his own people, he said, in the Latin tongue, you observe this striking instance of the instability of human affairs. To you, young men, principally, I address the observation. In the hour of prosperity, therefore, we ought to adopt against no man measures dictated by either pride or violence, nor confide implicitly in present advantages, since we know not what the evening may produce. He is really a man, whose spirit neither prosperity can elate by success, nor adversity break by misfortune. On the dismissal of the council, the charge of guarding the king is given to Quintus Aelius. Perseus was invited to dine that day with the consul, and every other honor, which could be shown him under existing circumstances, was paid to him. 9. The troops were immediately sent off to their winter cantonments. Amphipolis furnished the greater part with quarters, and the towns in that neighborhood received the rest. Thus ended the war between the Romans and Perseus, which had lasted, without intermission, for years. And thus ended a kingdom, long renowned through a great part of Europe, and throughout all Asia. From Carinus, who was their first king, they reckoned Perseus the 40th. Perseus came to the crown in the consulate of Quintus Fulvius and Lucius Manlius, received the title of king from the Senate in that of Marcus Junius and Aulus Manlius, and reigned 11 years. The Macedonians were little known by fame until the reign of Philip, son of Amyntas. Although the empire began to increase in his time, and through his agency, still it was confined within the limits of Europe, extending over all Greece with a part of Thrace, and Illyria. Afterwards the power of Macedon poured down like a deluge on Asia, and in the course of the 13 years of the reign of Alexander, reduced under its dominion that almost immense tract which had constituted the empire of the Persians. Hence it overspread the Arabias and India, as far as where the Red Sea forms the utmost boundary of the earth. At that time their empire and name were the first in the world. But on the death of Alexander, it was torn asunder into a number of kingdoms, whilst his successors, in the general scramble for power, dismembered it by their struggles. From the time of its highest elevation to this its final downfall, it stood 150 years. 10. When the news of the victory, obtained by the Romans, was carried into Asia, Antenor, who lay with a fleet of small vessels at Phani, sailed over to Cassandria. Caius Popilius, who stayed at Delos to protect the ships bound to Macedon, learning that the war there was at an end, and that the enemy's fleet had left its station, sent home the Athenian squadron, and proceeded on his voyage for Egypt. To finish the business of the embassy with which he was charged, in order that he might meet Antiochus before he should approach the walls of Alexandria. When the ambassadors, after sailing along the coast of Asia, arrived at Lorma, a port somewhat more than 20 miles from Rhodes, and just opposite to that city. Some of the principal Rhodians, for the news of the victory had by this time reached them too, met them, and requested them to sail over to their city. That it was of the utmost consequence to the character and safety of the Rhodian state that they should, in person, inform themselves of what had been done, and what was then passing at Rhodes. So as to carry to Rome intelligence, founded on their own knowledge, and not on vague reports. After refusing for a long time, they were at length prevailed on to submit to a short delay of their voyage, for the sake of the safety of an allied city. When they came to Rhodes, the same persons, by urgent entreaties, persuaded them to come into a general assembly. The arrival of the ambassadors rather heightened, than allayed, the fears of the public. For Popilius enumerated all the hostile expressions and actions, both of the community and of individuals, during the war, and, being naturally of an austere temper, he magnified the atrociousness of the matters which he mentioned. By the sternness of his countenance, and the harshness of his tone of voice. So that, as he had no cause of personal quarrel with their state, people judged from the severity of one Roman senator, what was the feeling of the whole Senate towards them. The speech of Caius Decimus was more moderate. For he said, that in most of the particulars mentioned by Popilius, the blame lay, not on the nation, but on a few incendiary ringleaders of the populace, who, employing their tongues for hire, procured the passing of several decrees, full of flattery towards the king, and had sent those embassies, at which the Rhodians should always feel not less shame than grief, all which proceedings, however, if the people were disposed to act properly, would fall on the heads of the guilty. He was heard with great satisfaction, not only because he extenuated the offences of the community, but because he threw the whole blame on the authors of their misconduct. When, therefore, their own magistrates spoke in answer to the Romans, the speech of those who endeavored to exculpate them, in some measure, from the charges advanced by Popilius, was not so pleasing to them as the advice of those who concurred with the opinion of Decimus, in the necessity of giving up the principal instigators to atone for their crime. A decree was therefore immediately passed, that all who should be convicted of having, in any instance, spoken or acted in favor of Perseus, against the Romans, should be condemned to die. Several of those concerned had left the city on the arrival of the Romans, others put an end to their own lives. The ambassadors stayed only 5 days at Rhodes, and then proceeded to Alexandria. Nor were the trials instituted, pursuant to the decree passed in their presence, carried on at Rhodes with less activity, and this perseverance of the Rhodians, in the execution of that business, was entirely owing to the mild behavior of Decimus. 11. Whilst these events were going on, Antiochus, after a fruitless attempt on the walls of Alexandria, had retired, and being now master of all the rest of Egypt, he left, at Memphis, the elder Ptolemy, whose restoration to the throne was the pretended object of his armament, though, in reality, he meant to attack him, as soon as he should have vanquished his competitors. And then he led back his army into Syria. Ptolemy, who was not ignorant of his intention, conceived hopes, that, while he held his younger brother under terror, and in dread of a siege, he might be received into Alexandria, provided his sister favored the design. And his brother's friends did not oppose it. Accordingly, he never ceased sending proposals to his sister first, and his brother and his friends afterwards, until he effected an accommodation with them. His suspicions of Antiochus were awakened by this circumstance, that, when he gave him possession of the rest of Egypt, he left a strong garrison in Pelusium, a plain proof that he kept that key of Egypt in his hands, in order that he might be able, whenever he pleased, to introduce an army again into the country. And he foresaw, that the final issue of a civil war with his brother must be, that the conqueror, thoroughly weakened by the contest, would be utterly unable to contend with Antiochus. In these prudent observations of the elder brother, the younger, and those about him, concurred, while their sister greatly promoted the negotiation, both by her advice and entreaties. Accordingly, peace being made with the approbation of all, the elder Ptolemy was received into Alexandria, without any opposition even from the populace, who, during the war, had been severely distressed by a general scarcity, not only in consequence of the siege, but from receiving no provisions from the rest of Egypt after the enemy had retired from the walls. Although it was reasonable to suppose that Antiochus would be rejoiced at these events, if he had really marched his army into Egypt for the purpose of reinstating Ptolemy on the throne. The plausible pretext which he had professed to all the states of Asia and Greece, in his answers to their embassies, and in the letters that he wrote, yet he was so highly offended, that he prepared to make war on the two brothers, with much greater acrimony and fury of resentment than he had shown against the one. He instantly sent his fleet to Cyprus, and, as soon as the spring appeared, he directed his route towards Egypt at the head of his army, and advanced into Coele Syria. Near Rhinocolura he was met by ambassadors from Ptolemy, who gave him thanks, because through his assistance he had recovered the throne of his fathers, and requested him to secure to him the enjoyment of the benefit, which he had himself conferred. And rather to signify what he wished to be done, than from an ally to become an enemy, and proceed by force of arms. To this he answered, that he would neither recall his fleet, nor stop the march of his army, on any other conditions than the cession of all Cyprus and the city of Pelusium, together with the lands adjoining the Pelusian mouth of the Nile. And he even named a particular day, on or before which he expected to receive an answer that these demands were complied with. 12. When the time fixed for the suspension of hostilities had elapsed, Antiochus ordered the commanders of his fleet to sail up the mouth of the Nile to Pelusium, while he himself entered Egypt, through the deserts of Arabia. He was amicably received by the people about Memphis, as he was, afterwards, by the rest of the Egyptians, some being led by inclination, others by fear, and he proceeded thus, by short marches, down to Alexandria. The Roman ambassadors met him after crossing the river at Eleusin, for miles from that city. On their approach he saluted them, and held out his right hand to Popilius. But Popilius put into his hand a written tablet, containing the decree of the Senate, and desired him first to peruse that. On perusing it, he said, that he, after calling his friends together, would consult on what was to be done. On which Popilius, with the usual asperity of his disposition, drew a line round the king, with a wand which he held in his hand, and said, "Before you go out of that circle, give me an answer to report to the Senate." Astonished at such a peremptory injunction, the king hesitated for some time, but at last replied, "I will do as the Senate directs." Popilius then thought proper to stretch out his right hand to him, as to a friend and ally. Antiochus having retired out of Egypt, on the day appointed, the ambassadors, after confirming by their influence the reconciliations between the brothers, as concord was far from being established among them, sailed to Cyprus, from which they sent home the ships of Antiochus, which had fought and defeated an Egyptian fleet. This embassy attracted a great share of respect from all nations, because it had manifestly rescued Egypt out of the hands of the Syrian, when he had it within his grasp, and restored to the race of Ptolemy the kingdom of their forefathers. While one of the consuls of this year distinguished his administration by a glorious victory, the reputation of the other was thrown into the shade, because he had no opportunity of displaying his talents. When, in the beginning of his administration, he had appointed his troops to assemble, he entered the consecrated place without due auspices, and the augurs, on the matter being laid before them, pronounced the appointment improper. Going into Gaul, he lay encamped near the long plains, at the foot of the mountains Sicymmina and Papyrus, and passed the winter in the same country with the troops of the Latin allies. The Roman legion stayed all the while in the city, because the day had been irregularly appointed for the meeting of the soldiers. The praetors went to their several provinces, except Caius Papirius Carbo, to whose lot Sardinia had fallen. The Senate having commanded him to administer justice, at Rome, between natives and foreigners, a duty to which he had been already named. 13. Popilius, with his colleagues in the embassy to Antiochus, returned to Rome, and gave information, that all disputes between the kings had terminated, and that the army had marched out of Egypt into Syria. Soon after, ambassadors arrived from the kings themselves. Those of Antiochus represented, that their king had considered a peace, which was agreeable to the Senate, as preferable to a victory, how complete soever, and had, accordingly, obeyed the order of the Roman ambassadors, as implicitly as if it had been a mandate of the gods. They then offered his congratulations on their victory, to which, they said, the king would have contributed with his utmost power, if any commands to that effect had been given him. The ambassadors of Ptolemy, in the joint names of that prince and Cleopatra, presented their thanks, acknowledging that they were more indebted to the Senate and people of Rome than to their own parents, more than to the immortal gods, since through their intervention they had been relieved from a most distressing siege, and had recovered the kingdom of their fathers, when it was almost entirely lost. The answer given by the Senate was that Antiochus had acted rightly and properly, in complying with the demand of their ambassadors, and that his conduct was pleasing to the Senate and people of Rome. To Ptolemy and Cleopatra, king and queen of Egypt, they answered, that the Senate rejoiced very much, that any benefit or advantage had accrued to the Egyptian monarchs, through their instrumentality, and would take care, that they should always have reason to consider, that the strongest bulwark of their kingdom lay in the protection of the Roman people. Caius Papirius, the praetor, was commissioned to send the usual presents to the ambassadors. A letter now arrived from Macedon, which doubled the public joy, as it brought information that King Perseus was in the hands of the consul. After the ambassadors were dismissed, a controversy between deputies from Pisa and others from Luna came on, the former, complaining that they were dispossessed of their lands by the Roman colonists, while the latter insisted that the lands in question had been marked out to them by the triumvirs. The Senate sent 5 commissioners to examine and fix the boundaries: Quintus Fabius Butio, Publius Cornelius Blasio, Tiberius Sempronius Musca, Lucius Naevius Bulbus, and Caius Apuleius Saturninus. A joint embassy from the 3 brothers, Eumenes, Attalus, and Athenius, came with congratulations on the victory. And Mascaba, son of King Massinissa, having landed at Puteoli, Lucius Manlius, the quaestor, was immediately dispatched with money to meet him, and conduct him to Rome at the public expense. An audience of the Senate was immediately given him on his arrival. This young prince spoke in such a manner that he made services, which were meritorious in themselves, still more gratifying. He recounted what numbers of foot and horse, how many elephants, and what quantities of corn his father had sent into Macedon in aid of the Romans during the last 4 years. But there were 2 things, he said, that made him blush. 1, the Senate having sent by their ambassadors a request, instead of an order, to furnish necessaries for their army, the other, their having sent money in payment for the corn. Massinissa well remembered that the kingdom which he held had been acquired, and increased, and multiplied by the Roman people. And contenting himself with the management of it, acknowledged the right and sovereignty to be vested in those who granted it to him. It was just, therefore, to take, and not to ask from him nor purchase, any of the produce of lands made over by themselves. Whatever remained, after supplying the Roman people, would be fully sufficient for Massinissa. That with these instructions he parted with his father. But he was afterwards overtaken by some horsemen, who announced to him the conquest of Macedon, with directions to congratulate the Senate, and acquaint them that his father felt so much joy at that circumstance, that he wished to come to Rome. And in the capital to offer thanks to Jupiter supremely good and great. He requested, therefore, that if it were not disagreeable, the Senate would give him permission to do so. 14. Mascaba was answered, that his father, Massinissa, acted as became a prince of a benevolent and grateful disposition. To such a degree that, by acknowledging the kindness of his friends, he added value and dignity to it. The Roman people had been assisted by him in the Carthaginian war with exertions at once faithful and brave. By the favor of the Roman people he had obtained his kingdom, and had afterwards, in the successive wars with the 3 kings, discharged with his usual readiness every duty. That it was not surprising, that a king who had so intimately blended his own interests, and those of his kingdom, with the interests of the Romans, should be delighted at the victory of the Roman people. That he should return thanks to the immortal gods for the victory of the Roman people, before the tutelary deities of his family, that his son could return thanks in his stead at Rome. As he had already said enough in the way of congratulation, both in his own name and in his father's. But that the Senate were of opinion, that his leaving his own kingdom, and going out of Africa, besides being inconvenient to himself, was detrimental to the Roman people. On Mascaba making a request that Hanno, son of Hamilcar, might be brought to Rome as a hostage in the place of some other, the Senate replied, that they could not reasonably require hostages from the Carthaginians, at the choice of any other person. The quaestor was ordered, by a vote of the Senate, to purchase presents for the young prince to the value of 100 pounds weight of silver, to accompany him to Puteoli, to defray all his expenses while he stayed in Italy. And to hire 2 ships to carry him and the retinue of the king to Africa. Clothes were given to every one of his attendants, both freemen and slaves. Soon after this a letter was brought concerning Massinissa's other son, Misogenes, stating that, after the conquest of Perseus, he was sent by Lucius Paulus, with his horsemen, to Africa. And that while he was on his voyage in the Adriatic Sea, his fleet was dispersed, and himself, in a bad state of health, driven into Brundusium with only 3 ships. Lucius Stertinius, the quaestor, was sent to him to Brundusium, with presents of the same kind as those given to his brother at Rome, and he was ordered to provide lodgings for the prince and his retinue. And everything necessary for his health and convenience. And that the expenses of himself and his entire retinue should be paid liberally, that he should look out for ships by which the prince might pass over into Africa with ease and safety. The quaestor was ordered to give to each of the horsemen a pound of silver, and 500 sesterces. The assemblies, for the election of consuls for the ensuing year, were held by Caius Licinius the consul. Quintus Aelius Paetus, Marcus Junius Pennus, were appointed consuls. Then Quintus Cassius Longinus, Manius Juventius Thalna, Tiberius Claudius Nero, Aulus Manlius Torquatus, Gnaeus Fulvius Gillo, C. Licinius Nerva, were made praetors. In the same year the censors, Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus and Caius Claudius Pulcher, at length united in passing a decree on a matter, which had been for a long time discussed among themselves in different disputes. Gracchus, when the freedmen, after being repeatedly confined within the 4 city tribes, had once more spread themselves through them all, wished to pluck up by the root the evil which was always sending fresh shoots, and to exclude from enrollment all who had ever been slaves. Claudius struggled energetically against him, and made frequent references to the institutions of their ancestors, who had often tried to restrain the freedmen, but never to totally exclude them from the rights of citizens. He said that some relaxation of the former strictness had been conceded even by the censors, Caius Flaminius and Lucius Aemilius. And indeed, although even at that time those dregs of the people had spread themselves through all the tribes, and it appeared requisite to reduce them again within what might be considered their original settlement, still at the time some important concessions were made to several of that rank. 15. For by those censors the freedmen were enrolled in the 4 city tribes, excepting such as had a son more than 5 years old, who was their own offspring. All these the censors ordered to be surveyed in the tribe wherein they had been surveyed within the last 5 years. And such as had a farm or farms, in the country, exceeding in value 30,000 sesterces, 343 were allowed the privilege of being included in the country tribes. Though this reservation was made in their favor, yet Claudius still insisted, that a censor could not, without an order of the people, take away from any man, and much less from a whole class of men, the right of suffrage. For though he can remove a man from his tribe, which is nothing more than ordering him to change it, yet he cannot, therefore, remove him out of all the 35 tribes, which would be to strip him of the rights of a citizen, and of liberty. Not to fix where he should be surveyed, but to exclude him from the survey. These points were discussed by the censors, who at last came to this compromise, that out of the 4 city tribes, they should openly, in the court of the Temple of Liberty, select one by lot, in which they should include all those who had ever been in servitude. The lot fell on the Esquiline tribe, on which Tiberius Gracchus published an order, that all sons of freedmen should be surveyed in that tribe. This proceeding gained the censors great honor with the Senate, who gave thanks to Sempronius for his perseverance in so good a design, and also to Claudius for not obstructing it. Greater numbers were expelled from the Senate, and ordered to sell their horses, by them than by their predecessors. They both concurred in removing from their tribes and disfranchising the same persons, in every instance. Nor did one of them remove any mark of disgrace inflicted by the other. They petitioned that, according to custom, the year and half's time allowed for enforcing the repairs of buildings, and for approving the execution of works contracted for, should be prolonged. But Gnaeus Tremellius, a tribune, protested against it, because he had not been chosen into the Senate. This year Caius Caesareus dedicated a temple to Juno Manita on the Alban Mount, 5 years after he had vowed it. And Lucius Postumius Albinus was inaugurated Flamen of Mars. 16. The consuls, Quintius Aelius and Marcus Junius, having proposed the business of distributing the provinces, the Senate decreed that Spain, which during the Macedonian War had been but one province, should be again formed into 2. And that the present governors, Lucius Paulus and Lucius Anicius, should continue in the government of Macedonia and Illyria, until, with the concurrence of commissioners, they should adjust the affairs of those countries disordered by the war, and reduce them to a form of government different from the regal. The provinces assigned to the consuls were Pisae and Gaul, with 2 legions to each, containing separately 5,200 foot and 400 horse. The lots of the praetors were as follows: the city jurisdiction fell to Quintus Cassius. The foreign, to Manius Juventius Thalna, Sicily, to Tiberius Claudius Nero, hither Spain, to Gnaeus Fulvius, and to Caius Licinius Nerva, farther Spain. Sardinia had fallen to Aulus Manlius Torquatus, but he could not proceed thither, being detained by a decree of the Senate, to preside at trials of capital offences. The Senate was then consulted concerning prodigies which were reported. The temple of the tutelar deities, on the Velian hill, had been struck by lightning, and 2 gates, and a large part of the wall, in the town of Minervium. At Anagnia, a shower of earth had fallen, and, at Lanuvium, a blazing torch was seen in the sky. Marcus Valerius, a Roman citizen, reported, that at Calatia, on the public lands, blood had flowed from his hearth, during 3 days and 2 nights. On account of this last occurrence in particular, the Decemvirs were directed to consult the books, on which they ordered a general supplication for 1 day, and sacrificed in the forum 50 goats. On account of the other prodigies, there was a supplication for another day, with sacrifices of the larger victims, and the city was purified. Then, with reference to the gratitude due to the immortal gods, the Senate decreed, that, forasmuch as their enemies were subdued, and the kings Perseus and Gentius, with Macedon and Illyria, were in the power of the Roman people, whatever offerings were made in all the temples by Appius Claudius and Marcus Sempronius, the consuls, on occasion of the conquest of King Antiochus, offerings of the same value should then be made, and that Quintus Cassius and Manius Juventius, the praetors, should superintend them. 17. They then constituted commissioners, by whose advice the generals, Lucius Paulus and Lucius Anicius, were to regulate the affairs of their provinces, 10 for Macedon, and 5 for Illyria. Those nominated for Macedon were, Aulus Postumius Luscus, Caius Claudius, both of whom had been censors, Caius Licinius Crassus, the colleague of Paulus in the consulship. He then held the province of Gaul, as he had the command continued to him. To these, who were of consular rank, the Senate added Gnaeus Domitius Enobarbus, Servius Cornelius Sulla, Lucius Junius, Caius Antistius Labio, Titus Numisius Tarquiniensis, and Aulus Terentius Varro. The following were nominated for Illyria: Publius Aelius Ligus, a man of consular rank, Caius Caesareus, Gnaeus Bebius Tamphilus, he had been praetor the last year, as had Caesareus many years before, Publius Terentius Tacivicanus, and Publius Manilius. The consuls were then advised by the Senate, that, as one of them must go into Gaul, in the room of Caius Licinius, who was appointed a commissioner, they should, as soon as possible, either settle their provinces between themselves, or cast lots, as might be agreeable to them. They chose to cast lots, when Pice fell to Marcus Junius, who was ordered to introduce to the Senate the embassies that came to Rome from all quarters, with congratulations before he went to his province, and Gaul to Quintus Aelius. 18. But although men of such characters were sent on the commission, that confident hopes might be entertained that the generals, influenced by their counsel, would determine on nothing derogatory either to the clemency or dignity of the Roman people, yet the heads of a plan of settlement were considered in the Senate, that the said commissioners might carry, from Rome to the generals, an outline of the entire plan. First, it was determined, that the Macedonians and Illyrians should be free. In order to demonstrate to all the world that the arms of the Roman people did not bring slavery to the free, but freedom to slaves, and that the nations which already enjoyed freedom should be convinced that it would be safe and permanent under the protection of the Roman people, and that such nations as lived under regal government should be convinced that their princes, under awe of the Roman people, would be, at present, more just and mild, and that, should war break out at any time between their kings and the Roman people, the issue would bring victory to the latter, and liberty to themselves. It was also provided, that the farming both of the Macedonian mines, which produced a very large profit, and that of crown lands, should be abolished, as business of this kind could not be managed without the intervention of revenue farmers. And wherever a tax contractor was employed, either the rights of the people were a nonentity, or the freedom of the allies destroyed. Nor could the Macedonians themselves conduct such affairs. For while they afforded the managers opportunities of acquiring plunder for themselves, there never would be wanting causes of disputes and seditions. It was further determined, that there should be a general council of the nation, lest the perverseness of the populace might, some time or other, convert into pestilent licentiousness the liberty granted by the Senate with a wholesome degree of moderation, but that Macedonia should be divided into 4 districts, each of which should have a council of its own, and that they should pay to the Roman people half the tribute which they used formerly to pay to their kings. Similar instructions were given respecting Illyria. Other particulars were left to the generals and commissioners. whose investigation of matters on the spot would enable them to form more accurate plans. 19. Among the many embassies from kings, nations, and states, Attalus, the brother of Eumenes, attracted the general attention in a very particular manner. For he was received by those who had served along with him in the late war, with even greater demonstration of kindness than if Eumenes had come in person. 2 reasons, both, apparently, highly honorable, had induced him to come. 1 to offer congratulations, which were quite proper, in the case of a victory to which he himself had contributed, the other to complain of disturbances raised by the Gauls, and of a defeat received, by which his brother's kingdom was endangered. But he had, also, secret hopes of honors and rewards from the Senate, which he could scarcely receive without infringing on his duty to his brother. There were among the Romans some evil advisers, who were working on his ambition by promises. They told him, that the general opinion concerning Attalus and Eumenes was, that one was a steady friend to the Romans, and that the other was not a faithful ally either to them or to Perseus. That it was not easy to determine whether the requests that he might make for himself, or those against his brother, were more likely to be obtained from the Senate. So entirely were all disposed to gratify the one, and to grant nothing to the other. As the event proved, Attalus was one of those who would have coveted all that hope can promise to itself, had not the prudent admonitions of one friend put a curb on those passions, which were growing wanton through prosperity. He had, in his retinue, a physician, called Stratius sent to Rome by Eumenes, who distrusted Attalus, for the purpose of watching over his conduct, and giving him faithful advice, if he should perceive him swerve from his allegiance. This man, although he had to address ears already prepossessed, and a mind already biased, yet, by addressing him at judiciously selected times, restored the thing to its proper state, even after it had become almost desperate. He said that different kingdoms grew into power by different means, that their kingdom being lately formed, and unsupported by any long-established strength, was upheld solely by the concord of the brothers. For, while one bore the title and the ornament which distinguishes the head of a sovereign, each of the brothers was considered as a king. As to Attalus, in particular, being the next in years, was there any man who did not consider him as king? And that, not only because they perceived his present power to be great, but because there was not a doubt but he must ascend the throne, in a very short time, in consequence of the age and infirmity of Eumenes, who had no legitimate issue, for he had not at this time acknowledged the son who afterwards reigned. To what purpose, then, employ violence, to attain what must come to him presently without any exertions on his part? Besides, a new storm had fallen on the kingdom, from the insurrection of the Gauls, which could scarcely be resisted by the most perfect harmony in union of the brothers. But if to a foreign war domestic dissensions were added, the evil could not be checked, nor would he effect anything else than preventing his brother from dying on the throne, and depriving himself of the hope of ascending it. If both modes of acting were honorable, either to preserve the kingdom for his brother, or to take it from him, yet the honor that would result to him from the preservation of the kingdom, since it was united to brotherly love, would be the greater. The latter indeed, would be detestable, and bordering nearly on parricide. What room, then, could there be for deliberation? For, whether did he mean to demand a share of the kingdom, or to seize the whole? If he would demand a share, then both, by the separation of their strength, would be rendered feeble, and exposed to injuries of every kind. If the whole, would he then require his elder brother, reduced to a private station, at his time of life and laboring under such bodily infirmities, to live in exile, and die in such a wretched state? For, not to mention the catastrophes of undutiful brothers recorded in stories, the fate of Perseus seemed a striking instance, who, prostrated at the feet of a victorious enemy, laid down, in the temple of the Samothracians, before the gods, who, as it were, demanded satisfaction for his crimes, the crown which he had seized after the death of his brother. Those very men, he continued, who not through friendship for him, but enmity to Eumenes, had instigated him to the adoption of such measures, would praise his affection and firmness, if he preserved to the last his allegiance to his brother. 20. These arguments prevailed in the mind of Attalus. Therefore, on being introduced to the Senate, he congratulated them on their success, and made mention of his own services during the war, and those of his brother, whatever he had performed. Of the defection of the Gauls, which had lately happened, and which had caused violent commotions, and he entreated that they should send ambassadors to those people, by whose authority they should be summoned to desist. After delivering these messages respecting the general interest of the state, he requested a grant of Aenus and Maronia to himself. Having thus disappointed the hopes of those who expected that he, after arraigning his brother's conduct, would solicit a partition of the kingdom, he retired from the Senate house. Seldom on other occasions was either a king or private person heard with such a degree of favor and approbation by all. During his stay he received presents and honors of every description, and they treated him similarly at his departure. Of the many embassies which came from Greece and Asia, that of the Rhodians engaged the greatest share of the public attention. At first they appeared in white, the color which was most becoming to persons congratulating others, for had they worn mourning, they might seem to be lamenting the misfortunes of Perseus. Afterwards the Senate being consulted by the consul, Marcus Junius, the ambassadors standing in the comitium, whether they should grant them lodgings, entertainments. And in audience of the Senate they voted that no duty of hospitality was due to them. When the consul came out of the Senate house, after the Rhodians had told him that they were come to congratulate the Romans on their late success, and to clear their state of the charges made against it, and requested an audience of the Senate, he returned this answer, that it was the custom of the Romans both to grant audience in their Senate, and to perform other acts of kindness and hospitality to their friends and allies. But that the Rhodians had not deserved in that war to be ranked in the number of friends or allies. On hearing this, they all prostrated themselves on the ground, beseeching the consul and all present not to think it right that new and false imputations should operate more powerfully to their prejudice, than their long course of services, which they had themselves witnessed. They immediately assumed a mourning dress, and going round to the houses of the principal men, supplicated with prayers and tears that their cause might be heard before they were condemned. 21. Marcus Juventius Thalna, the praetor who had the jurisdiction between natives and foreigners, stimulated the public resentment against the Rhodians, and promulgated a bill, that war should be declared against the Rhodians, and that the people should choose one of the magistrates of the present year, who should be sent with a fleet to carry on that war, with the hope that he himself should be the person chosen. Two of the plebeian tribunes, Marcus Antonius and Marcus Pomponius, opposed this proceeding. But the praetor, on his part, commenced the business in an unprecedented and pernicious manner. For without first consulting the Senate, and without acquainting the consuls, of his own sole judgment he proposed to the people the question, was it their will and order that war should be declared against the Rhodians? Whereas, ever until then, the Senate was first consulted concerning the war, and then the business was laid before the people. On the other side, the plebeian tribunes opposed this proceeding. Although it was a received rule that no tribune should protest against a proposal, until opportunity was given to private citizens to argue for and against it. In consequence of which it had often happened that some, who had avowed no intention of protesting, having discovered defects in the law from the discourses of those who opposed it, on that account did protest. And some who came avowedly to protest, abstained from it, being convinced by the arguments of those who spoke in favor of the law. On this occasion the praetor and tribunes vied with each other in doing everything out of time. While the tribunes blamed the hasty proceeding of the praetor, they imitated the example by protesting before their time. The only pretense they alleged for it was, the necessity for adjourning the entire deliberation concerning the Rhodians until the return of the general and the 10 commissioners from Macedon, who, after most carefully weighing the matter according to the communications received in their letters and tablets, were likely to give certain information relative to the feelings which each state had borne towards Perseus or the Romans. But when the praetor, nevertheless, persisted in his determination, the matter came to this, that Antonius, the tribune of the commons, after bringing the ambassadors before the people, dragged down from the rostrum Thalna, who was attempting to ascend it contrary to his wishes, and was beginning to address the people, and gave the Rhodians an opportunity of speaking before the General Assembly. But although the violent and impetuous attempt of the praetor had been defeated by corresponding firmness on the part of the tribune, still anxiety did not as yet leave the minds of the Rhodians, for the senators bore them a most unfriendly feeling. So that the Rhodians were relieved from the impending evil for the present, rather than completely rescued from it. Therefore, when a meeting of the Senate was granted to them, after requesting it for a long time and frequently, on their introduction by the consul they lay at first for a long time with their persons prostrated on the ground. Afterwards, when the consul raised them up and ordered them to speak, Ascanius, whose appearance was most calculated to excite pity, spoke to the following effect: Conscript fathers, this grief and degradation of allies, who enjoyed your friendship a short time ago, cannot fail to be pitied even by those who are irritated against us. And how much more justly will compassion enter your minds, if you will but consider the hard conditions under which we this day, in your presence, plead the cause of our state, already almost condemned. Others are accused prior to their condemnation, nor do they suffer punishment until their guilt is ascertained. 22. Whether we Rhodians have transgressed, or not is yet doubtful, meanwhile we suffer punishments and disgraces of all sorts. In former times, when we visited Rome, after the conquest of Carthage, after the defeat of Philip, and after that of Antiochus, we were escorted from a mansion furnished us by the public, into the Senate house, to present our congratulations to you, conscript fathers, and, from the Senate house to the Capitol, carrying offerings to your gods. But now, from a vile and filthy inn, scarcely gaining a reception for our money, treated as enemies, and forbid to lodge within the city, we come in this squalid dress to the Roman Senate house, we, Rhodians, on whom a short time ago you bestowed the provinces of Lycia and Corea, on whom you conferred the most ample rewards and honors. You order even the Macedonians and Illyrians, as we hear, to be free, though they were in servitude before they waged war with you, nor do we envy the good fortune of any. On the contrary, we acknowledge therein the usual clemency of the Roman people. But will you convert, from allies into enemies, the Rhodians, who were guilty of nothing more than remaining neutral during the war? You are in truth the same Romans, who boast that your wars are successful because they are just, who glory not so much in the issue of them, in that you conquer, as in the commencement of them, because you do not undertake them without a just cause. The attack on Messana, in Sicily, made the Carthaginians your enemies. The siege of Athens, an attempt to reduce Greece to slavery, together with the assistance of men and money given to Hannibal, led to hostilities with Philip. Antiochus, on the invitation of the Aetolians, your enemies, came over in person with a fleet from Asia to Greece, and by seizing Demetrius, Chalcis, and the pass of Thermopylae, endeavored to dispossess you of empire. The motives to your war with Perseus were his attacks on your allies, and his putting to death the princes and leading members of certain states. But, if we are doomed to ruin, to what motive will our misfortune be ascribed? I do not yet separate the cause of the state from that of our countrymen, Polyaratus and Dino, with others, whom we have brought hither in order to deliver them into your hands. But supposing every one of us were equally guilty, I ask what was our crime with respect to the late war? We favored the interest of Perseus. And we have supported that prince against you in like manner as, in the wars of Antiochus and Philip, we supported you against those kings. Now, in what manner we are accustomed to assist our allies, and with what vigor to conduct wars, ask Titus Livius and Lucius Aemilius Regillus, who commanded your fleets on the coasts of Asia. Your ships never fought a battle without us. We, with our own fleet, fought one engagement at Samos and a second on the coast of Pamphylia, against that distinguished commander, Hannibal. The victory, which we gained in the latter, was the more glorious to us because, although we lost a great part of our navy in the flower of our youth in the unsuccessful action at Samos, we were not deterred from venturing again to give battle to the king's fleet on its return from Syria. These matters I have mentioned not out of ostentation, that would ill become our present situation, but to remind you in what way the Rhodians assist their allies. 23. When Philip and Antiochus were subdued, we received from you very ample rewards. If the fortune of Perseus were such as yours now is by the favor of the gods and your own courage, and we were to go into Macedon, to the victorious king, to demand rewards from him, what merit should we have to plead? Is it that he was aided by us with money or corn, with land or sea forces? Had we defended his garrison? Where had we, either under his generals or by ourselves? If he should inquire where were our soldiers or ships acting in concert with his, what answer could we give? Perhaps we might be pleading our cause before him, if successful, as we are now, before you. All that we have gained by sending ambassadors to both, to mediate a peace, is, that we received no thanks from either party, and incurred from one of them accusations and danger. Perseus, indeed, might justly object to us what you cannot, conscript fathers, that at the commencement of the war we sent ambassadors to Rome, promising supplies of all sorts requisite for the war, and engaging to be ready, as in former wars, with our docks, our arms, and our men. It was your fault that we did not perform this, since you, whatever was the reason, rejected our assistance on that occasion. We have, therefore, neither acted in any instance as enemies, nor been deficient in the duty of well-affected allies. But we were prevented by you from performing it. What then shall we say? Rhodians, has there been nothing said or done in your country which you disapprove of, and at which the Roman people would be justly offended? Henceforth I do not mean to defend what has been done, I am not so weak, but to distinguish the cause of the public from the guilt of private men. For there is no nation whatever that has not, generally, some ill-disposed members, and always an ignorant populace. I have heard, that even among the Romans there have been men who worked themselves into power by courting the multitude. That the plebeians sometimes seceded from you, and that the government was not always in your hands. If it were possible for this to happen in a state so well constituted, who can wonder at there being some among us, who, out of a wish to gain the king's friendship, led our commons astray by bad advice? Yet they effected nothing more than our remaining inactive, without infringing on our duty. I shall not pass by that, which has been made the heaviest charge against our state during the war. We sent ambassadors at the same time to you and Perseus, to mediate a peace, and that unfortunate design was, by a furious orator, as we afterwards heard, rendered foolish to the last degree. For it is ascertained that he spoke in such a manner as Caius Popilius, the Roman ambassador, should have spoken, when you sent him to the two kings, Antiochus and Ptolemy, to induce them to cease from hostilities. But still, whether this conduct is to be called arrogance or folly, it was the same towards Perseus as towards you. States, as well as individuals, have their different characters, some are violent, others daring, others timid. Some addicted to wine, others more particularly to women. Fame says that the Athenian nation was quick and bold, beyond its strength, in beginning an enterprise. And that the Lacedaemonian was dilatory and backward in entering upon business, even when confident of success. I cannot deny that Asia, throughout its whole extent, produces men too much inclined to vanity, and that the speech of even the Rhodians is too much tinctured with vainglory, because we seem to have the preeminence above the neighboring states. And that, too, owing not so much to our strength as to the marks of honor and esteem conferred on us by you. That embassy received on the spot sufficient reproof for its immediate misconduct, when it was dismissed with so severe an answer. But, if the disgrace which we then suffered was too trifling, surely the present mournful and suppliant embassy would be a sufficient expiation for an embassy even more insolent than that was. Irritable men hate arrogance. Men of sense despise it, particularly if shown in words, more especially, if it be shown by an inferior towards a superior, but no one has ever yet thought it deserving of capital punishment. There was, in truth, danger lest the Rhodians should contemn the Romans. Some men have spoken, even of the gods, in terms too presumptuous, yet we have never heard of any one being struck with thunder on that account. 24. What charge then remains, of which we are to acquit ourselves, since there has been no hostile act on our part, and the insolent language of an ambassador, though grating to the ear, has not deserved the ruin of a state? Conscript fathers, I hear that the estimate of the penalty for our secret wishes has become the subject of your conversation. Some assert that we favored the king, and therefore that we should be punished with war. Others, that we did indeed wish him success, but ought not, on that account, to suffer the penalty of war, since it has not been so instituted either by the practice or laws of any state, that if any one should wish an enemy to perish, he should be condemned, provided that he did nothing towards effecting his wishes. We feel, indeed, grateful to those who absolve us from the punishment, though not from the crime. But we lay down this law for ourselves: if we all entertain the wishes of which we are accused, we will then make no distinction between the will and the deed, let us all be punished. If some of our people in power favored you, and others the king, I do not demand, that for the sake of us who were on your side, the favors of the king may be saved, but I deprecate our perishing through them. You are not more inveterate against them than is our state itself, and most of them, when they ascertained this, fled, or put themselves to death. The others have been condemned by us, and they will soon be in your power, conscript fathers. The rest of us Rhodians, as we have merited no thanks during the war, so neither have we deserved punishment. Let the accumulation of our former services atone for our present dereliction of duty. You have recently waged war with 3 kings, let not the circumstance of our having been inactive in one of these wars, be more injurious to us than our having fought on your side in the other 2 has served us. Consider Philip, Antiochus, and Perseus, as you would 3 votes, 2 of them acquit us, 1, although it would be unfavorable, is nevertheless doubtful. If they were to sit in judgment over us, we would be condemned. Conscript fathers, you are to decide, whether Rhodes is to continue on the earth or to be utterly destroyed. You are not deliberating concerning war, conscript fathers, for though it is in your power to declare war, it is not in your power to wage it, as not a single Rhodian will take up arms against you. If you persist in your anger, we will beg time from you, until we carry home an account of this unhappy embassy. We will then, every free person of all the Rhodians, both men and women, with all our wealth, embark in ships, and leaving the seats of our tutelar deities, both public and private, repair to Rome, where, heaping together in the Comitium, at the door of your Senate house, all our gold and silver, all the public and private property that we possess, we will submit our persons, and those of our wives and children, to your disposal. That, whatever we are to suffer, we may suffer here. Let our city be sacked and burned far away from our view. The Romans may pass a judgment, that the Rhodians are enemies, but we have also a right, in some degree, to judge ourselves. And we never will judge ourselves your enemies, nor do one hostile act, should we even suffer extreme calamities. 25. After so mournful a speech, they all prostrated themselves again, and as supplicants, held out olive branches. But at length they were raised, and withdrew from the Senate house. They then began to ask the opinions of the senators. The most inveterate against the Rhodians were those, who as consuls, praetors, or lieutenant generals, had been engaged in the war with Macedon. Marcus Porcius Cato was the principal supporter of their cause, who, though naturally austere, acted his part as a senator, on this occasion, with much mildness and lenity. I will not introduce here a specimen of his copious eloquence, by relating what he said. His speech is extant, and is comprised in the 5th book of his Antiquities. The answer given to the Rhodians was, that they should neither be declared enemies, nor any longer remain in alliance with Rome. At the head of this embassy were Philocrates and Astimedes. They determined that half their number, with Philocrates, should carry home to Rhodes an account of their proceedings, and that the other half, with Astimedes, should remain at Rome, that they might be acquainted with what passed, and inform their countrymen. For the present, they were commanded to remove their governors out of Lycia and Curia, before a certain day. This intelligence was announced at Rhodes, and although it was galling in itself, yet as the Rhodians were relieved from the dread of a greater evil, for they had feared a war, the announcement created joy. They therefore immediately voted a present, amounting in value to 20,000 pieces of gold, and deputed Theaetetus, the commander of their fleet, on that embassy. They wished to procure an alliance with the Romans, but, in such a manner, as that no order of the people should pass concerning it, nor anything be committed to writing, for in either of these cases, if they failed in succeeding, there would be greater disgrace in the refusal. The admiral of the fleet was empowered, singly, to negotiate that business, if he could effect it without any law being brought forward at Rome on the subject. For, during a considerable length of time, they had maintained a friendship with the Romans, in such a manner as not to bind themselves by a treaty of alliance. For no other reason than that they might neither preclude the kings from all hope of their assistance, if any of them should need it, nor themselves from a participation of the advantages which might accrue from the good fortune and liberality of the said kings. At this time, however, an alliance seemed particularly desirable, not to render them more secure from others, for excepting the Romans, they feared none, but to make them less suspected by the Romans themselves. About this time, the Caunians revolted from them, and the Milesians seized on the towns of the Euromentions. The spirit of their community was not so totally broken as to hinder their perceiving, that, if Lycia and Curia were taken from them by the Romans, their other provinces would either assert their own freedom by a revolt, or be seized on by their neighbors, and that they themselves would then be shut up in a small island, within the shores of a barren country, which could by no means maintain the numerous people in so large a city. They therefore sent out with all speed a body of troops, and reduced the Caunians to obedience, though they had received succors from Cibra, and afterwards defeated in a battle at Orthosia the Melasians and Alabandians, who, having seized the province of Euroma, had marched against them with their allied forces. 26. Whilst these events are occurring in Rhodes, different matters are going on in Macedon and Rome. In the meantime, in Illyria, Lucius Anicius, having reduced King Gentius under his power, as before mentioned, placed Gabinius over a garrison that he posted in Scadra, which had been the capital of the kingdom, and appointed Caius Licinius commander in Rhizon and Alcinium, which were towns very conveniently situated. Leaving these two in charge of Illyria, he marched with the rest of his forces into Epirus. Here, Phonoda was the first place which submitted to him, the whole multitude, with fillets on their heads, coming out to meet him. Placing a garrison there, he went over into Molossus, all the towns of which province, except Passora, Tecmo, Phylace, and Horium, having surrendered, he marched first against Passora. The two men of the greatest authority in that city were Antinous and Theodotus, who were remarkable for their warm attachment to Perseus and hatred to the Romans. The same individuals had instigated the whole nation to revolt from the Romans. These men, since they had no hope of pardon, owing to their consciousness of guilt, shut the gates, that they might be buried under the general ruin of their country, and exhorted the multitude to prefer death to slavery. No man dared to open his lips against men of such transcendent power. At last one Theodotus, a young man of distinction, when his greater dread of the Romans had overpowered the lesser fear of his own leaders, exclaimed, "What madness has seized you, to make the public accessory to the crimes of two individuals? I have often heard mention made of men who offered themselves to death for the sake of their country, but those are the first that were ever found, who required that their country should perish for them. Why not open our gates, and submit to that power to which the whole world has submitted?" As he spoke thus, the multitude followed him. On which Antinous and Theodotus rushed out on the advanced guards of the enemy, and freely exposing themselves to their weapons, were slain, and the city was surrendered to the Romans. Through a similar obstinacy in Cephalus, a man in power, the gates of Tecmo were shut. When he was put to death, Anicius received the surrender of the town. Neither Phylace nor Horium stood a siege. Having thus reduced Epirus, Anicius distributed his troops in winter quarters, through the most convenient towns. And returning into Illyria, held a general convention at Scadra, where the 5 commissioners had arrived from Rome, and to which place he had summoned the principal men from all parts of the province. There, with advice of the council, he proclaimed from his tribunal, that the Senate and people of Rome granted freedom to the Illyrians, and that he would withdraw his garrisons from all their towns, citadels, and castles. That the Ascensians and Talantians, with the Pyrustans, that were included among the Daceretians, the Rhizonites, and the Alcinians, should not only enjoy liberty, but likewise an immunity from taxes. Because when Gentius was in his full strength, they had revolted to the Romans. That the same exemption was granted to the Dorsians. Because they forsook Caravantius, and came over with their arms to the Romans. And that the Scodrons, Daceretians, Celepidans, and the rest of the Illyrians, should pay half the taxes which they had formerly paid to their king. He then divided Illyria into 3 districts. He made the first division out of the people above mentioned, the second comprehended all the Labiatians, and the third the Agranites, Rhizanites, and Alcinians, with the contiguous states. Having established this constitution in Illyria, he returned into Epirus, to his winter quarters at Passaro. 27. While these matters are passing in Illyria, Paulus, before the arrival of the 10 commissioners, sent his son Quintus Maximus, who was by this time returned from Rome, to sack Agasse in Aeginium, Agasse, because the inhabitants, after surrendering their city to the consul, and voluntarily soliciting an alliance with Rome, had revolted again to Perseus. The crime of the people of Aeginium was of a late date. Not giving credit to the report of the Romans being victorious, they had treated with hostile cruelty some soldiers who came into the city. He also detached Lucius Postumius to pillage the city of Aenea. Because the inhabitants had continued in arms with more obstinacy than the neighboring states. Autumn now drew nigh. At the commencement of this season, when he resolved to make a tour through Greece, in order to take a view of those curiosities, which, being celebrated by fame, are represented as greater than they really are when examined by the eye. He gave the command of his quarters to Caius Sulpicius Gallus, and, with a moderate retinue, began his journey, accompanied by his son Scipio, and Athenius, King Eumenes' brother. And directed his route through Thessaly to the famous oracle at Delphi, where he offered sacrifices to Apollo, and, in honor of his victory, destined for his own statues some unfinished columns in the vestibule, on which they had intended to place statues of King Perseus. He also visited the temple of Jupiter Trophonius at Libadia, where, after viewing the mouth of the cave, through which people applying to the oracle descend, in order to obtain information from the gods, he sacrificed to Jupiter and Hercyna, who have a temple there. And then went down to Chalcis, to see the curiosities of the Euripus, and of the island of Euboea, which is there united to the continent by a bridge. From Chalcis he passed by sea to Aulis, a port 3 miles distant, famous for having been formerly the station of Agamemnon's fleet of 1,000 ships, and distinguished also for the temple of Diana, in which that King of Kings sought a passage for his fleet to Troy, by offering his daughter Iphigenia as a victim at the altar. Thence he came to Oropus, in Attica, where an ancient prophet is worshipped as a god, and has an old temple, rendered delightful by the surrounding springs and streams. He then went to Athens, which, though filled with only the decayed relics of ancient grandeur, still contained many things worthy of observation, the citadel, the port, the walls connecting Piraeus with the city, the dockyards, the monuments of illustrious generals, the statues of gods and men, alike remarkable for the variety of the materials and the ingenuity of the artists. 28. After sacrificing to Minerva, the guardian of the citadel, he continued his journey, and on the 2nd day arrived at Corinth. The city was then flourishing, as this visit was prior to its fall. The citadel too, and the isthmus, afforded admirable views, the former, within the walls, and towering up to an immense height, yet abounding with springs, and the latter, separating by a narrow neck 2 seas, which wash it on the east and west. He next visited the celebrated cities of Sicyon and Argos. Then Epidaurus, which, though unequal to them in opulence, was yet remarkable for a famous temple of Aesculapius, which, standing at 5 miles distance from the city, was at that time rich in offerings, which the sick had dedicated to that deity, as an acknowledgment for the remedies which restored them to health. But now, full of the traces of them only, whence they have been torn away. Thence he proceeded to Lacedaemon, renowned, not for magnificent works of art, but for its laws and discipline, and then, passing through Megalopolis, he went up to Olympia. Here, having taken a view of all things worthy of notice, and beholding Jupiter in a manner present before him, he was struck with the deepest reverence. Therefore he ordered preparations to be made for a sacrifice, with more than usual magnificence, and as if he were going to make offerings in the capital. Having made his circuit through Greece in such a manner as not to inquire into the sentiments which any one, either in his public or private capacity, entertained in the war against Perseus, lest he might disturb the minds of the allies with any kind of apprehensions. On his way back to Demetrius, a crowd of Aetolians, in mourning apparel, met him, on his expressing surprise, and asking the reason of this proceeding. He was told that 550 of the chief of their countrymen had been put to death by Lyciscus and Ctesippus, who surrounded their senate with Roman soldiers, sent by their commander Baebius. That others had been driven into exile, and that the accusers were in possession of the goods of the killed and exiled. They were ordered to wait on him at Amphipolis. And then, having met Gnaeus Octavius at Demetrius, who informed him that the 10 commissioners were landed, he laid aside all other business, and went to Apollonia to meet them. And when Perseus, owing to the negligence of his guard, had come hither to meet him from Amphipolis, the distance is a day's journey, Aemilius spoke to him with great courtesy, but is said to have severely reprimanded Caius Sulpicius, when he reached the camp at Amphipolis. First, for allowing Perseus thus to ramble through the province, and next, for indulging the soldiers so far as to suffer them to strip the buildings on the city walls of the tiles, in order to cover their own winter huts. These tiles he ordered to be carried back, the buildings to be repaired, and put in their former condition. He gave in charge to Aulus Postumius, Perseus, with his elder son Philip, and sent them into a place of confinement. His daughter and younger son he ordered to be brought from Samothrace to Amphipolis, and treated them with all possible kindness. 29. When the day arrived, on which he had ordered 10 chiefs from each of the states to attend at Amphipolis, and all the writings wherever deposited, and the money belonging to the king, to be brought thither, he seated himself with the 10 commissioners, on his tribunal, while the whole multitude of the Macedonians surrounded him. Though they were inured to the government of a king, yet the strange tribunal presented a terrible appearance. The path that was cleared towards the praetor by the removal of the people, the herald, the sergeant, were all objects strange to their eyes and ears, and capable of inspiring awe in allies, much more in conquered enemies. Silence being proclaimed by the herald, Paulus declared in the Latin language the regulations adopted by the Senate, and by himself with the advice of the council. And the praetor, Gnaeus Octavius, for he too was present, translated them into the Greek language, and read them aloud. First of all he ordered, that the Macedonians should live free, possessing the same cities and lands as before, governed by their own laws, and creating annual magistrates, and that they should pay to the Roman people 1/2 of the taxes which they had paid to their kings. Next, that Macedon should be divided into 4 districts. That the division which should be deemed the first, should comprehend the lands between the rivers Strymon and Nessus. To this territory should be added the territory beyond the Nessus, towards the east, wherein Perseus had possessed villages, castles, or towns, excepting Enus, Maronia, and Abdera. And the country beyond the Strymon, verging towards the west, including all Bisaltica, with Heraclea, which they call Sintice. That the second district should be the country enclosed by the river Strymon, on the east, where were accepted Sintis Heraclea and Bisaltica, and by the river Axius on the west. To which should be added the Poenians, who dwelt near the river Axius, and on its right bank. The third district comprised the territory bounded by the river Axius on the east, the Peneus on the west, and Mount Bora on the north. That to this division should be joined the tract of Paeonia, which stretches along the western side of the Axius, Edessa also, and Beroia, should be united to it. The fourth district was to consist of the country on the north of Mount Bora, touching Illyria on one side, and Epirus on the other. He then appointed the capitals of the districts in which the councils should be held, of the first district, Amphipolis, of the second, Thessalonica, of the third, Pella, and of the fourth, Pelagonia. In these he ordered that the councils of the several districts should be assembled, the public money deposited, and the magistrates elected. He then gave notice, that it was determined, that there should not be intermarriage, nor liberty to purchase lands or houses, out of the limits of their respective districts, that the mines of gold and silver must not be worked, but those of iron and copper might. The tax imposed upon such persons as worked them, was 1/2 of that which they had paid to the king. He likewise forbade the use of imported salt. To the Dardanians, who laid claim to Paeonia, because it had formerly been theirs, and was contiguous to their territory, he declared that, he gave liberty to all who had been under subjection to Perseus. After the refusal of Paeonia, he granted them liberty to purchase salt, and ordered that the third district should bring it down to Stobi, in Paeonia, and he fixed the price to be paid for it. He prohibited them from cutting ship timber themselves, or suffering others to cut it. To those districts which bordered on the barbarians, and excepting the third, this was the case with them all, he gave permission to keep armed forces on their frontiers. 30. These terms, announced on the first day of the convention, affected the minds of those who were present with very different emotions. Liberty being granted them beyond their expectation, and the annual tribute being lightened, gave them high satisfaction. But then, by the prohibition of a commercial intercourse between the districts, Macedon appeared dismembered, like an animal torn asunder into separate limbs, which stood in need of mutual aid from each other. So little did the Macedonians themselves know how great was the extent of their country, how aptly it was formed for a division and how content each part could be with its own resources. The first division contains the Bisaltians, men of the greatest courage, residing beyond the river Nessus, and on both sides of the Strymon. It has many peculiar productions of the vegetable kingdom, and mines also, and the advantages derived from the city of Amphipolis, which, standing just in the way, shuts up every passage into Macedonia from the east. The second division has two very remarkable cities, Thessalonica and Cassandria, and the country of Pellene, producing grain and fruits in abundance. Its harbors at Torone and Mount Athos, they call the latter the port of Ennia, besides others, some of which are conveniently situated opposite Euboea, and some upon the Hellespont, give it opportunities for maritime business. The third district has the celebrated cities of Edessa, Beroia, and Pella, and is partly inhabited by the Vetians, a warlike people, also by great numbers of Gauls and Illyrians, who are industrious husbandmen. The fourth district is occupied by the Eordians, Lyncestans, and Pelagonians, to whom are joined Autontania, Stymphalus, and Elemiotis. All this tract is cold and rough, and unfavorable to tillage. It has men whose dispositions are like the land that they till. Their vicinity to the barbarians renders them more ferocious, for they at one time inure them to arms, and at another are in peace, and introduce their customs among them. Having separated the interests of the several districts of Macedon by this division, he declared that he would give them a constitution which should bind the Macedonians in general, when he was prepared to give them a body of laws also. 31. The Aetolians were then summoned to appear, in which trial the inquiry was directed to discover, rather, which party had favored the Romans, and which the king, then which had done, and which suffered injury. For the murderers were absolved from guilt, and likewise the banishment of the exiles confirmed, and the death of the citizens overlooked. Aulus Bebius alone was condemned for having lent Roman soldiers as agents in the butchery. This result in the case of the Aetolians puffed up the party which favored the Romans to an intolerable degree of arrogance, throughout all the states and nations of Greece. And subjected all those, on whom the slightest suspicion of being in the king's interest fell, to be trodden under their feet. Of the leading men in the states, there were three parties. Two of which paying servile court either to the Romans, or the kings, sought to aggrandize themselves by enslaving their countries, while one, adopting a middle course, and struggling against both, stood up in support of their laws and liberty. Although the last had the greatest share of the affection of their countrymen, still they had the least interest among foreigners. The partisans of the Romans being elated by the success of their party, alone held the offices of magistracy, and alone were employed on embassies. Great numbers of these, coming from the diets of Peloponnesus, Boeotia, and other parts of Greece, filled the ears of the 10 commissioners with insinuations, that those who, through folly, had openly boasted of being friends and intimates of Perseus, were not the only persons who had favored his cause. Much greater numbers had done so in secret. That there was another party, who under pretense of supporting liberty, had, in the diets, advanced every measure contrary to the Romans. And that these nations would not continue faithful, unless the spirit of these parties was broken, and the influence of those, who had no other object than the advancement of the Roman power, was augmented and strengthened. These persons, whose names were given in by this clique, were summoned by the general's letter out of Aetolia, Acarnania, Epirus, and Boeotia, to follow him to Rome, and plead their cause. 2 of the 10 commissioners, Caius Claudius and Gnaeus Domitius, went to Achaia, that they might, on the spot, summon by proclamation the persons implicated. This was done for 2 reasons. One was because they believed that the Achaeans would have greater spirit and confidence than the rest, and might disobey, and perhaps even endanger Callicrates, and other authors of the charges, and informers. The other reason for summoning them on the spot, was, that the commissioners had in their possession letters from the chief men of the other nations, which had been found among the king's papers. But with regard to the Achaeans the charges were not clear, because no letters of theirs had been discovered. When the Aetolians were dismissed, the Acarnanian nation was called in. No alteration was made in their situation, only Lucas was disunited from their council. Then making more extensive inquiries respecting those who had, publicly or privately, favored the king, they extended their jurisdiction even into Asia, and sent Labeo to demolish Antissa, in the island of Lesbos, and to remove the inhabitants to Methymna. Because they had received within their port, and supplied with provisions, Antenor, the commander of the king's fleet, while cruising with his squadron on the coast of Lesbos. 2 distinguished men were beheaded, Andronicus, son of Andronicus, an Aetolian, because, imitating his father, he had borne arms against the Roman people, and Neo, a Theban, by whose advice his countrymen had formed an alliance with Perseus. 32. This examination into foreign matters having intervened, the General Assembly of the Macedonians was again summoned, and information was given them that, with regard to the government of Macedon, they must elect senators called by themselves synodroi, by whose advice the republic should be directed. Then was read a list of Macedonians of distinction, who, with their children above 15 years of age, were ordered to go before him into Italy. This injunction, at first view cruel, appeared afterwards to the Macedonian populace to have been intended in favor of their freedom. For the persons named were Perseus's friends and courtiers, the generals of his armies, and the commanders of his ships or garrisons, men accustomed to pay servile obedience to the king, and to domineer haughtily over others. Some immoderately rich, others vying in expense with those to whom they were unequal in fortune, all living in regal pomp and luxury. In a word, none possessed of a disposition suited to a member of a commonwealth, and all incapable of paying due obedience to the laws, and of enjoying an equal participation of liberty. All, therefore, who had held any employment under the king, even those who had been upon the most trivial embassies, were ordered to leave Macedon and go into Italy, and the penalty of death was denounced against any who disobeyed the mandate. He framed laws for Macedon with such care, that he seemed to be giving them not to vanquished foes, but to allies who had merited well. Laws so wise, that even experience, which is the only corrector of laws, could not find any fault in them after a long trial. Turning from serious business, he celebrated with great pomp at Amphipolis games, for which he had been making preparations for a long time, having sent people to the states and kings in Asia to give notice of the intended diversions. And in his late tour through Greece he had himself mentioned his design to the principal people. There came thither from every region in the world, multitudes of artists of every sort, skilled in such exhibitions, and vast numbers of wrestlers and noble horses. Deputations also came with victims and every other mark of respect usually shown out of regard to gods or men, in great games of Greece. Hence it came to pass, that the people admired not only the magnificence, but likewise the skill displayed in the entertainments, in which kind of business the Romans were, at that time, quite inexperienced. Feasts were also provided for the ambassadors with the same degree of care and opulence. They made frequent mention of an expression of his, that to furnish out a feast, and to conduct games, seldom fell to the lot of him who knew how to conquer. 33. When the games of every kind were finished, he put the brazen shields on board the ships. The rest of the arms, being all collected together in a huge pile, the general himself, after praying to Mars, Minerva, Mother Lua, and the other deities, to whom it is right and proper to dedicate the spoils of enemies. Set fire to them with a torch, and then the military tribunes who stood round all threw fire on the same. It was remarkable, that, at such a general congress of Europe and Asia, where such multitudes were assembled, some to congratulate the victors, some to see the shows, and where such numerous bodies of land and naval forces were quartered, so great was the plenty of every thing, and so moderate the price of provisions, that presents of divers articles were made by the general to private persons, and states, and nations, not only for their present use, but even to carry home with them. The stage entertainments, the gymnastics, and the horse races, did not afford a more pleasing spectacle to the crowd which had assembled, than the Macedonian booty, which was all exposed to view, consisting of the ornaments of the palace at Pella. Namely, statues, pictures, tapestry, and vases, formed of gold, silver, brass, and ivory, in so elaborate a manner, that they seemed intended not merely for present show, like the furniture of the palace of Alexandria, but even for continual use. These were embarked in the fleet and given in charge to Gnaeus Octavius, to be carried to Rome. Paulus, after dismissing the ambassadors with great courtesy, crossed the Strymon, and encamped at the distance of a mile from Amphipolis. Then resuming his march, he arrived on the 5th day at Pella. Having passed by that city, he halted for 2 days at a place called Spilium, and detached his son Quintus Maximus and Publius Nasica, with half of the troops, to lay waste the country of the Illyrians, who had assisted Perseus in the war, ordering them to meet him at Oricum. Then, taking the road to Epirus, on his 15th encampment, he reached the city of Passaro. 34. Not far from this was the camp of Aeneas, to whom he sent a letter, desiring him not to be alarmed at anything that should happen. For, the Senate had granted to his soldiers the plunder of those cities in Epirus which had revolted to Perseus. Having dispatched centurions, who were to give out that they came to bring away the garrisons, in order that the Epirotes might be free, as well as the Macedonians. He summoned before him 10 of the principal men of each city, and after giving them strict injunctions that all their gold and silver should be brought into the public street, he then sent cohorts to the several states. Those that were destined for the more remote states set out earlier than those who were sent to the nearer, that they might all arrive on the same day. The tribunes and centurions were instructed how to act. Early in the morning all the treasure was collected. At the 4th hour the signal was given to the soldiers to plunder, and so ample was the booty acquired, that the shares distributed were 400 denariuses 344 to a horseman, and 200 to a footman. 150,000 persons were led away captive. Then the walls of the plundered cities, they were about 70 in number, were raised, the effects sold, and the soldiers' shares paid out of the price. Paulus then marched down to the sea to Oricum, having by no means satisfied the wishes of his men as he had imagined, for they were enraged at being excluded from sharing in the spoil of the king, as if they had not waged any war in Macedon. When he found, at Oricum, the troops sent with his son Maximus and Scipio Nasica, he embarked the army, and sailed over to Italy. Aeneas, a few days after, having held a convention of the rest of the Epirotes and Acarnanians, and having ordered those of their chiefs, whose cases he had reserved for consideration, to follow him into Italy, waited only for the return of the ships that the Macedonian army had used, and then passed over to Italy. At the time that these events took place in Macedon and Epirus, the ambassadors that had been sent with Attalus, to put a stop to hostilities between the Gauls and King Eumenes, arrived in Asia. Having agreed to a suspension of arms for the winter, the Gauls were gone home, and the king had retired to Pergamus into winter quarters, where he fell sick of a grievous disease. The first appearance of spring drew out both parties from their respective homes. The Gauls had advanced as far as Synada, while Eumenes had collected from every quarter his forces, at Sardis. Then the Romans held a conference with Solivetius, general of the Gauls, at Synada, and Attalus accompanied them. But it was not thought proper that he should enter the camp of the Gauls, lest the passions of either party might be heated by debate. Publius Licinius held a conference with the Gallic chieftain, and brought back word that he was rendered more haughty by the attempt to persuade him. So that it might, therefore, seem matter of wonder that the mediation of Roman ambassadors should have had so great influence on Antiochus and Ptolemy, two powerful kings, as to make them instantly conclude a peace. And yet, that it had no influence with the Gauls. 35. The captive kings, Perseus and Gentius, with their children, were the first brought to Rome, and put in custody, and next the other prisoners. Then such of the Macedonians and principal men of Greece as had been ordered to come to Rome, for of these, not only such as were at home were summoned by letter, but even those who were said to be at the courts of the kings. In a few days after, Paulus was carried up the Tiber to the city, in a royal galley of vast size, which was moved by 16 tiers of oars, and decorated with Macedonian spoils, consisting not only of beautiful armor, but of tapestry, which had been the property of the king. While the banks of the river were covered with the multitudes that poured out to do him honor. After a few days, arrived Aeneas, and Gnaeus Octavius with his fleet. A triumph was voted by the Senate to all three, and instructions were given to Quintus Cassius, the praetor, to apply to the plebeian tribunes, who, by the authority of the Senate, should propose to the commons the passing of an order to invest them with military command during the day on which they should ride through the city in triumph. Those in the middle rank are never assailed by popular displeasure, which usually aims at the highest. With regard to the triumphs of Aeneas and Octavius, no hesitation was made. Yet they detracted from the merits of Paulus, with whom these men could not, without blushing, set themselves in comparison. He had kept his soldiers under the ancient rules of discipline, and had made smaller donations out of the spoil, than they hoped to receive, since the treasures of the king were so large. For if he had indulged their avarice, there would have left nothing to be carried to the treasury. The whole Macedonian army was disposed to attend negligently in support of their commander, at the assembly held for the passing of the order. But Servius Sulpicius Galba, who had been military tribune of the 2nd Legion in Macedon, and who was a personal enemy of the general, by his own importunities, and by soliciting them through the soldiers of his own legion, had instigated them to attend in full numbers, to give their votes, and to take revenge on a haughty and morose commander, by rejecting the order proposed for his triumph. The commons of the city would follow the judgment of the soldiery. Was it probable that he could not give the money? The soldiers could confer honors. Let him not hope to reap the fruits of gratitude among those from whom he had not merited them. 36. The soldiers were urged on by these expressions, and when, in the Capitol, Tiberius Sempronius, tribune of the commons, proposed the order, and private citizens had an opportunity of speaking on the law, no one came forward to speak in favor of it, as there was not a doubt entertained of its passing. Whereupon Servius Galba suddenly came forward and demanded of the tribune, that, as it was then the 8th hour, and as there would not be time enough to produce all the reasons for not ordering a triumph to Lucius Aemilius, they should adjourn to the next day, and proceed with the business early in the morning, for he would require an entire day to plead that cause. When the tribune desired, that he would say then whatever he chose to object. By his speech he protracted the affair until night, representing to the people and reminding the soldiers, that the duties of the service had been enforced with unusual severity. That greater toil and greater danger had been imposed on them than the occasion required, while, on the other hand, in respect of rewards and honors, everything was conducted on the narrowest scale. And if such commanders succeeded, military employment would become more irksome and more laborious to the soldiers, while it would produce to the conquerors neither riches nor honors. That the Macedonians were in a better condition than the Roman soldiers. If they would attend next day, in full numbers, to reject the order, men in power would learn, that everything was not in the disposal of the commander, but that there was something in that of the soldiery. The soldiers, instigated by such arguments, filled the Capitol next day with such a crowd, that no one else could find room to vote. When the tribes which were first called in gave a negative to the question, the principal men in the state ran together to the Capitol, crying out, that it was a shameful thing that Lucius Paulus, after his success in such an important war, should be robbed of a triumph. That commanders should be given up, in a state of subjection, to the licentiousness and avarice of their men. As it was, too many errors were made through a desire to gain popularity. But what must be the consequence if the soldiers were raised into the place of masters over their generals? All heaped violent reproaches on Galba. At last, when the uproar was calmed, Marcus Servilius, who had been consul and master of the horse, requested from the tribunes that they would begin the proceedings anew, and give him an opportunity of speaking to the people. These, after withdrawing to deliberate, being overcome by the influence of the leading men of the state, began the proceedings over again. And declared that they would call back the tribes as soon as Servilius and other private persons should have delivered their sentiments. 37. Servilius then said, Romans, if we had no other means of judging what a consummate commander Lucius Aemilius was, this one would be sufficient, that, notwithstanding he had in his camp soldiers so fickle and mutinously inclined, with an enemy so noble, so zealous, and so eloquent, to stir up the passions of the multitude, yet he never had any sedition in his army. That strictness of discipline, which they now hate, kept them then in order. Subjected to the ancient rules, they did not mutiny. If truly, Servius Galba wished to make his debut as an orator in the case of Lucius Paulus, and to give a specimen of his eloquence, still he ought not to obstruct his triumph, since, if there was no other reason in its favor, the Senate had judged it to be well merited. But on the day after the triumph, when he should see Aemilius in a private station, he should prefer a charge, and prosecute him according to the laws. Or else, at a later period, when he himself should be invested with magistracy, let him cite Paulus to a trial, and accuse his enemy before the people. By such conduct Lucius Paulus would both receive the reward of his proper conduct, a triumph for extraordinary success in war, and also meet punishment, if he had committed anything unworthy of his former or present reputation. Instead of which, he has undertaken to detract from the merits of a man to whom he cannot impute either crime or dishonor. Yesterday he demanded a whole day, for making his charges against Lucius Paulus, and he spent 4 hours, which remained of that day, in delivering a speech to that purpose. What accused man was ever so transcendently wicked, that the offense of his life could not be set forth in that number of hours? And yet, in all that time, what did he object to him, that Lucius Paulus, if actually on his trial, would have wished to be denied? Let any one with me fancy for a moment, 2 assemblies, one composed of the soldiers who served in Macedon, the other, of sounder judgment, unbiased either by favor or dislike, where the whole body of the Roman people is the judge. Let the cause of the accused be pleaded, first, before the citizens, peaceably assembled in their gowns. Servius Galba, what have you to say before the Roman citizens? For such a discourse, as you made before, is totally precluded. You were obliged to stand at your posts with too much strictness and attention. The watches were visited with too much exactness and severity, you had more fatigue than formerly, because the general himself went the rounds, and enforced the duties. On the same day you performed a march, and, without repose, were led forth to battle. Even when you had gained a victory, he did not allow you rest, he led you immediately in pursuit of the enemy. When he has it in his power to make you rich, by dividing the spoil, he intends to carry the king's treasure in his triumph, and deposit it in the treasury. Though these arguments may have some incentive to stimulate the passions of soldiers, who imagine that too little deference has been shown to their licentious temper, and too little indulgence to their avarice, yet they would have no kind of influence on the judgment of the Roman people, who, though they should not recollect old accounts, and what they heard from their parents, of the numerous defeats suffered in consequence of the desire of commanders to gain popularity, or of victories gained in consequence of strict enforcement of discipline, yet must they surely remember, what a difference there was in the last Punic war between Marcus Minucius, the master of the horse, and Quintus Fabius Maximus, the dictator. The accuser, therefore, would soon know, that any defense, on the part of Paulus, would be superfluous. 38. Let us now pass to the other assembly. And here I am not to address you as citizens, but as soldiers, if, indeed, this name can cause a blush, and inspire you with shame, for your injurious treatment of your general. And I for my part feel my own mind affected in a very different manner, when I suppose myself speaking to an army, from what it was, just now, when my speech was addressed to the commons of the city. For what say you, soldiers, is there any man in Rome, except Perseus, that wishes there should be no triumph over Macedon, and are you not tearing him in pieces with the same hands with which you subdued the Macedonians? That man, who would hinder you from entering the city in triumph, would, if it had been in his power, have hindered you from conquering. Soldiers, you are mistaken, if you imagine that a triumph is an honor to the general only, and not to the soldiers also, as well as to the whole Roman people. This honor does not belong to Paulus alone. Many who failed of obtaining a triumph from the Senate, have triumphed on the Alban Mount. No man can wrest from Lucius Paulus the honor of having brought the Macedonian war to a conclusion, any more than he can from Caius Lutatius. That of putting an end to the First Punic War, or from Publius Cornelius, that of finishing the second. Or from those who, since those generals, have triumphed. Neither will a triumph add to, or diminish, the honor of Lucius Paulus as a commander. The character of the soldiers, and of the whole Roman people, is more immediately concerned therein. Lest they should incur the imputation of envy and ingratitude towards one of their most illustrious citizens, and appear to imitate, in this respect, the Athenians, who have persecuted their distinguished men by exciting the hatred of the populace. Sufficient error was committed by your ancestors in the case of Camillus, whom they treated injuriously, before the city was recovered from the Gauls through his means. Error sufficient, and more than sufficient, was committed by you in the case of Publius Africanus. How must we blush, when we reflect that the habitation and house of the conqueror of Africa was at Liternum, that his tomb is shown at Liternum. And shall Lucius Paulus, equal to any of those men in renown, receive from you an equal share of ill treatment? Let then this infamy be first blotted out, which is shameful in the eyes of other nations, and injurious to ourselves. For who will wish to resemble either Africanus, or Paulus, in a state ungrateful and inimical to the virtuous? If there were no disgrace in the case, and the question merely concerned glory, what triumph does not imply the general glory of the Roman race? Are all the numerous triumphs over the Gauls, the Spaniards, and the Carthaginians, called the triumphs of the generals only, or of the Roman people? As the triumphs were celebrated not merely over Pyrrhus, or Hannibal, or Philip, but over the Epirotes and Carthaginians, so it was not the individual, Manius Curius, or Publius Cornelius, nor Titus Quinctius, but the Romans, that triumphed. This, indeed, is the peculiar case of the soldiers, who, themselves both crowned with laurel, and conspicuous for the presents each one has received, proclaim the triumph by name, and march in procession through the city, singing their own and their commander's praises. If, at any time, soldiers are not brought home from a province to such honors, they murmur, and yet, even in that case, they consider themselves distinguished, even in their absence, because by their hands the victory was obtained. Soldiers, if it should be asked, for what purpose you were brought home to Italy, and not disbanded immediately, when the business of the province was finished, why you came to Rome, in a body, round your standards? Why you loiter here, and do not repair to your several homes, what other answer can you give, than that you wish to be seen triumphing? And, certainly, you have a right to show yourselves as conquerors. 39. Triumphs have been lately celebrated over Philip, father of the present king, and over Antiochus. Both these triumphs over them took place when they were in possession of their thrones, and shall there be no triumph over Perseus, who has been taken prisoner, and, with his children, brought away to the city? But if Lucius Paulus, as a private citizen, should, amid the crowd of gowned citizens, interrogate, from the lower ground, those mounting to the Capitol in a chariot, and clad in gold and purple, Lucius Anicius, Gnaeus Octavius, whether do you esteem yourselves, or me, more deserving of a triumph? I am confident they would yield him the chariot, and, through shame, themselves present to him their ensigns of honor. And do ye choose, citizens, that Gentius should be led in procession, rather than Perseus? Do you wish to triumph over an accessory, rather than over the principal in the war? Shall the legions from Illyria, and the crews of the fleet, enter the city with laurel crowns? And shall the Macedonian legions, after being refused a triumph, be only spectators of other men's glories? What then will become of such a rich booty, the spoils of a victory so lucrative? Where shall be buried so many thousand suits of armor, stripped from the bodies of the enemy? Shall they be sent back to Macedon? Where shall be lodged the statues of gold, of marble, and of ivory, the pictures, the tapestries, such a quantity of wrought silver and gold, and such a mass of royal money? Shall they be conveyed to the treasury by night, as if they were stolen? What? When will that greatest of shows, the celebrated and powerful captive king, Perseus, be exhibited to the eyes of a victorious people? Most of us remember what a concourse the captured king Syphax, an auxiliary only in the Punic War, caused. And shall the captured king, Perseus, with his sons, Philip and Alexander, names so illustrious, be withdrawn from the eager gaze of the state? All men are eagerly anxious to behold Lucius Paulus himself, twice consul, the conqueror of Greece, entering the city in his triumphal chariot. We made him consul for this very purpose, that he should finish a war which had been protracted for 4 years, to our great shame. When he obtained that province by lot, and when he was setting out for it, with presaging minds, we destined to him victory and triumph, and shall we now, when he is victorious, refuse him a triumph? Shall we defraud, not only men, but the gods also of the honors due to them? For a triumph is due to the gods also, and not to men only. Your ancestors commenced every business of importance with worshipping them, and ended all in the same manner. The consul, or praetor, when going to his province and to a war, dressed in his military robe, and attended by his lictors, offers vows in the Capitol. And when he returns victorious, after bringing the war to a conclusion, carries in triumph to the Capitol, to the deities to whom he made the vows, the due offering of the Roman people. The victims that precede him are not the most immaterial part of the procession, to demonstrate that the commander comes home with thanksgivings to the gods for the success granted to the state. You may slay at sacrifices performed by different persons, all those victims, which he has claimed to be led in his triumph. Do you intend to interrupt those banquets of the Senate which, whether they are meant for the gratification of men, or both of gods and men, are not partaken of either in any private or even public unconsecrated place, but only in the Capitol? Because such is the will of Servius Galba. Shall the gates be shut against the triumph of Lucius Paulus? Shall Perseus, king of Macedon, with his children, the multitude of other captives, and the spoils of the Macedonians, be left behind on this side of the river? Shall Lucius Paulus, in a private character, go straight from the gate to his house, as if returning home from his country seat? And do you, centurion, and you, soldiers, listen to the votes of the Senate respecting your general, Paulus, rather than to what Servius Galba may invent? Listen to me, who say this, rather than to him. He has learned nothing, but to speak. And even that with rancor and malice. I have 23 times fought against the enemy, on challenges, from every one with whom I engaged, I brought off spoils. I have my body plentifully marked with honorable scars, all received in front. It is said that he then stripped himself, and mentioned in what war each of his wounds was received. While he was showing these, he happened to uncover what ought to be concealed, and a swelling in his groins raised a laugh among those near him. He then said, "This too, which excites your laughter, I got by continuing days and nights on horseback. Nor do I feel either shame or sorrow for it, any more than for these scars, since it never prevented me from rendering effectual service to the Republic either in peace or war. An aged soldier, I have shown to youthful soldiers this body of mine, often wounded by the weapons of the enemy. Let Galba expose his, which is sleek and unhurt. Tribunes, be pleased to call back the tribes to vote. Soldiers, I 345 will go down among you, and will follow you as you proceed to give your votes, and I will mark the turbulent and ungrateful, and such as require that they should not be governed by the general, but that he should become their willing slave, through a desire to gain popularity." The great body of the soldiers felt so deeply the justice of this reproof, that they changed their minds, so that all the tribes, when recalled to give their votes, passed unanimously the bill concerning the triumph. Therefore Paulus, having at length overcome the malice and detraction of his enemies, celebrated a triumph over King Perseus and the Macedonians, which lasted 3 days, namely, the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd days, before the calends of December. This triumph, whether we consider the greatness of the conquered king, or the appearances of the images, or the quantity of money, was by far the most magnificent that was ever celebrated. So that by its greatness it precluded all comparison with occurrences of a similar nature. The people having raised stands, like those in the theatre, along the marketplace and the other streets of the city, by which the procession was to move, were spectators, and were dressed in white gowns. All the temples were open, and were wreathed with garlands and smoking with incense. The lictors and beadles kept the whole extent of the streets clear, and the way open, by removing from the middle of them the mob, which was crowding together and wandering about. Although the gorgeous spectacle was destined to occupy 3 days, as we have already mentioned, yet the first day scarcely sufficed for the procession of the statues and paintings, which were placed on 250 chariots. The next day all the most beautiful and most magnificent arms of the Macedonians were carried along on many wagons. And these arms were glittering with all the brightness of steel, or lately polished brass, and were piled up in such a manner with regard to one another, that although they seemed to be heaped up in masses rather than artificially arranged, yet they presented to the eye a striking appearance, owing to this very fortuitous and confused arrangement. Helmets were mixed with shields, and coats of mail with greaves, and Cretan targets, and Thracian bucklers, and quivers, in one heap with the bridles of horses, and naked swords exposing their threatening points, and Macedonian spears projecting from the sides. And as all these arms were loosely bound together, whenever they clashed with one another in the carriage, they sent forth a certain terrible and martial sound, so that not even the arms of the conquered could be viewed without a feeling of fear. Then more than 750 vases, filled with coined silver, were borne along by 3,000 men. Each vase contained 3 talents, and was borne by 4 men. There were some who bore silver bowls, and goblets, and cups, and vessels made of horn, remarkable as well for the beauty of their arrangement, as for their size and weight, and the surpassing workmanship of the raised carving. On the 3rd day, at the very dawn, the trumpeters began the march, playing not only the festal strains which were usual in solemn processions, but also sounding the war notes, as if they were advancing to battle. 120 fat oxen with gilded horns, and adorned with fillets and wreaths of flowers, were led along. Young men, begirt with bands of exquisite workmanship, led the bulls along. And to them were added as companions, boys who bore golden and silver goblets. Then followed the persons who bore the coined gold in 77 vases, each of which contained 3 talents, like those in which the silver was carried. Then was seen the sacred goblet, 10 talents in weight, adorned with precious gems, which Paulus had ordered to be made, and also the goblets of Antigonus and Seleucus, and the cups made by Thericles, and other distinguished artists. All made of gold, with to which the saloons of Perseus had been furnished. After them came the chariot of Perseus, laden with his arms, and a diadem in addition. A band of captives followed, namely, Bethes, the son of King Cotys, who had been sent by his father into Macedon as a hostage, and subsequently taken by the Romans along with the children of Perseus. Then the children of Perseus themselves, accompanied by a band of tutors and guardians, who in tears stretched forth their hands mournfully to the spectators, and instructed the boys to implore suppliantly the mercy of the victorious people. There were 2 sons and 1 daughter who excited the greater commiseration in the spectators, because they themselves, on account of their age, could scarcely comprehend their misfortunes. Therefore the majority of the spectators could not refrain from tears, and a sort of silent grief saddened the minds of all, and prevented them from enjoying real pleasure, as long as the children met their gaze. Behind his children walked Perseus with his wife, in a mourning robe, dressed in sandals, after the Greek custom, like a person stupefied and astonished, whom the greatness of his calamities seemed to have deprived of reason. Then followed a crowd of friends and acquaintances, in whose countenances deep grief was depicted, for whenever they gazed on the king they wept bitterly, demonstrating clearly that they were grieved on account of his calamities, but forgot their own. Perseus had endeavored to avert this ignominy by entreaties, and had sent persons to Amulius, to beg that he should not be led in the triumphal procession. Amulius smiled at the dastardly spirit of the wretch, and said, that this request was formerly, and is even now, under his own actions and power, thereby giving him a silent hint, that he should avoid by a noble death that of which he was afraid. But his irresolute mind was not capable of adopting so determined a design, and under the soothing influence of some hope, he preferred being considered part of his own spoil. Then 400 golden crowns were carried along, which had been sent by almost all the states of Greece and Asia, through their ambassadors, as gifts to Paulus, and an expression of their joy for his victory. Their value, if they were considered intrinsically, was immense, yet they constituted a slight addition to the enormous treasures which were borne in that triumph. 40. Valerius Antius tells us, that the total of the captured gold and silver, carried in the procession, was 120 millions of sesterces. 346. But from the number of chariots, and the weights of the gold and silver, specifically set down by himself, the amount is unquestionably made much greater. An equal sum, it is said, had been either expended on the late war, or dissipated during the flight, when he sought Samothrace. And it was more wonderful on this account, because so large a quantity of money had been amassed within the space of the 30 years that intervened since Philip's war with the Romans, partly out of the produce of the mines, and partly from the other branches of revenue. Philip began war against the Romans almost destitute of money. Perseus, on the contrary, was immensely rich. Last came Paulus himself, in his chariot, making a very majestic appearance, both from the dignity of his person, and from his age. After his chariot, among other illustrious personages, were his 2 sons, Quintus Maximus and Publius Scipio, then the cavalry, troop by troop, and the cohorts of infantry, each in its order. The donative distributed among them was 100 denariuses 347 to each footman, double to a centurion, and triple to a horseman. And it is believed that he would have given as much more to the infantry, and in the same proportion to the others, had they not objected to his attaining the present honor, or had they answered with thankful acclamations, when that sum was announced as their reward. But Perseus, led through the city of his enemies in chains, before the chariot of the general, his conqueror, was not the only instance at the time of the misfortunes incident to mankind. Another appeared even in the victorious Paulus, though glittering in gold and purple. For, of 2 sons, whom, after having given away 2 others on adoption, he had retained at home, the sole heirs of his name, household gods, and estate, the younger, about 12 years old, died 5 days before the triumph, and the elder 14 years of age, 3 days after it, who ought to have been carried in the chariot with their father, dressed in the praetexta, and anticipating, in their hopes, the like kind of honors for themselves. A few days after, at a general assembly granted by Marcus Antonius, tribune of the people, after Paulus has descanted on his own proper services, as usually done by other commanders, his speech was memorable, and worthy of a Roman chief. 41. Although, Romans, I think you are not ignorant that I have successfully administered the state, nor that 2 dreadful strokes have lately crushed my house. Since now my triumph and now the funerals of my 2 sons have been exhibited to your view. Yet permit me, I pray you, to take in few words, and with that temper which becomes me, a comparative view of my own private situation, and the happy state of the public. Departing from Italy, I sailed from Brundusium at sunrise. At the 9th hour, with my whole squadron, I reached Corcyra. On the 5th day after that I offered sacrifice to Apollo, at Delphi, in expiation of myself, of your armies and fleets. From Delphi I arrived on the 5th day in the camp, where, having received the command of the army, and altered several matters which greatly impeded success, I advanced into the country. As the enemy's camp was impregnable, and Perseus could not be brought to an action, I forced the pass of Petra in the very face of his guards, and at length, compelled the king to come to an engagement, and gained a complete victory. I reduced Macedonia under the power of the Romans, and in 15 days finished a war, which 4 consuls before me had for 4 years conducted in such a manner, that each left it to his successor more formidable than he had found it. Other prosperous events followed in consequence of this. All the cities of Macedon submitted, the royal treasure came into my hands. The king himself, with his children, was taken in the temple of Samothrace, just as if the gods themselves delivered him into my hands. I now thought my good fortune excessive, and on that account to be suspected. I began to dread the dangers of the sea in carrying away the king's vast treasure, and transporting the victorious army. When all arrived in Italy, after a prosperous voyage, and I had nothing further to wish, I prayed that, as fortune generally from the highest elevation rolls backwards, my own house, rather than the commonwealth, might feel the change. I hope, therefore, that the Republic is free from danger, by my having undergone such an extraordinary calamity, as to have my triumph, in mockery as it were of human fortunes, intervene between the funerals of my 2 sons. And though Perseus and myself are at present exhibited as the most striking examples of the vicissitudes of mortals, yet he, who, himself in captivity saw his children led captive, has them still in safety. While I who triumphed over him, went up in my chariot to the capital from the funeral of one son, and came down from the capital to the bed of the other, just expiring. Nor out of so large a family of children is there one remaining to bear the name of Lucius Aemilius Paulus. For, as out of a numerous progeny, the Cornelian and Fabian families have 2 of them who were given in adoption. In the house of Paulus, except the old man, none remains. However, your happiness, and the prosperous state of the commonwealth, console me for this ruin of my house. These words, expressed with such magnanimity, moved the minds of the audience with deeper commiseration than if he had with tears bewailed the loss of his children in the most plaintive terms. 42. Gnaeus Octavius celebrated a naval triumph over King Perseus, on the calends of December. That triumph was without prisoners or spoils. He distributed to each seaman 75 denariuses, 348 to the pilots who were on board, twice that sum. And to the masters of ships, 4 times. A meeting of the Senate was then held. The fathers ordered that Quintus Cassius should conduct King Perseus and his son Alexander to Alba, to be there kept in custody. But that he should retain his attendants, money, plate, and furniture. Vitus, son to the king of Thrace, was sent to Carcele, with the hostages he had given to Macedon. The rest, who had been led in triumph, were ordered to be shut up in prison. A few days after this passed, ambassadors came from Cotys, king of Thrace, bringing money to ransom his son and the said hostages. When they were introduced to an audience of the Senate, and alleged, as an argument, in excuse of Cotys, that he had not voluntarily assisted Perseus in the war, but had been compelled to do it. And likewise requested the Senate to allow the hostages to be ransomed, at any price that should be judged proper. The following answer was returned to them, that the Roman people remembered the friendship which had subsisted between them and Cotys, and likewise his predecessors, and the Thracian nation. That the giving of hostages was the very fault laid to his charge, and not an apology for it, for Perseus, even when at rest from others, could not be formidable to the Thracian nation, much less when he was embroiled in a war with Rome. But that notwithstanding that Cotys had preferred the favor of Perseus to the friendship of the Roman people, yet the Senate would consider rather what suited their own dignity, than what treatment he had merited. And would send home his son and the hostages, that the kind acts of the Roman people were always gratuitous, and that they chose to leave the value of them in the memory of the receivers, rather than to demand it at the time. Titus Quintius Flamininus, Caius Licinius Nerva, and Marcus Caninius Rebilus were nominated ambassadors to conduct the hostages to Thrace, and a present of 2,000 asses 349 was made to each of the Thracian ambassadors. Bythes was fetched from Carcele, and, accompanied by the hostages, was sent to his father along with the ambassadors. Some of the king's ships which were taken from the Macedonians, which were of a size never seen before, were hauled ashore in the field of Mars. 43. While the memory of the Macedonian triumph was remaining not only in the minds but almost before the eyes of the people, Lucius Anicius triumphed over King Gentius and the Illyrians, on the day of the festival of Quirinus. These exhibitions were considered rather as similar than equal. The commander himself was inferior. Anicius was not to be compared in renown with Aemilius, a praetor, in dignity of office, with a consul. Neither could Gentius be set on a level with Perseus, nor the Illyrians with the Macedonians, nor the spoils, nor the money, nor the presents obtained in one country, with those obtained in the other. But though the late triumph outshone the present, yet the latter, when considered by itself, appeared very far from contemptible. For Aeneas had, in the space of a few days, entirely subdued the Illyrian nation, though they were remarkable for their courage both on land and sea, and confident in the strength of their position. He had also taken their king and the whole royal family. He carried in his triumph many military standards, and much spoil of other sorts, with all the royal furniture. And also 27 pounds weight of gold, and 19 of silver, besides 3,000 denariuses, 350 and, in Illyrian money, the amount of 120,351 before his chariot were led Gentius, with his queen and children. Caravantius, the king's brother, and several Illyrian nobles. Out of the booty he gave 45 denariuses 352 to each footman, double that sum to a centurion, triple it to a horseman. To the Latin allies the like sums as to natives, and to the seamen the same as to the soldiers. The soldiers attended this triumph with greater demonstrations of joy than that of Aemilius, and the general was celebrated in abundance of songs. Valerius Antius says, that 20,000 sesterces 353 were produced by the sale of the booty, besides the gold and silver carried to the treasury. But, as no sources appeared from which such a sum could be raised, I have set down my authority instead of asserting the fact. King Gentius, with his queen, children, and brother, was, pursuant to an order of the Senate taken to Spoletium, to be kept there in custody. The rest of the prisoners were thrown into prison at Rome. But the people of Spoletium refusing the charge, the royal family was removed to Eguvium. There remained of the Illyrian spoil, 220 barks, which Quintus Cassius, by order of the Senate, distributed among the Corcyraeans, Apollonians, and Dyrrachians. 44. The consuls of this year, after merely ravaging the lands of the Ligurians, as the enemy never brought an army into the field, returned to Rome to elect new magistrates, without having performed any matter of importance. And on the first day on which the assembly could meet, they appointed Marcus Claudius Marcellus, and Caius Sulpicius Gallus, consuls. Lucius Livius, Lucius Apuleius Saturninus, Aulus Licinius Nerva, Publius Rutilius Calvus, Publius Quintilius Verus, and Marcus Fontius, were elected praetors on the next day. The two city provinces, the two Spains, Sicily, and Sardinia were decreed to these praetors. There was an intercalation made in the calendar this year, which took place on the day after the feast of Terminus. One of the augurs, Caius Claudius, died this year, and Titus Quintus Flamininus was chosen in his place by the college. The Flamen Quirinalis, Quintus Fabius Pictor, died also. This year King Prusias arrived at Rome with his son Nicomedes. Coming into the city with a large retinue, he went directly from the gate to the forum, to the tribunal of the praetor, Quintus Cassius. And a crowd immediately collecting, he said, that he came to pay his respects to the deities inhabiting the city of Rome, and to the Roman Senate and people, to congratulate them on their conquest of the two kings, Perseus and Gentius, and the augmentation of their empire by the reduction of Macedon and Illyria under their dominion. When the praetor told him that, if he chose it, he would procure him audience of the Senate on the same day, he desired 2 days' time, in which he might go round and visit the temples of the gods, see the city, and his acquaintances and friends. Lucius Cornelius Scipio, then quaestor, who had been sent to Capua to meet him, was appointed to conduct him around Rome. A house was likewise provided, capable of lodging him and his retinue with convenience. On the 3rd day after, he attended at a meeting of the Senate. He congratulated them on their success, recounted his own deserts towards them during the war, and then requested that he might be allowed to fulfill a vow of sacrificing 10 large victims in the Capitol, and 1 to Fortune at Praeneste. A vow which had been made for the success of the Roman people. He further desired that the alliance with him might be renewed, and that the territory taken from King Antiochus, and not granted to any other, but now in possession of the Gauls, might be given to him. Lastly, he recommended to the Senate his son Nicomedes. He was assisted by the interest of all those who had commanded armies in Macedon. His requests therefore were granted, except that with regard to the territory, concerning which he received this answer, that they would send ambassadors to examine the matter on the spot. If the territory in question had become the property of the Roman people, and if no grant had been made of it, they would deem no other so deserving of a present of the kind as Prusia's. But if it had not belonged to Antiochus, it evidently, in consequence, did not become the property of the Roman people. Or if it had been already granted to the Gauls, Prusia's must excuse the Roman people if they did not choose to confer a present on him in violation of the rights of others. A present cannot be acceptable to the receiver, which he knows the donor may take away whenever he thinks proper. That they cheerfully accepted his recommendation of Nicomedes. And Ptolemy, king of Egypt, was an instance of the great care with which the Roman people supported the children of their friends. With this answer Prusias was dismissed. Presents were ordered to be given him to the value of sesterces besides vases of silver, weighing 50 pounds. And they voted that gifts should be given to his son Nicomedes of the same value with those given to Mascaba, the son of King Massinissa. And that the same victims, and other matters pertaining to sacrifices, should be furnished to the king at the public expense, as to the Roman magistrates, whenever he chose to make the offering either at Rome or at Praeneste. And that 20 ships of war should be assigned to him, and which were then lying at Brundusium, of which he should have the use until he arrived at the fleet which was presented to him. That Lucius Cornelius Scipio should not quit him, but defray all his expenses, and those of his retinue, until they went on board the ships. We are told that Prusias was wonderfully rejoiced at the kind treatment which he received from the Roman people, that he refused all that had been offered to himself, but ordered his son to receive the present of the Roman people. Such are the accounts given of Prusias by our own writers. Polybius, however, represents that king as having degraded the majesty of his name, and says that he used to meet the ambassadors, wearing a cap, and having his head shaved, calling himself a freed slave of the Roman people, and, accordingly, bearing the badges of that class. That likewise at Rome, when coming into the Senate house, he stooped down and kissed the threshold, called the Senate his tutelar deities, and used other expressions not so honorable to the hearers as disgraceful to himself. He stayed in the city and its vicinity not more than 30 days, and then returned to his kingdom, and the war that had been carried on in Asia. Here ends all that has reached us of this history. Of 95 books more, which it originally consisted of, the contents only have been preserved. They are as follow. Preserved contents of the remaining books. Book 46. King Eumenes came to Rome. Y.R. 586, B.C. 166. A general law was introduced, that no king should be permitted to come to Rome, in order that he might not appear to be declared an enemy, if he were excluded. Nor yet justified, if he were admitted, because he had remained neutral in the Macedonian war. The consul, Claudius Marcellus, subdued the Alpine Gauls, and Caius Sulpicius Gallus the Ligurians. Y.R. 587, B.C. 165. The ambassadors of King Prusias complain of Eumenes, for ravaging their borders. They accuse him of entering into a conspiracy, with Antiochus, against the Romans. A treaty of friendship was made with the Rhodians, upon their solicitation, Y.R. 588, B.C. 164. A census was held by the censors. The number of the citizens was found to be 327,022. Marcus Aemilius Lepidus was chosen chief of the Senate. Ptolemy, king of Egypt, being dethroned by his younger brother, was restored by ambassadors sent from Rome. Y.R. 589, B.C. 163. Ariarathes, king of Cappadocia, died, and was succeeded by his son Ariarathes, who entered anew into a treaty of friendship with the Romans. Y.R. 590, B.C. 162. Expeditions against the Ligurians, Corsicans, and Lusitanians, were attended with various success. Commotions took place in Syria, on occasion of the death of Antiochus, who had left a son, an infant. Demetrius, the son of Seleucus, who had been a hostage at Rome, secretly murders this young Antiochus, with his tutor Lysias, because he was not dismissed by the Romans, and usurps the kingdom. Y.R. 591, B.C. 161. Lucius Aemilius Paulus, the conqueror of Perseus, died. Such was the moderation and integrity of this great commander, that, notwithstanding the immense treasures he had brought from Spain and Macedon, upon the sale of his effects, there could scarcely be raised a sum sufficient to repay his wife's fortune. Y.R. 592, B.C. 160. The Pomptine marshes were drained, and converted into dry land, by the consul, Cornelius Cethegus. Book 47. Gnaeus Tremellius, a plebeian tribune, was, Y.R. 593, B.C. 159, fined for contending in an unjust cause with Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, the chief priest, which greatly enhanced the authority of the priesthood. A law was made respecting the canvassing for offices. Y.R. 594, B.C. 158. A census was held. The number of Roman citizens was found to be 328,314. Marcus Aemilius Lepidus was again chosen chief of the Senate. A treaty was concluded between the Ptolemies, brothers, that one should be the king of Egypt, the other of Cyrene. Y.R. 595, B.C. 157. Ariarathes, king of Cappadocia, being deprived of his kingdom by the intrigues and power of Demetrius, king of Syria, was restored by the Senate. Ambassadors were sent by the Senate to determine a territorial dispute between Massinissa and the Carthaginians. Y.R. 596, B.C. 156. Caius Marcius, the consul, fought against the Dalmatians, at first unfortunately, but afterward successfully. The cause of this war was, that they had made inroads upon the Illyrians, who were in alliance with the people of Rome. Y.R. 597, B.C. 155. The Dalmatians were subdued by the consul, Cornelius Nazica. The consul, Quintus Opimius, defeats the Transalpine Ligurians, who had plundered Antipolis and Nicaea, two towns belonging to the Massilians. Y.R. 598, B.C. 154. Various ill successes occurred under different commanders, in Spain. In the 598th year from the foundation of the city, the consuls enter upon office immediately after the conclusion of their election, which alteration was made on account of a rebellion in Spain. Y.R. 599, B.C. 153. The ambassadors sent by the Senate to determine a dispute between Massinissa and the Carthaginians return, and report that the Carthaginians had collected a vast quantity of materials for shipbuilding. Several praetors, accused of extortion by different provinces, were condemned and punished. Book 48. A census was held by the censors. Y.R. 600, B.C. 152, the number of citizens amounted to 324,000. The causes of the Third Punic War are enumerated, when a large army of Numidians was said to be in the territory of the Carthaginians, with Ariobarzanes, the descendant of Syphax, as general. Marcus Porcius Cato advised that war should be declared against the Carthaginians, because they had invited Ariobarzanes into their country, apparently to oppose King Massinissa, but in reality against the Romans. Publius Scipio Nazica being of a contrary opinion, it is resolved to send ambassadors to Carthage, to inquire into the truth of the affair. The Carthaginian Senate being reproved for levying forces, and preparing materials for shipbuilding, contrary to treaty, declare themselves ready to make peace with Massinissa, upon condition of his giving up the lands in dispute. But Gisco, son of Hamilcar, a man of a seditious disposition, at that time chief magistrate, notwithstanding the determination of the Senate to abide by the decision of the ambassadors, urges the Carthaginians to war against the Romans. In such strong terms, that the ambassadors are obliged to save themselves by flight from personal violence. On this being announced at Rome, the Senate becomes more highly incensed against them. Cato, being poor, celebrated the funeral obsequies of his son, who died in the office of praetor, at a very small expense. Andriscus, an impostor, pretending to be the son of Perseus, king of Macedonia, was sent to Rome. Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, who had been 6 times declared chief of the Senate, on his deathbed, gives strict orders to his sons that he shall be carried out to burial on a couch, without the usual ornaments of purple and fine linen. And that there shall not be expended on his funeral more than 10 pieces of brass, alleging that the funerals of the most distinguished men used, formerly, to be decorated by trains of images, and not by vast expense. An inquiry was instituted concerning poisoning. Publicia and Licinia, women of high rank, accused of the murder of their husbands, were tried before the praetor, and executed, y.r. 601, B.C. 151. Gulussa, son of Massinissa, gives information that troops were levying in a fleet fitting out at Carthage, and that there could be no doubt of their intending war. Cato urging a declaration of war, and Nausicaa speaking against it, entreated the Senate to do nothing rashly. It is resolved to send 10 ambassadors to inquire into the affair. The consuls, Lucius Licinius Lucullus, and Aulus Postumius Albinus, carrying on the levying of soldiers with inflexible severity, were committed to prison by the tribunes of the people, for not, at their entreaty, sparing some of their friends. The ill success of the war in Spain having so discouraged the citizens of Rome, that none could be found to undertake any military command or office, Publius Cornelius Aemilianus comes forward, and offers to undertake any office whatever, which it should be thought proper to call him to. Roused by his example, the whole body of the people make the like offer. It was thought that the consul, Claudius Marcellus, had reduced all the states of Celtiberia to a state of tranquility. Nevertheless, his successor, Lucius Lucullus, is engaged in war with the Vacosans, Cantabrians, and other nations of Spaniards, hitherto unknown, all of which he subdues. In this war, Publius Cornelius Africanus Scipio Aemilianus, the son of Lucius Paulus, and nephew, by adoption, of Africanus, a military tribune, slays a barbarian who had challenged him, and distinguishes himself highly at the siege of Intercatia, being the first who scaled the wall. The praetor, Servius Sulpicius Galba, fights against the Lusitanians unsuccessfully. When the ambassadors, returning from Africa, together with some Carthaginian deputies, and Gulussa, reported that they found an army in a fleet ready for service at Carthage, the matter was taken into consideration by the Senate. Cato, and other principal senators, urged that an army should be immediately sent over into Africa. But Cornelius Nausicaa declaring that he yet saw no just cause for war, it is resolved that it should not be declared, provided the Carthaginians would burn their fleet and disband their troops. But if not, that then the next succeeding consuls should propose the question of war. A theatre which the censors had contracted for, being built, Cornelius Nausicaa moves, and carries the question, that it be pulled down, as being not only useless, but injurious to the morals of the people, therefore, continue to behold the public shows standing. Massinissa, now 92 years old, vanquishes the Carthaginians, who had made war against him unjustly, and contrary to treaty. By this infraction of the treaty, they also involve themselves in a war with Rome. Book 49. The commencement of the Third Punic War, dated, y.r. 602, B.C. 150, which was ended within 5 years after it began. Marcus Porcius Cato, deemed the wisest man in the state, and Scipio Nausicaa, adjudged by the Senate to be the best, differ in opinion, and have a sharp altercation, Cato urging the demolition of Carthage, Nausicaa arguing against it. It was, however, resolved, that war should be declared against the Carthaginians, for having fitted out a fleet contrary to treaty, and led forth an army beyond the boundaries of their state. For having committed hostilities against Massinissa the friend and ally of the Romans, and refusing to admit Gulussa, who accompanied the ambassadors into their city. Y.R. 603, B.C. 149. Before any forces were embarked, ambassadors came from Utica, and surrendered their state and property to the Romans, an ominous circumstance highly pleasing to the Roman Senate, and at the same time a grievous mortification to the Carthaginians. Games were exhibited at Tarentum, in honor of Pluto, according to directions found in the Sibylline books, the same as had been celebrated 100 years before, during the First Punic War. YR 502. The Carthaginians send 30 ambassadors to Rome to make a tender of submission, but the opinion of Cato, that the consuls should be ordered to proceed immediately to the war prevails. These, passing over into Africa, receive 300 hostages, and take possession of all the arms and warlike stores to be found in Carthage. They then, by authority of the Senate, command them to build themselves a new city, at least 10 miles from the sea. Roused by this indignant treatment, the Carthaginians resolved to have recourse to arms. Lucius Marcius and Marcus Manlius, consuls, lay siege to Carthage. During this siege, 2 military tribunes force their way in, with their troops, in a place which they observe to be negligently guarded. They are set upon and beaten by the townsmen, but rescued afterwards by Scipio Africanus, who also, with a few horsemen, relieves a Roman fort, attacked by the enemy in the night. He also repulsed the Carthaginians, who sallied forth in great force to attack the camp. When, afterwards, one of the consuls, the other having gone to Rome to hold the elections, observed that the siege of Carthage was not going on prosperously, and proposed to attack Hasdrubal, who had drawn up his forces in a narrow pass. He, Scipio, first advised him not to venture upon an engagement on ground so very disadvantageous, and then, when his advice was overruled by those who were envious both of his prudence and valor, he himself rushed into the pass. And when the Romans were routed and put to flight, as he foresaw would take place, he returns with a very small body of horse, rescues his friends, and brings them off in safety. Which valiant action, Cato, although much more inclined to censure than to praise, extols in the Senate in very magnificent terms, saying that all the others, who were fighting in Africa, were but mere shadows. Scipio was life itself, and such was the favor he gained among his fellow citizens, that at the ensuing election the greater number of the tribes voted for electing him consul, although he was under the legal age. Lucius Scribonius, tribune of the people, proposes a law, that the Lusitanians, who, notwithstanding they had surrendered upon the faith of the Roman people, had been sold in Gaul, by Servius Galba, should be restored to liberty. Which Marcus Cato supports with great zeal, as may be seen by his oration, which is still extant, being published in his Annals. Quintus Fulvius Nobilior, although Cato had before handled him with great severity, yet takes up the cause of Galba. Galba himself too, apprehensive of being condemned, taking up in his arms his own 2 infant children, and the son of Sulpicius Gallus, speaks in his own behalf, in such a piteous strain of supplication, that the question was carried in his favor. One Andriscus, a man of the meanest extraction, having given himself out to be the son of Perseus, and changed his name to Philip, flies from Rome, whither Demetrius had sent him, on account of this audacious forgery. Many people believing his fabulous account of himself to be true, gather round him, and enable him to raise an army. At the head of which, partly by force, and partly by the willing submission of the people, he acquires the possession of all Macedon. The story which he propagated was this, that he was the son of Perseus by a harlot. That he had been delivered to a certain Cretan woman to be taken care of, and brought up. In order that whatever might be the event of the war, in which the king was at that time engaged with the Romans, some one, at least, of the royal progeny might remain. That, upon the death of Perseus, he was educated at Adramyttium, until he was 12 years old, ignorant all along of his real parentage, and always supposing himself to be the son of the person who brought him up. That, at length, this person being ill, and about to die, discovered to him the secret of his birth. Informing him at the same time of a certain writing, sealed with the royal signet of Perseus, which had been entrusted to his supposed mother, to keep and give to him, when he should attain to manhood, but with the strictest injunctions that the affair should be kept a profound secret until the arrival of that period. That, when the time came, the writing was delivered to him, in which was indicated a very considerable treasure, left him by his father. That the woman, after informing him fully of the circumstance of his birth, earnestly besought him to quit that part of the country before the affair should come to the knowledge of Eumenes, the enemy of his father Perseus, lest he should be murdered. That, fearful of being assassinated, and in hopes also of receiving some assistance from Demetrius, he had gone into Syria, and had there first ventured openly to declare who he was. Book L. The aforesaid impostor, Y.R. 604, B.C. 148, assuming the name of Philip, being about to invade and forcibly possess himself of Thessaly, was prevented by the Roman ambassadors, with the aid of the Achaeans. Prusias, king of Bithynia, a man abandoned to the practice of every vice, was murdered by his son Nicomedes, assisted by Attalus, king of Pergamus. He had another son, who in the place of teeth in his upper jaw, is said to have had one entire bone. The Romans send an embassy to negotiate peace between Nicomedes and Prusias, it happening that one of the ambassadors had his head deformed by scars, from many wounds. Another was lame from gout, and the third was of weak understanding. Cato said, it was an embassy without head, feet, or heart. The king of Syria was of the royal race of Perseus. But being, like Prusias, addicted to every vicious pursuit, and passing his whole time in tippling houses, brothels, and such like places of infamous resort, Aeneas rules in his stead. And puts to death all the king's friends, together with his queen Laodice, and Antigonus, the son of Demetrius. Massinissa, king of Numidia, a man of a character truly illustrious, dies, aged upwards of 90 years. He retained the vigor of youth even to his last years, and begot a son at the age of 86. Publius Scipio Aemilianus, being authorized by his will so to do, divides his kingdom into 3 parts, and allots their respective portions of it to his 3 sons, Mycipsa, Gulussa, and Manastable. Scipio persuades Phemias, general of the Carthaginian cavalry, under Hamilco, a man highly looked up to and relied upon by the Carthaginians, to revolt to the Romans, with the troops under his command. Claudius Marcellus, one of the 3 ambassadors sent to Massinissa, was lost in a storm. Hasdrubal, nephew of Massinissa, was put to death by the Carthaginians, who suspected him of treasonable views, on account of his affinity to Gulussa, now the friend of the Romans. Scipio Aemilianus, when a candidate for the aedileship, was elected consul by the people, though under age. A violent contest arises from this, the people supporting, the nobles opposing, his election, which, at length, terminates in his favor. Manius Manlius takes several citizens in the neighborhood of Carthage. The impostor Philip, having slain the praetor, Publius Juventius, and vanquished his army, was himself afterwards subdued and taken prisoner by Quinctua Caecilius, who recovered Macedonia. Book Li. Carthage, Y.R. 605, B.C. 147, comprehended in a circuit of 23 miles, was besieged with immense exertion, and was gradually taken, first, by Mancinus, acting as lieutenant general, and afterwards by Scipio, the consul, to whom Africa was voted as his province, without casting lots. The Carthaginians having constructed a new mole, the old one being destroyed by Scipio, and equipped, secretly, in an unusually short space of time, a considerable fleet, engage, unsuccessfully, in a sea fight. Hasdrubal, with his army, notwithstanding he had taken post in a place of extremely difficult approach, was cut off by Scipio, who at length took the city by storm, in the 700th year after its foundation. Y.R. 606, B.C. 146. The greater part of the spoil was returned to the Sicilians, from whom it had been taken. During the destruction of the city, when Hasdrubal had given himself up into Scipio's hands, his wife, who, a few days before, had not been able to prevail upon him to surrender to the conqueror, casts herself, with her 2 children, from a tower into the flames of the burning city. Scipio, following the example of his father, Aemilius Paulus, the conqueror of Macedon, celebrates solemn games, during which he exposes the deserters and fugitives to wild beasts. The origin of the Achaean War is referred to the circumstance of the ambassadors of the Romans being expelled from Corinth by the Achaeans, when they were sent to separate from the Achaean council those cities which had been under the dominion of Philip. Book Li. Quintus Caecilius Metellus engages and conquers the Achaeans, together with the Boeotians and Chalcidians. Critolaus, their unsuccessful general, poisons himself. In whose room the Achaeans choose as general, Diaeus, the chief promoter of the insurrection. He also is conquered, in an engagement near Ismos, and all Achaia reduced. Corinth was demolished, by order of the Senate, because violence had been done there to the ambassadors. Thebes also, and Chalcis, for having furnished aid to the Achaeans, were destroyed. Lucius Mummius afforded in himself an example of extreme forbearance, for, having all the vast wealth and splendid ornaments of the opulent city of Corinth in his power, he took none of them. Quintus Caecilius Metellus triumphs, on account of his victory, over Andriscus, likewise Publius Cornelius Scipio, for the conquest of Carthage and Hasdrubal. Y.R. 607, B.C. 145. Viriathus, in Spain, from a shepherd becomes a hunter, then leader of a band of robbers, afterwards general of a powerful army, with which he possesses himself of all Lusitania, having vanquished the praetor, Petilius, and put his army to flight. Caius Plautius, the praetor, sent against him, is equally unfortunate. So successful was his career, that, at length, it was deemed necessary to send a consul, at the head of a consular army, against him. Commotions in Syria, and wars between the kings in those parts are recorded. Alexander, a man utterly unknown, and of an unknown race, murders Demetrius, and usurps the crown in Syria. He is afterwards slain by Demetrius, son of the before-mentioned Demetrius, aided by Ptolemy, king of Egypt, whose daughter he had married. Ptolemy, grievously wounded in the head, dies of the operations intended for the cure of his wounds, and is succeeded by his younger brother, Ptolemy, king of Cyrene. Demetrius, by his cruelty towards his subjects, provokes an insurrection. Is vanquished by Diodotus, and flies to Seleucia, while Diodotus claims the crown for Alexander, a child scarcely 2 years old. Lucius Mummius triumphed over the Achaeans, and so carried in his triumph brazen standards, marble statues, and pictures. Book 53. Appius Claudius, the consul, Y.R. 608, B.C. 144, subdued the Cilicians, a nation of the Alps. Another impostor, assuming the name of Philip, appears in Macedonia, but is vanquished by the quaestor, Lucius Tremelius. Y.R. 609, B.C. 143. Quintus Caecilius Metellus, the proconsul, defeats the Celtiberians. Y.R. 610, B.C. 142. Quintus Fabius, the proconsul, takes many cities of Lusitania, and recovers the greatest part of that country. Caius Julius, a senator, writes the history of Rome in the Greek language. Book Liv. Quintus Pompeius, the consul, Y.R. 611, B.C. 141, subdues the Termestans in Spain, and makes peace with them, and also with the Numantines. A census was held, the number of citizen amounts to 328,342. Ambassadors from Macedon complain that Decius Junius Silanus, the praetor, had extorted money from that province. Titus Manlius Torquatus, the father of Silanus, sought and obtained permission to inquire into the matter. And the case having been considered at home, he condemned and disowned his son, and did not even attend his funeral after he had hung himself, but continued to sit at home, and give audience to those who consulted him, as if nothing which concerned him had happened. Y.R. 612, B.C. 140. Quintus Fabius, the proconsul, having successfully terminated the war, stains the honor of his victories by making peace with Viriathus, upon terms of equality. Y.R. 613, B.C. 139. Servilius Scipio procures the death of Viriathus, by traitors. He is much bewailed, and interred with distinguished funeral honors by his army. He was, in truth, a great man, and a valiant general. And in the 14 years during which he carried on war with the Romans, had very frequently vanquished their armies. Book LV. While Publius Cornelius Nasica, Y.R. 614, B.C. 138, who was nicknamed Scrapio by the plebeian tribune Curiatius, a man of humor, and Decius Junius Brutus, the consuls, were holding the levees, an act of public justice was done, in the sight of the whole body of the young men then assembled, which afforded a very useful example. Caius Matinus was accused, before the tribunes, of deserting from the army in Spain. Being found guilty, he was scourged under the gallows, and sold as a slave, for a sestertius. 350. For the tribunes of the people claimed the privilege of exempting from service any 10 soldiers whom they thought proper. On this being refused by the consuls, they commit the latter to prison. Junius Brutus, the consul in Spain, allots lands, and a town called Valentia, to the soldiers who had served under Viriathus. Marcus Popilius, having made peace with the Numantines, which the Senate refused to ratify, was routed, and his whole army put to flight. Y.R. 615, B.C. 137. While Caius Hostilius Mancinus, the consul, was sacrificing, the holy chickens escape from their coop, and fly away. Afterwards, as he was getting on board his ship, to sail for Spain, a voice is heard crying out, "Go not, Mancinus, go not." The event afterwards proves these omens to have been inauspicious, for, being vanquished by the Numantines, and driven out of his camp, when he had no prospect of preserving his army, he made a disgraceful peace, which the Senate likewise refused to ratify. Upon this occasion 30,000 Romans were beaten by only 4,000 Numantines. Decius Junius Brutus subdues all Lusitania, as far as the western sea. And when his soldiers refuse to pass the river Oblivio, he seizes the standard and carries it over, whereupon they follow him. The son of Alexander, king of Syria, was traitorously murdered by his guardian Diodotus, surnamed Tryphon. His physicians were bribed to give out that he had a stone in his bladder, and in pretending to cut him for it, they killed him. Book Livy. Y.R. 616, B.C. 136. Decius Junius Brutus fought with success against the Galatians. In farther Spain, Marcus Aemilius Lepidus engages the Vacians, unsuccessfully, and is as unfortunate as Mancinus was against the Numantines. The Romans, to absolve themselves from the guilt of breach of treaty, order Mancinus, who made the peace with the Numantines, to be delivered up to that people, but they refused to receive him. Y.R. 617, B.C. 135. The lustrum was closed by the censors, the number of citizens was 323,000. Fulvius Flaccus, the consul, subdued the Vardines in Illyria. Marcus Casconius, the praetor, fights against the Scordicians, in Thrace, and conquers them. The war in Numantia still continuing, owing to the ill conduct of the generals, the Senate and people voluntarily confer the consulship upon Scipio Africanus, on which occasion the law, which prohibits any man from being elected consul a second time, is dispensed with. Y.R. 618, B.C. 134. An insurrection of the slaves arose in Sicily, which is committed to the care of the consul, Caius Fulvius, when the praetor is unable to quell it. Eunice, a slave, a Syrian by birth, was the author of this war. By gathering a large body of the rustic slaves, and breaking open the prisons, he raised a considerable army. Cleon also, another slave, having assembled 70,000 slaves, joins him. And they, several times, engaged the Roman forces in those parts. Book 57. Scipio Africanus laid siege to Numantia, Y.R. 619, B.C. 133, and restored to the strictest military discipline the army, which had been corrupted by licentiousness and luxury. This he effected by cutting off every kind of pleasurable gratification. Driving away the prostitutes who followed the camp, to the number of 2,000, keeping the soldiers to hard labor, and compelling every man to bear on his shoulders provisions for 30 days, besides 7 stakes for their fortifications. To anyone who lagged behind on account of the burden, he used to cry out, "When you are able to defend yourself with your sword, then cease to carry your fortification." He ordered another who carried with ease a small shield, to bear one unusually large. And not unfrequently ridiculed them for being more expert in managing their shields for the defense of their own bodies, than their swords for the annoyance of those of the enemy. When he found any man absent from his post, he ordered him to be flogged with vine twigs, if a Roman, if a foreigner, with rods. He sold all the beasts of burden, that the soldiers might be forced to carry their own baggage. He engaged in frequent skirmishes with the enemy, with good success. The Vacians, being reduced to extremity, first put their wives and children to death, and then slew themselves. Antiochus, king of Syria, having sent him some very magnificent presents, Scipio, contrary to the practice of other commanders who used to conceal these royal gifts, received them openly. And ordered the quaestor to place the whole to the public account, and promised out of them, to reward those who should most distinguish themselves by their valor. When Numantia was closely invested on all sides, he gave orders that those who came out in search of victuals should not be killed, saying, that the more numerous the inhabitants were, the sooner would their provisions be consumed. Book 58. Titus Sempronius Gracchus, the plebeian tribune, having proposed an agrarian law, contrary to the sense of the Senate, and the equestrian order, to the effect that no person should hold more than 500 acres of the public lands, wrought himself up to such a degree of passion that he deprived his colleague, Marcus Octavius, of his authority by a law which he made, and appointed himself, together with his brother Caius, and his father-in-law Appius Claudius, commissioners for dividing the lands. He also proposed another agrarian law, by which the land was still more at his disposal, that the same commissioners should be authorized to determine which was public and which private land. When afterwards it appeared that there was not land sufficient to be divided so as to satisfy the people, whose hopes he had raised to cupidity by the expectations held out to them, he declared that he would propose a law, that all those who by the law of Sempronius were entitled to such grant, should be paid in money out of the bequest of King Attalus. But Attalus, king of Pergamus, son of Eumenes, had made the Romans his heirs. The Senate was roused to indignation at such repeated ill-treatment. And chiefly Publius Mucius, the consul, who, having delivered a severe invective against Gracchus in the Senate, was seized by him, dragged before the people, and accused, nevertheless he continued to inveigh against him from the rostrum. Gracchus, endeavoring to procure his re-election as tribune, was slain in the Capitol, by the chief nobles, by the advice of Publius Cornelius Nasica, after having been beaten first with the fragments of the seats, and was thrown, without the rites of sepulture, into the river, together with some others who fell in the tumult. Various engagements, with various success, against the slaves in Sicily are recorded. Book Lix. The Numantines, reduced to the extremity of distress by famine, put themselves to death. Scipio, having taken the city, destroys it and triumphs in the 14th year after the destruction of Carthage, y.r. 620, B.C. 132. The consul, Publius Rupilius, puts an end to the war with the slaves in Sicily. Aristonicus, the son of King Eumenes, invades and seizes Asia, which having been bequeathed to the Roman people by Attalus, ought to be free. The consul, Publius Licinius Crassus, who was also chief priest, marches against him out of Italy, which never was done before, engages with him in battle, is beaten and slain. Marcus Paperna, the consul, subdued Aristonicus. Quintus Metellus and Quintus Pomponius, the first plebeians who were ever both at one time elected censors, closed the lustrum. The number of citizens amounted to 313,823, besides orphans and widows, y.r. 621, B.C. 131. Quintus Metellus gives his opinion, that every man should be compelled to marry, in order to increase the population of the state. His speech upon the occasion, is still extant, and so exactly does it apply to the present times, that Augustus Caesar read it in the Senate upon occasion of his proposing to release marriage from all restraints on account of the difference of rank. Caius Atinius Labio, tribune of the people, orders the censor, Quintus Metellus, to be thrown from the Tarpeian rock for striking him out of the list of the Senate, but the other tribunes interfere and protect him. Y.R. 622, B.C. 130. Quintus Carbo, the plebeian tribune, proposes a law that the people might have the power of re-electing the same tribune as often as they please. Publius Africanus argues against the proposition in a speech of great energy, in which he asserts that Tiberius Gracchus was justly put to death. Gracchus supports the proposed law, but Scipio prevails. War was waged between Antiochus, king of Syria, and Phraates, king of Parthia, nor does the record show that greater tranquility existed in Egypt. Ptolemy, surnamed Evergetes, being detested on account of his cruelty by his subjects, who set his palace on fire, escaped to Cyprus, and when the people conferred the kingdom upon his sister Cleopatra, whom he had divorced. After having first ravished and then married her daughter, he being enraged, murders the son he had by her at Cyprus, and sent his head and limbs to the mother, y.r. 623, B.C. 129. Seditions were excited by Fulvius Flaccus, Caius Gracchus, and Caius Carbo, appointed to carry into execution the agrarian law. These were opposed by Publius Scipio Africanus, who going home at night in perfect health, was found dead in his chamber the next morning. His wife, Sempronia, sister of the Gracchuses, with whom Scipio was at enmity, was strongly suspected of having given him poison. No inquiry however was made into the matter. Upon his death the popular seditions blaze out with great fury. Caius Sempronius, the consul, fought the Iapidi, at first unsuccessfully, but soon repairs all his losses by a signal victory, gained by the valor of Junius Brutus, the conqueror of Lusitania. Book LX. Lucius Aurelius subdued the rebellious Sardinians, y.r. 624, B.C. 128. Marcus Fulvius Flaccus, who first subdued the Transalpine Ligurians, was sent to assist the Massilians, against the Salvian Gauls, who were ravaging their country. Lucius Opimius, the praetor, caused the revolted Flagellans to lay down their arms, and destroyed Flagelli. Y.R. 625, B.C. 127. An extraordinary multitude of locusts in Africa, killed and lying dead on the ground, is said to have produced a pestilence, y.r. 626, B.C. 126. The censors closed the lustrum. The number of the citizens was 390,736. Y.R. 627, B.C. 125. Caius Gracchus, the plebeian tribune, the brother of Tiberius, even more eloquent than his brother, carried some very dangerous laws. Among others, one respecting corn, that the people shall be supplied with the article in the market at the rate of half and a third of an as. Also an agrarian law, the same as his brother's, and a third intended to corrupt the equestrian order, who at that time were subservient in all their opinions to the Senate, namely, that 600 of them should be admitted into the Senate. These 600 equestrians were to be joined to 300 senators, for at that time there were only 300 senators. That is, in other words, that the equestrian order should have double influence in the Senate. His office being continued to him another year, by agrarian laws which he passed, he caused that many colonies should be led out into Italy, and he himself, having been made triumvir, headed one to the territory of demolished Carthage, y.r. 628. B.C. 124. The successful expeditions of the consul Quintus Metellus against the Balearians, called by the Greeks Gymnesians, because they go naked all the summer, are recorded. They are called Balearians, from their skill in throwing weapons. Or, as some will have it, from Balius, the companion of Hercules, who left him there behind him, when he sailed to Geryon. Y.R. 629, B.C. 123. Commotions in Syria, in which Cleopatra murders her husband Demetrius, and also his son Seleucus, for assuming the crown without her consent, upon his father's death, are also mentioned. Book LXI. Caius Sextius, the proconsul, y.r. 630, B.C. 122, having subdued the nation of the Salians, founds a colony, which he named Aquae Sextii, after his own name, and on account of the abundance of water which he found there, flowing both from hot and cold springs, y.r. 631, B.C. 121. Gnaeus Domitius, the proconsul, fought the Allobrogians with success at the town of Indalium. The cause of this war was their receiving, and furnishing with all the aid in their power, Ptolemalius, the king of the Salians, who had fled to them, and their ravaging the lands of the Aeduans, who were in alliance with the people of Rome. Y.R. 632, B.C. 120. Caius Gracchus, upon the expiration of his seditious tribunate, seized upon the Aventine Mount with a considerable number of armed followers. Lucius Opimius, by a decree of the Senate, armed the people, drove him from it, and put him to death, together with Fulvius Flaccus, a man of consular rank, a participator of the same wild project. Quintus Fabius Maximus, the consul, nephew of Paulus, gained a battle against the Allobrogians and Bituitus, king of the Arvernians, in which 1,120 of the army of Bituitus were slain, y.r. 633, b.c. 119. The king, having come to Rome to make satisfaction to the Senate, was sent prisoner to Alba, there to be kept in custody, as it was not considered safe to send him back to Gaul. A decree was also passed, that his son, Congentiatus, should be taken and sent to Rome. The Allobrogians were admitted to a capitulation. Lucius Opimius, being brought to trial before the people for committing to prison some citizens who had not been condemned, was acquitted. Book 62. The consul, Quintus Marcius, y.r. 634, b.c. 118, subdued the Stonians, an Alpine nation. Micipsa, king of Numidia, dying, bequeathed his kingdom to his two sons, Adherbal, Hiempsal, and Jugurtha, his nephew, whom he had adopted. Y.R. 635, b.c. 117. Lucius Caecilius Metellus subdued the Dalmatians. Jugurtha went to war with his brother Hiempsal, vanquished him and put him to death, drove Adherbal from his kingdom, who was restored by the Senate. Y.R. 636, b.c. 116. Lucius Caecilius Metellus, and Gnaeus Domitius Ahenobarbus, the censors, expelled 32 senators. Y.R. 637, b.c. 115. Disturbances in Syria are recorded. Book 63. Caius Porcius, the consul, y.R. 638, b.c. 114, fought against the Scordicians in Thrace, unsuccessfully. The lustrum was closed by the censors, the number of the citizens amounts to 394,336. Emilia, Lycinia, and Marcia, Vestal virgins, were found guilty of incest. Y.R. 639, b.c. 113. The Cimbrians, a wandering people, came into Illyria, where they fight with and defeat the army of the consul, Papirius Carbo. Y.R. 640, b.c. 112. The consul, Livius Drusus, made war successfully upon the Scordicians, a people descended from the Gauls. Book 64. Jugurtha attacked Adherbal, besieged him in Cirta, and put him to death, contrary to the express commands of the Senate. Y.R. 641, b.c. 111. War was declared against him on this account, which being committed to the conduct of the consul, Calpurnius Bestia, he made peace with Jugurtha, without authority from the Senate and people. Y.R. 642, b.c. 110. Jugurtha, called upon to declare who were his advisers, came to Rome upon the faith of a safe conduct. He is supposed to have bribed many of the principal senators. And being called on to stand his trial for the murder of a certain prince, by name Massiva, slain at Rome, who had aimed at his kingdom, which he hoped to obtain through the hatred of the Romans to Jugurtha. He escaped when he found himself in danger. And is reported to have said, on going away, O venal city, doomed to quick perdition, could but a purchaser be found. Aulus Posthumius, having fought against Jugurtha unsuccessfully, added to his disgrace, by making an ignominious peace with him, which the Senate refused to ratify. Book XLIV. Quintus Caecilius Metellus, the consul, y.r. 643, b.c. 109, defeated Jugurtha, in 2 battles, and ravaged all Numidia. Marcus Junius Silanus, the consul, fought unsuccessfully against the Cimbrians. The Cimbrian ambassadors petitioning the Senate for a settlement and lands, were refused. Y.R. 644, b.c. 108. Marcus Minucius, the proconsul, vanquished the Thracians. Cassius, the consul, with his army, was cut off by the Tigurine Gauls, in the country of the Helvetians. The soldiers who survived that unfortunate action stipulated for their lives, by giving hostages, and delivering up half their property. Book 66. Jugurtha, y.r. 645, b.c. 107, being driven out of Numidia by Caius Marius, received aid from Bacchus, king of the Moors. Y.R. 646, B.C. 106. Bacchus, having lost a battle, and being unwilling to carry on the war any longer, delivered up Jugurtha in chains to Marius. In this action, Lucius Cornelius Sylla, the quaestor under Marius, distinguished himself most highly. Book 67. Marcus Aurelius Scaurus, Y.R. 647, B.C. 105, lieutenant general under the consul, was taken prisoner by the Cimbrians, his army being routed, and was slain by Boiarix, for saying, in their council, when they talked of invading Italy, that the Romans were not to be conquered. Gnaeus Mallius, the consul, and Quintus Servilius Scipio, the proconsul, were taken prisoners by the same enemies who defeated their armies and drove them from both their camps, with the loss of 80,000 men, and 40,000 sutlers. And other camp followers. The goods of Scipio, whose rashness was the cause of this misfortune, were sold by auction, by order of the people, being the first person whose effects were confiscated, since the dethronement of King Tarquin, and he was deprived of office. Y.R. 648, B.C. 104. Jugurtha, with his 2 sons, was led in triumph before the chariot of Caius Marius, and was put to death in prison. Marius entered the Senate, in his triumphal habit. The first person that ever did so, on account of the apprehensions of a Cimbrian war, he is continued in the consulship for several years, being elected a second and a third time, in his absence. Dissembling his views, he attains the consulship a 4th time. The Cimbrians, having ravaged all the country between the Rhine and the Pyrenees, passed into Spain, where, having committed many depredations, they were at length put to flight by the Celtiberians. Returning into Gaul, they joined the Teutons. A warlike people. Book 68. Marcus Antonius, the praetor, Y.R. 649, B.C. 103, attacked the pirates and chased them into Cilicia. The consul, Caius Marius, when attacked by the Teutons and Ambrosians, with their utmost force, defended himself. And afterwards, in 2 battles, in the neighborhood of Aquae Sextii, utterly defeated them, with the loss, it is said, of 200,000 killed, and 90,000 taken prisoners. Marius was elected consul, in his absence, a 5th time. A triumph was offered to him, which he deferred until he should have subdued the Cimbrians also. Y.R. 650, B.C. 102. The Cimbrians, having driven Quintus Catulus, the proconsul, from the Alps, where he had possessed himself of the narrow passes, and erected a castle to command the river Athasis, which he abandoned, passed into Italy. Catulus and Marius, having effected a junction of their forces, fought and vanquished them. In this battle we are told that there fell 140,000 of the enemy, and that 60,000 were taken. Marius, on his return to Rome, was received with the highest honors, by the whole body of the citizens. 2 triumphs were offered him, but he contented himself with one. The principal men in the state, who were for some time extremely envious that such distinctions should be conferred upon a man of no family, now acknowledge him to have saved the commonwealth. Y.R. 651, B.C. 101. Publicius Malleolus was executed for the murder of his mother, being the first that ever was sewn up in a sack and cast into the sea. The sacred shields are said to have shaken, with considerable noise, previous to the conclusion of the Cimbrian War. Wars between the kings of Syria. Book 69. Lucius Appuleius Saturninus, aided by Marius, the soldiers having killed his competitor, Aulus Nonius, having been forcibly elected praetor, exercised his office with a violence equal to that by which he obtained it. Having procured an agrarian law, he summons Metellus Numidicus to stand his trial before the people, for refusing to swear to the observance of it. Metellus, notwithstanding he enjoyed the protection of all the best men in the state, yet, being unwilling to furnish matter of dispute, retires into voluntary exile, to Rhodes. There he passed his time entirely in study. And in receiving the visits of men of eminent character, Y.R. 652, B.C. 100. Caius Marius, the chief promoter of the sedition, who who had now purchased a fourth consulship, by openly distributing money among the tribes, pronounced sentence of banishment upon him after his departure. The same Apuleius Saturninus murders Caius Memmius, who was a candidate for the consulship, fearing lest he might have, in him, a strenuous opposer of his evil actions. By which conduct the Senate was aroused, and Caius Marius, when he could no longer defend Saturninus, being a man of fickle and versatile disposition, who always suited his plans to circumstances, joined it. Saturninus, with Glaucias, and other participators of the same mad conduct, having been overpowered by force of arms, was killed in what may be considered a war. Y.R. 653, B.C. 99. Quintus Caecilius Metellus was recalled from banishment by the decided favor of the whole state. Marcus Aquilius, the proconsul, put an end to the Servile War in Sicily. Book 70. Manius Aquilius, Y.R. 654, B.C. 98, being accused of extortion, refused to implore the favor of the judges appointed to try him. Marcus Antonius, his advocate, cut open his vest, and showed the scars of his honorable wounds, upon sight of which he was clearly acquitted. Y.R. 655, B.C. 97. This fact is related upon the authority of Cicero only. Titus Didius, the proconsul, fought successfully against the Celtiberians. Y.R. 656, B.C. 96. Ptolemy, king of Cyrene, surnamed Apio, dying, bequeathed his kingdom to the Roman people, and the Senate decreed that the cities in that kingdom should be free. Y.R. 657, B.C. 95. Ariobarzanes was restored to his kingdom of Cappadocia by Lucius Sylla. Ambassadors from Arsaces, king of Parthia, come to Sylla, to solicit the friendship of the Roman people. Y.R. 658, B.C. 94. Publius Rutilius, a man of the strictest integrity, because he exerted himself, when lieutenant general under Quintus Mucius, the proconsul, to protect the people of Asia from the oppression of the revenue farmers, became odious to the equestrian order, who had the cognizance of affairs of that nature, and being brought to trial, was condemned to exile. Y.R. 659, B.C. 93. Caius Sentius, the praetor, fought unsuccessfully against the Thracians. Y.R. 660, B.C. 92. The Senate not being disposed to tolerate the inefficiency of the equestrian order in the exercise of their judicial functions, tried, by all its influence, to have those functions transferred to itself, and Marcus Livius Drusus, the plebeian tribune, promoting this design, stimulated the people, by the pernicious hope of bribes, to add their sanction. Moreover, a commotion occurred among the kings of Syria. Book 71. Marcus Livius Drusus, the plebeian tribune, Y.R. 661, B.C. 91, in order the more effectually to support the Senate in their pretensions, gained the concurrence of the allies, and the Italian states, by promising them the freedom of the city. Aided by them, besides the agrarian and corn laws, he carried that also relative to criminal jurisdiction, that in capital prosecutions the Senate should have equal authority with the equestrian order. It was afterwards found that the freedom which he had promised could not be conferred upon them, which incensed and incited them to revolt. An account is given of their assembling, their combinations and speeches made at their meetings, by the chief men among them. Drusus becoming obnoxious even to the Senate, on account of his conduct in this affair, and being considered as the cause of the social war, was slain in his own house, by an unknown hand. Book 72. The Italian states, the Picentians, Vestinians, Martians, Polignians, Maricinians, Samnites, and Lucanians, revolted, the war commencing with the Picentians. Quintus Servilius, the proconsul, was murdered, in the town of Asculum, with all the Roman citizens in the place. The whole body of the Roman people assumed the military dress. Servius Galba, having been taken by the Lucanians, escaped by the assistance of a woman with whom he lodged. Y.R. 662, B.C. 90. Isernia and Alba were besieged by the Italians. Aid was sent to the Romans by the Latins, and other foreign nations, and the expeditions, and sieges, on both sides, are recorded. Book 73. The consul, Lucius Julius Caesar, fought against the Samnites unsuccessfully. The colony of Nola fell into the hands of the Samnites, together with Lucius Postumius, the praetor, whom they killed. Many different states went over to the enemy. After Publius Rutilius had fought unsuccessfully against the Marsians, and had been slain in battle, Caius Marius, his lieutenant general, encountered them with better success. Servius Sulpicius defeated the Polignians, in a pitched battle. Quintus Scipio, Rutilius's lieutenant general, made a successful sally against the enemy besieging him. On account of which success he was made equal in command to Marius, and becoming adventurous and rash, was surprised in an ambuscade, and his army being defeated, was slain. Lucius Julius Caesar, the consul, fought successfully against the Samnites. On account of this victory the inhabitants of Rome laid aside the military habit, the war being carried on with various success. Isernia, with Marcellus, fell into the hands of the Samnites. Caius Marius vanquished the Marsians, Herius Ascanius, the praetor of the Maricinians, being killed. Caius Caecilius subdued the rebellious Salvians in Transalpine Gaul. Book 74. Gnaeus Pompeius defeated the Picentians, and laid siege to their town. On account of this victory the inhabitants of Rome resumed their purple robes, and other distinguishing marks of magistracy. Caius Marius fought an undecided battle with the Marsians. Freedmen's sons were now first received into the army. Y.R. 663, B.C. 89. Aulus Plotius, the lieutenant, subdued the Umbrians, and Lucius Porcius, the praetor, the Marsians, both of whom had revolted. Nicomedes was restored to the kingdom of Bithynia, and Ariobarzanes to that of Cappadocia. Gnaeus Pompeius, the consul, overthrew the Marsians in a pitched battle. The citizens, being deeply involved in debt, Aulus Sempronius Acellio, the praetor, was murdered in the forum, by the usurers, in consequence of some judgments given by him in favor of debtors. Incursions were made by the Thracians, and devastations committed against the Macedonians. Book 75. Aulus Postumius Albinus, commander of a fleet, upon a suspicion of treachery, was murdered by the forces under his command. Lucius Cornelius Sylla, lieutenant general, defeated the Samnites, and took 2 of their camps. The Vestinians surrendered to Gnaeus Pompeius. Lucius Porcius, the consul, having been successful in frequent engagements with the Marsians, was slain in an attack upon their camp, which circumstance decided the victory in favor of the enemy. Cusconius and Luxius overthrew the Samnites in a battle, slew Marius Ignatius, the most distinguished of their generals, and received the surrender of many of their towns. Lucius Sylla subdued the Hirpinians, defeated the Samnites in many battles, and received the submission of several states. In consequence of having performed so many distinguished services, as scarcely any one had ever done under the circumstances, he repaired to Rome to solicit the consulship. Book 76. Aulus Gabinius, the lieutenant, having defeated the Lucanians, and taken several of their towns, was slain in an attack on their camp. Sulpicius, a lieutenant general, committed military execution on the Maricinians, and reduced their whole country. Gnaeus Pompeius, the proconsul, forced the Vestinians and Polignians to submission. Also the Marsians, defeated in several battles, by Lucius Murena and Caecilius Pius, sued for peace, Y.R. 664, B.C. 88. Asculum was taken by Gnaeus Pompeius, and the Italians there were put to death by Mamercus Aemilius. Silo Pompedius, the author of the revolt, was killed in an action. Ariobarzanes, king of Cappadocia, and Nicomedes, king of Bithynia, were driven out of their kingdoms by Mithridates, king of Pontus. Predatory incursions were made by the Thracians into Macedon. Book 77. Publius Sulpicius, the tribune of the people, having, with the aid of Caius Marius, carried certain laws, that those who had been banished should be recalled. That the newly created citizens, and the sons of freed men, should be distributed among the tribes, and that Caius Marius should be appointed general against Mithridates, king of Pontus. And having used violence towards Quintus Pompeius and Lucius Sylla, the consuls, who had opposed these proceedings. Quintus, the son of Pompeius, who was married to Sylla's daughter, being murdered, Lucius Sylla came into the town with an army, and fought against the faction of Sulpicius and Marius, in the city, and drove it out. 12 of the number, among whom are Caius Marius, the father, and his son, were condemned by the Senate. Publius Sulpicius, having concealed himself in a farmhouse in the neighborhood, being betrayed by one of his slaves, was apprehended and put to death. The slave, being entitled to the reward promised to the discoverer, was made free, and was then thrown from the Tarpeian rock, for having traitorously betrayed his master. Caius Marius, the son, passed over into Africa. Caius Marius, the father, having concealed himself in the marshes of Minturna, was seized by the townspeople, after a Gallic slave who was sent to dispatch him, being terrified at his majestic appearance, had retired, unable to accomplish the deed. He was publicly placed in a vessel, and sent off to Africa. Lucius Sylla reformed the state, and afterwards sent forth colonies. Gnaeus Pompeius, the proconsul, procured the murder of Quintus Pompeius, the consul, who was to have succeeded him in the command of the army. Mithridates, king of Pontus, seized Bithynia and Cappadocia, after having driven the Roman general, Aquilius, out of them, and at the head of a great army entered Phrygia, a province belonging to the Roman people. Book 78. Mithridates possessed himself of Asia, threw into chains Quintus Oppius, the proconsul, and Aquilius, the general, and ordered all the Romans in Asia to be massacred on the same day. He attacked the city of Rhodes, the only one which had retained its fidelity to the Roman state, and being overcome in several actions at sea, he retreated, y.r. 665, B.C. 87. Archelaus, one of the king's governors, invaded Greece and took Athens. Commotions resulted in several states and islands, some endeavoring to draw over their people to the side of the Romans, others to that of Mithridates. Book 79. Lucius Cornelius Cinna having, by force of arms, procured the enactment of several injurious laws, was driven out of the city by his colleague, Gnaeus Octavius, together with 6 plebeian tribunes. Thus deposed from the authority, he procured the command of his army under Appius Claudius, by bribery, and made war upon the city, having called to his assistance Caius Marius, and other exiles, from Africa. In this war, 2 brothers, one of Pompeius's army, the other of Cinna's, encountered each other without knowing it. And when the conqueror despoiling the enemy recognized his brother, he vented his grief in uncontrolled lamentation, and having prepared a funeral pile for him, he stabbed himself on it, and was consumed with him. Although this war might have been suppressed at first, yet owing to the treachery of Pompeius, who, by encouraging either party, gave power to Cinna, whilst he only succored the patriotic party when their energies were exhausted. And also to the neglect of the consul, Cinna and Marius, with 4 armies, 2 of which were commanded by Sertorius and Carbo, gained strength and laid siege to the city. Marius took Ostia, which he plundered in the most cruel manner. Book 80. The freedom of the city of Rome was granted to the Italian states. The Samnites, the only people who continued in arms, joined Cinna and Marius, and overthrew Claudius's army, killing the general. Cinna and Marius, with Carbo and Sertorius, seized the Janiculum, and were repelled by the consul Octavius. Marius plunders Antium, Barisha, and Lanuvium. The principal men in the state having now no hope of resisting, on account of the cowardice and treachery both of the generals and soldiers, who, being bribed, either refused to fight, or deserted to one party or another, received Cinna and Marius into the city, who, as if it had been captured, devastated it by murder and robbery, putting to death the consul, Gnaeus Octavius, and all the chiefs of the opposite party. Among others, Marcus Antonius, a man highly distinguished for his eloquence, with Lucius and Caius Caesar, whose heads they stuck up on the rostrum. The younger Crassus having been slain by a party of horsemen at Fimbria. His father, to escape suffering insult, killed himself. Cinna and Marius, without even the formality of an election, declared themselves consuls. And on the first day of their entering upon office, Marius ordered Sextus Licinius, a senator, to be cast from the Tarpeian rock, and after having committed very many atrocious acts, died on the Ides of January. If we compare his vices with his virtues, it will be difficult to pronounce whether he was greater in war, or more wicked in peace. Having preserved his country by his valor, he ruined it afterwards by every species of artifice and fraud. And finally destroyed it by open force. Book 81. Lucius Sylla besieged Athens, y.r. 666, B.C. 86, held by Archelaus, under Mithridates, and took it, after an obstinate resistance. The city and such of the inhabitants as remained alive, were restored to liberty. Magnesia, the only city in Asia which continued faithful, was defended against Mithridates with great valor. The Thracians invaded Macedon. Book 82. Sylla defeated Mithridates in Thessaly, killing 100,000 men, and taking their camp. The war being renewed, he entirely routed and destroyed the king's army. Archelaus, with the royal fleet, surrendered to Sylla. Lucius Valerius Flaccus, Cinna's colleague in the consulship, who was appointed to succeed Sylla in the command of his army, became so odious to his men, on account of his avarice, that he was slain by Caius Fimbria, his lieutenant general. A man of consummate audacity, who assumed the command. Several cities in Asia were taken by Mithridates, who treated them with extreme cruelty. Macedon was invaded by the Thracians. Book 83. Y.R. 667, B.C. 85. Caius Fimbria, having defeated several of Mithridates' generals in Asia, took the city of Pergamus, and was very near making the king captive. He took and destroyed the city of Ilion, which adhered to Sylla, and recovered a great part of Asia. Sylla overcame the Thracians in several battles. Lucius Cinna and Gnaeus Papirius Carbo, having declared themselves consuls, made preparations for war against Sylla. Lucius Valerius Flaccus, the chief of the Senate, having made a speech among that body, by their assistance, with that of all who desired tranquility, effected that ambassadors should be sent to Sylla, concerning a treaty of peace. Cinna, attempting to force his men to embark and go against Sylla, was slain by them. Y.R. 668, B.C. 84. Carbo alone held the consulship. Sylla made peace in Asia with Mithridates, upon conditions that the king should evacuate Asia, Bithynia, and Cappadocia. Fimbria, deserted by his army, which went over to Sylla, put himself to death, by calling on his slave to cut off his head. Book 84. Sylla replied to deputies sent by the Senate, that he would yield to the authority of the Senate, upon condition that those who, being banished by Cinna, had fled to him, should be restored. Which proposition appeared reasonable to the Senate, but was opposed and rejected by Carbo and his faction, who conceived that they would derive more advantage from a continuance of the war. Carbo, requiring hostages from all the towns and colonies of Italy, to bind them more firmly in union against Sylla, was overruled by the Senate. The right of voting was given to the new citizens by a decree of the Senate. Quintus Metellus Pius, who had taken part with the chief men of the state, being prepared for war in Africa, was crushed by Caius Fabius, the praetor, y.R. 660, B.C. 83. Carbo's faction and the Marian party procured a decree of the Senate, that the armies should everywhere be disbanded. The sons of freed men were distributed among the 35 tribes. Preparations were made for war against Sylla. Book 85. Sylla entered Italy at the head of an army, and defeated in a battle Norbanus, the consul, by whom his ambassadors, sent to negotiate a peace, had been maltreated. Having ineffectually tried every means with Lucius Scipio, the other consul, to bring about a peace, he prepared to attack his camp, when the consul's whole army deserted to Sylla, having been seduced by some soldiers sent out by him. Scipio was set free, when he could have been killed. Gnaeus Pompeius, the son of Pompeius, who took Asculum, raised an army of volunteers, and went over to Sylla with 3 legions. Also the whole body of the nobility quit the city and joined his camp. Sundry actions in different parts of Italy are recorded in the book. Book 86. While Caius Marius, son of Caius Marius, was made consul, y.r. 670, B.C. 82, by force, before he was 20 years old, Caius Fabius was burned alive in his tent, in Africa, for his avarice and extortion. Lucius Philippus, Sylla's lieutenant general, having overthrown and killed the praetor, Quintus Antonius, took Sardinia. Sylla made a league with the states of Italy, lest he should be suspected of intending to deprive them of their constitution and the right of suffrage, which had been lately conceded to them. So confident was he of the victory, that he published an order that all persons engaged in lawsuits, bound by sureties, should make their appearance at Rome, although the city was yet in the possession of the opposite party. Lucius Damasippus, the praetor, having called together the Senate, at the desire of Marius, murdered such of the nobility as remained in the city. Among them Quintus Mucius Scaevola, the high priest, who, endeavoring to make his escape, was killed in the vestibule of the temple of Vesta. Besides, it includes an account of the war in Asia against Mithridates, renewed by Lucius Murena. Book 87. Sylla, having conquered and destroyed Caius Marius's army, at Sacriportus, laid siege to Praeneste, where Marius had taken refuge. He recovered Rome out of the hands of his enemies. Marius, attempting to break forth from Praeneste, was repelled. This book moreover contains an account of the successes of the different commanders under him, everywhere. Book 88. Sylla, having routed and cut off the army of Carbo at Clusium, Faventia, and Fidentia, drove him out of Italy. He completely subdued the Samnites near the city of Rome, before the Colline Gate. They were the only one of all the Italian states that had not before laid down their arms. Having restored the affairs of the Commonwealth, he stained his glorious victory with the most atrocious cruelties ever committed. He murdered 8,000 men in the Villa Publica, who had submitted and laid down their arms, and published a list of persons proscribed. He filled with blood the city of Rome, and all Italy. He ordered all the Praenestans, without exception, although they had laid down their arms, to be murdered. He killed Marius, a senator, by breaking his legs and arms, cutting off his ears, and scooping out his eyes. Caius Marius, being besieged at Praeneste by Lucretius Asella, one of the partisans of Sylla, having endeavored to escape through a mine, was intercepted by an army, and committed suicide. This took place in the center of the mine, when he found it impossible to escape with Pontius Telesinus, the companion of his flight, for each having drawn his sword, rushed madly on. When he had slain Telesinus, he himself, being wounded, begged of a slave that he would dispatch him. Book 89. Marcus Brutus, being sent in a fishing boat to Lilybaeum, by Gnaeus Papirius Carbo, who had sailed to Caesura, to discover if Pompeius were there, and being surrounded by the ships, which Pompey had sent, turned the point of his sword against himself, and threw himself on it with all the weight of his body, at one of the ship's benches. Gnaeus Pompeius, being sent by the Senate to Sicily, with full powers, having taken Carbo prisoner, put him to death. He dies weeping with womanly weakness. Sylla, having been created dictator, marched through the city with 24 lictors, which no one had ever done before. He established new regulations in the state, abridged the authority of the plebeian tribunes, took from them the power of proposing laws, increased the college of priests and augurs to 15, filled up the Senate from the equestrian order, took from the descendants of the proscribed persons all power of reclaiming the property of their ancestors, and sold such of their effects as had not been already confiscated, to the amount of 150 millions of sesterces. He ordered Lucretius Ofella to be put to death in the Forum, for having declared himself a candidate for the consulship, without having previously obtained his permission. And when the people of Rome were offended, he called a meeting, and told them that Ofella was slain by his orders, y.r. 671, B.C. 81. Gnaeus Pompeius vanquished and killed, in Africa, Gnaeus Domitius, one of the proscribed persons, and Hyarbas, king of Numidia, who were making preparations for war. He triumphed over Africa, although not more than 24 years of age, and only of equestrian rank, which never happened to any man before. Caius Norbanus, of consular rank, being proscribed, when he was taken at Rhodes, committed suicide. Mutilus, one of the proscribed, coming privately and in disguise to the back door of his wife Bastia's house, was refused admission, and she told him that he was a proscribed man, whereupon he stabbed himself, and sprinkled the door of his wife's house with his blood. Sylla took Nala, a city of the Samnites, y.r. 672, b.c. 80, and led forth 47 legions into the conquered lands, and divided them among them. y.r. 673, b.c. 79. He besieged and took the town of Volaterra, which was as yet at war with him. Mytilene, the only town in Asia which continued to adhere to Mithridates, was likewise stormed and demolished. Book XC. Sylla died, and the honor was paid him by the Senate of being buried in the Campus Martius. y.r. 674, b.c. 78. Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, attempting to rescind the acts of Sylla, raised a war, and was driven out of Italy by his colleague, Quintus Catullus, and having vainly planned a war in Sardinia, lost his life. y.r. 675, b.c. 77. Marcus Brutus, who held possession of Cisalpine Gaul, was slain by Gnaeus Pompeius. Quintus Sertorius, one of the proscribed, raised a formidable war in farther Spain. Lucius Manilius, the proconsul, and Marcus Domitius were overthrown in a battle by the quaestor Herculius. This book contains, moreover, an account of the expedition of the proconsul, Publius Servilius, against the Cilicians. Book XCI. Gnaeus Pompeius, while yet only of equestrian rank, was sent with consular authority against Sertorius. Sertorius took several cities, and reduced very many others to submission. The proconsul Appius Claudius conquered the Thracians in several battles, y.r. 676, b.c. 76. Quintus Metellus, the proconsul, cut off Herculius, the quaestor of Sertorius, with his whole army. Book 92. Gnaeus Pompeius fought an undecided battle with Sertorius, the wings on each side being beaten. Quintus Metellus conquered Sertorius and Paperna, with both their armies. Pompeius, desirous of having a share in this victory, engaged in the action, but without success. Sertorius, besieged in Clunia, made frequent sallies, to the great loss of the besiegers, y.r. 677, b.c. 75. This book contains, moreover, an account of the successful expedition of Curio, the proconsul, against the Dardanians, and of the cruelties of Sertorius against his own partisans, many of whom he put to death, upon pretended suspicion of treachery. Book 93. Publius Servilius, the proconsul in Cilicia, subdued the Isaurians, and took several cities belonging to the pirates. Nicomedes, king of Bithynia, dying, bequeathed his dominions to the Roman people, who reduced them into the form of a province, y.r. 678, b.c. 74. Mithridates, having established a league with Sertorius, declared war against Rome. He made vast preparations, both by land and sea, and seized Bithynia. Marcus Aurelius Cotta was overcome in an action by the king, at Chalcedon. This book contains the history of the actions of Pompey and Metellus against Sertorius, who was equal to them in all the tactics of war and military service, and having driven them from the blockade of the town of Calligures. He compelled them to retire to different countries, Metellus to farther Spain, and Pompey to Gaul. Book 94. Lucius Licinius Lucullus, consul, defeated Mithridates in an action between their cavalry, and made several successful expeditions, and repressed a mutiny among his soldiers which originated from an eager desire of fighting. Deiotarius, tetrarch of Galligraecia, killed certain officers of Mithridates who were stirring up war in Phrygia. This book contains, moreover, an account of the successes of Pompeius against Sertorius in Spain. Book 95. Caius Curio, the proconsul, y.r. 679, b.c. 73, subdued the Dardanians, in Thrace. 74 gladiators, belonging to Lentulus, make their escape from Capua, and having collected a great number of slaves and hired servants, and having put themselves under the command of Crixus and Spartacus, they defeated, in a battle. Claudius Pulcher, a lieutenant general, and Publius Varenus, the praetor. Lucius Lucullus, the proconsul, destroyed the army of Mithridates, by the sword and famine, at Cyzicus. And obliged that king, when driven from Bithynia, and broken down by various misfortunes arising from war and shipwrecks, to take refuge in Pontus. Book 96. Quintus Arrius, the praetor, y.r. 680, B.C. 72. Slew Crixus, the commander of the fugitive gladiators, with 20,000 men. Gnaeus Lentulus, the consul, engaged Spartacus unsuccessfully, who also defeated Lucius Gellius, the consul, and Quintus Arrius, the praetor. Sertorius was slain at a feast, in the 8th year of his command, by Manius Antonius, Marcus Paperna, and other conspirators. He was a great general, and although opposed to two eminent commanders, Pompeius and Metellus, was often equal, and sometimes even superior, to both of them. At last, being deserted and betrayed, the command of his force devolved upon Paperna, whom Pompeius took prisoner and slew, and recovered Spain, towards the close of the 10th year of that war. Caius Crassus, the proconsul, and Gnaeus Manlius, the praetor, fought Spartacus unsuccessfully. The charge of that war was committed to the praetor, Marcus Crassus. Book 97. Marcus Crassus, the praetor, y.r. 681, B.C. 71, fought successfully first with that part of the fugitives which was composed of Gauls and Germans, and slew 35,000 of them, with their general, Granicus. Afterwards he fought with Spartacus, killing him and 40,000 men. Marcus Antonius, the praetor, ended, by his death, the war against the Cretans, which had been unsuccessfully undertaken. Marcus Lucullus, the proconsul, subdued the Thracians. Lucius Lucullus fought successfully against Mithridates in Pontus, more than 60,000 of the enemy being slain, y.r. 682, B.C. 70. Marcus Crassus and Gnaeus Pompey, being made consuls, restored the tribunician power. The latter, being of the equestrian order, had not filled the office of quaestor. The right of trial was transferred to the Roman knights, by the praetor, Lucius Aurelius Cotta. The affairs of Mithridates being reduced to a state of desperation, he flew for refuge to Tigranes, king of Armenia. Book 98. A treaty of friendship was made by Machars, son of Mithridates, king of Bosphorus, with Lucius Lucullus. Gnaeus Lentulus and Caius Gellius, the censors, exercised their office with extreme rigor, expelling 64 senators. The lustrum was closed, and the number of citizens amounted to 450,000. Y.R. 683, B.C. 69. Lucius Metellus, the praetor, was successful against the pirates in Sicily. The temple of Jupiter in the capital, having been consumed by fire, was rebuilt and dedicated by Quintus Catullus. Y.R. 684, B.C. 68. Lucius Lucullus defeated Mithridates and Tigranes, with their vast armies, in Armenia, in several battles. The war against the Cretans being committed to the charge of the proconsul, Quintus Metellus, he laid siege to the city of Cydonia. Y.R. 685, B.C. 67. Lucius Triarius, a lieutenant general of Lucullus, was defeated in a battle against Mithridates. Lucullus was prevented, by a sedition in his army, from pursuing Mithridates and Tigranes, and completing his victory. The Valerian legions refused to follow Lucullus, alleging that they had served out their time. Book 99. The proconsul, Quintus Metellus, took Knossos, Lyctus, Cydonia, and many other cities. Lucius Roscius, the plebeian tribune, carried a law, that the 14 lower seats in the theatre shall be allotted to the Roman knights. Gnaeus Pompeius, being ordered by a law, which had the sanction of the people, to proceed against the pirates, who had interrupted the commerce of corn, in 40 days drove them wholly from the sea. And having finished the war against them in Cilicia, and reduced them to submission, assigned them lands and towns. This book contains, moreover, the history of the successes of Metellus against the Cretans, the letters between Metellus and Pompeius. Metellus complained that Pompeius had robbed him of the glory of his actions, in sending a deputy of his own to receive the submission of the Cretans. Pompeius alleged that he had a right to do so. Book C. Caius Manilius, the tribune of the people, y.r. 686, b.c. 66, to the great dissatisfaction of the nobility, proposed that the Mithridatic War should be committed to the conduct of Pompeius. He made an admirable speech on the occasion. Quintus Metellus, having subdued Crete, imposed laws upon that hitherto free island. Gnaeus Pompeius, on setting out for the war against Mithridates, renewed the treaty of friendship with Phraates, king of Parthia. He overcame Mithridates in an engagement between their cavalry. This book contains also the history of the war between Phraates, king of Parthia, and Tigranes, king of Armenia, afterwards, between the father and son Tigranes. Book Ci. Gnaeus Pompeius vanquished Mithridates, in a battle fought in the night, and compelled him to fly to Bosphorus, reduced Tigranes to submission, taking from him Syria, Phoenicia, and Cilicia, and restored to him his own kingdom of Armenia. The conspiracy planned by those who had been found guilty of bribery in seeking the consulship, to murder the consuls, was suppressed. Y.R. 687, B.C. 65. Pompeius pursued Mithridates into remote, and even unknown regions. He conquered in battle the Iberians and Albanians, who had refused him a passage through their territories. This book contains also the history of the flight of Mithridates through Colchis and the country of the Henochi, and of his actions at Bosphorus. Book Cai. Pompeius reduced Pontus to the form of a Roman province. Pharnaces, son of Mithridates, made war upon his father. Mithridates, besieged in his palace, took poison, and, when this did not produce the desired effect, he caused himself to be slain by a Gaul, named Bituitus. Pompeius conquered the Jews, and took their hitherto unviolated temple at Jerusalem. Y.R. 688, B.C. 64. Catiline, having twice failed in his suit for the consulship, forms a conspiracy, with Lentulus, Cethegus, and others, to destroy the consuls and the Senate, to burn the city, and seize the commonwealth. He raised an army in Etruria, y.R. 689, b.c. 63, Winky Face. The conspiracy was discovered, and frustrated by the exertions of Marcus Tullius Cicero, the consul. Catiline was driven out of Rome, the other conspirators were punished with death. Book Ci. Catiline, together with his army, y.R. 690. B.C. 62, was slain by the proconsul, Caius Antonius. Publius Clodius, being accused of having, disguised in woman's apparel, entered a chapel, which it was not lawful for a man to enter, and of having defiled the wife of the high priest, was acquitted. Caius Pontinius, the praetor, subdued at Solon the Allobrogians, who had rebelled. Publius Clodius joined the party of the people. Caius Caesar subdued the Lusitanians, y.R. 691, B.C. 51, Smiley Face, being a candidate for the consulship, and determined to seize the power of the commonwealth in his own hands, he formed a party with two of the principal men of the state, Gnaeus Pompeius and Marcus Crassus. Y.R. 692, B.C. 60. Caesar, the consul, procured the passing of some agrarian laws, contrary to the will of the Senate, and notwithstanding the opposition of his colleague, Marcus Bibulus. Y.R. 693, B.C. 59. Caius Antonius, the proconsul, was defeated in Thrace. Y.R. 694, B.C. 58. Marcus Cicero was banished, in consequence of a law procured by Publius Clodius, for having put to death Roman citizens uncondemned. Caesar, having gone into the province of Gaul, subdued the Helvetians, a wandering tribe, who, seeking a place of settlement, attempted to pass through Narbo, a part of his province. This book contains a description of the situation of Gaul. Pompeius triumphed over the children of Mithridates, Tigranes, and also the son of the latter, and the surname of the great was conferred upon him by a full assembly of the people. Book Civ. This book commences with a description of the situation of Germany, and the manners and customs of the natives. Caius Caesar, at the request of the Egeans and Sequanians, whose country had been seized upon, leads his army against the Germans, who had invaded Gaul, under the command of Ariovistus, roused by an address the courage of his soldiers, who were alarmed at the unusual appearance of these new enemies, and expelled from Gaul the Germans, defeated in a battle, y.r. 695, B.C. 57. Marcus Tullius Cicero, to the great joy of the Senate, and of all Italy, was recalled from banishment chiefly by the persuasion of Pompeius, aided by Titus Annius Milo, the plebeian tribune, who also argued in his favor. The charge of providing corn for the city was committed to Gnaeus Pompeius for 5 years. Caesar brought to subjection the Ambians, Suessians, Varimanduans, and Atrebatians, a people of the Belgians, whose numbers were immense, after having subdued them in battle. He afterwards, at great risk, engaged the Nervians, a people belonging to one of the above states, and destroyed that race. This war they continued with such obstinacy, that their army was reduced from 60,000 men to 300, and, of 400 senators, only 3 remained alive. A law being made to reduce Cyprus to the form of a province, and to confiscate the royal treasure, the management of that business was committed to Marcus Cato. Y.R. 696, B.C. 56. Ptolemy, being ill-treated by his subjects, and dethroned, came to Rome. Caius Caesar defeated the Venetians, a people living on the borders of the sea, in a sea fight. This book contains also the history of his lieutenant's equally good fortune. Book CV. When, by the intercessions of Caius Cato, the elections were suspended, the Senate went into mourning, y.r. 607, B.C. 55. Marcus Cato, a candidate for the praetorship, lost the election, Vatinius carrying it against him. The same Cato was committed to prison by the tribune Trebonius, for resisting the law allotting the provinces, for 5 years, in the following manner: to Caesar, Gaul and Germany, to Pompeius, Spain, and to Crassus, Syria, and the Parthian war. Aulus Gabinius, the proconsul, restored Ptolemy to his kingdom of Egypt, and dethroned Archelaus, whom the people had elected king. Y.R. 698, B.C. 54. Caesar, having vanquished the Germans who had invaded Gaul, passed the Rhine, and subdued the nearest part of it, and then crossed over the sea into Britain, with adverse fortune, at first owing to opposing tempests, and afterwards with little better success. And, having killed a very great number of the inhabitants, he reduced a part of the island to subjection. Book CVI. Julia, the daughter of Caesar, and wife of Pompeius, died, and by a vote of the people she was honored with burial in the Campus Martius. Certain tribes of the Gauls revolted under the command of Ambiorix. They ensnare and cut off Cotta and Titurius, lieutenants general under Caesar, with the armies under their command, having attacked the camps of the other legions, who with difficulty defended them, and among the rest the camp of Quintus Cicero, who commanded in the country of the Nervii. They were defeated by Caesar in battle. Y.R. 699, B.C. 53. Marcus Crassus crossed the Euphrates, to make war against the Parthians, and was overthrown in a battle, in which his son was killed. After he had collected the remains of his army upon a rising ground, having been invited to a conference by the enemy, whose leader was Surinus, under the pretense of a treaty of peace, he was ensnared, and fell fighting bravely, to prevent his suffering indignity from the enemy while alive. Book CVI. Caius Caesar, having subdued the Treverian Gauls, passed over a second time into Germany. Finding no enemy there, he returned to Gaul, and reduced to obedience the Eburones, and other cities, which had revolted. Titus Annius Milo, a candidate for the consulship, killed Publius Clodius on the Appian road, near Bovilla. The people burned the body of the latter in the Curia, y.r. 700, B.C. 52. The candidates for the consulship, Hypsias, Scipio, and Milo, carried on their contention with so much rancor, as to come to open violence, which excited a seditious tumult. To repress these enormities, Gnaeus Pompeius was a third time elected consul, in his absence, and without a colleague, a circumstance which never occurred before. Milo was tried for the murder of Clodius, and condemned to banishment. A law was made, notwithstanding the strenuous opposition of Marcus Cato, to empower Caesar to stand for the consulship, though absent. This book contains also the history of Caesar's operations against the Gauls, who had almost all revolted, and put themselves under the command of Vercingetorix. He took many towns, amongst others, Avaricum, Biturium, and Gergovia. Book XLIV. Caius Caesar overthrew the Gauls at Alesia, and reduced all the revolted cities to subjection. Caius Cassius, Marcus Crassus's quaestor, defeated the Parthians who had passed over into Syria. Y.R. 701, B.C. 51. Marcus Cato failed in his suit for the consulship, the successful candidates being Servius Sulpicius and Marcus Marcellus. Caius Caesar subdued the Bellovacians, and other Gallic tribes. This book contains, moreover, the record of the disputes between the consuls, concerning the sending out of a person to succeed Caesar. Marcellus contending that Caesar should come home to sue for the consulship, being, by a law made expressly for that purpose, enabled to hold his province until that period, and also the exploits of Marcus Bibulus in Syria. Book CX. In this book are recorded the causes and commencement of the civil war, and, Y.R. 702, B.C. 50, disputes about sending a successor to Caesar, who refused to disband his army, unless Pompeius should also do the same. And it contains an account of the actions of Caius Curio, the plebeian tribune, first against Caesar, afterwards in his favor. Y.R. 703, B.C. 49. A decree of the Senate being passed, that a successor to Caesar should be appointed, Marcus Antonius and Quintus Cassius being driven out of the city, for protesting against that measure, orders were sent by the Senate to the consuls. And to Gnaeus Pompeius, to take care that the commonwealth should sustain no injury. Caesar, determined to make war upon his enemies, arrived in Italy with his army, took Corfinium, and in it Lucius Domitius and Lucius Lentulus, whom he discharged, and drove Gnaeus Pompeius and his adherents out of Italy. Book CX. Caesar besieged Massilia, the gates of which had been shut against him. Leaving his lieutenants general, Caius Trebonius and Decimus Brutus, to carry on the siege, he set out for Spain, where Lucius Afranius and Caius Petreius, Pompeius's lieutenants general, with 7 legions, surrendered to him at Ilerda. He dismissed them all in safety. He also reduced to submission Varro, another lieutenant general of Pompeius, with the army under his command. He granted the privileges of Roman citizens to the Gadatanians. The Massilians were defeated in 2 engagements at sea. After having sustained a long siege, they yielded to Caesar. Caius Antonius, a lieutenant general of Caesar, having made an unsuccessful attack upon Pompeius's forces in Illyria, was taken prisoner. In the course of this war, the inhabitants of Opitergium, a district beyond the Po, in alliance with Caesar, seeing their bridge blocked up by the enemy's ships, rather than fall into their hands, killed one another. Caius Curio, one of Caesar's lieutenants general in Africa, after a successful engagement with Varus, a general of the Pompeian party, was cut off, together with his army, by Juba, king of Mauritania. Caius Caesar passed over into Greece. Book CXI. Marcus Caelius Rufus, the praetor, Y.R. 662, B.C. 48, having excited a sedition in the city, by holding out hopes to the people that their debts should be annulled, his office being taken from him, was driven from the city. He joined Milo, who, being in exile, was raising an army of fugitives. They were both slain while preparing for war. Cleopatra, queen of Egypt, was dethroned by her brother Ptolemy. The Cordubians in Spain, harassed by the extortion and oppression of the praetor, Quintus Cassius, desert Caesar's party, together with 2 legions. Gnaeus Pompeius being besieged by Caesar at Dyrrachium, beats him out of his lines. The siege being raised, the seat of war was removed to Thessaly. Caesar conquered Pompeius in a battle at Pharsalia. Cicero remained in the camp, as he was a man better calculated for anything than war. Caesar granted a free pardon to all who submitted themselves to his power. Book XLIV. The consternation and flight of the vanquished parties in various quarters of the world are recorded. Gnaeus Pompeius, when he had gone to Egypt, before he could land, was slain in his boat by Achilles, who had been sent for that purpose, according to the command of Ptolemy, the young king, who was instigated by Pothinus and Theodotus, his tutor, who had great influence over the king. Cornelia, his wife, and Sextus, his son, fled to Cyprus. Caesar followed him 3 days after, and when Theodotus presented to him the head and ring of Pompeius, he was grievously offended, and wept over them. Y.R. 705, B.C. 47. Caesar entered Alexandria in safety, though it was in a state of tumult. Caesar, being created dictator, restored Cleopatra to her throne, and defeated with great slaughter Ptolemy, who had made war upon him by the advice of those who had caused him to put Pompeius to death. Ptolemy, in his flight, sunk with his vessel in the Nile. This book contains also an account of the fatiguing march of Marcus Cato, with his legions, through the deserts of Africa, and of the unsuccessful war of Gnaeus Domitius against Pharnaces. Book XI. The Pompeian party having collected their forces in Africa, the supreme command was given to Publius Scipio, Marcus Cato, who had been joined with him in the command, giving it up. When it was deliberated, in council, whether the city of Utica should not be demolished, on account of its attachment to Caesar, Cato opposed that measure, which was strongly recommended by Juba, Cato's opinion prevailing. He was appointed governor of the city. Gnaeus Pompeius, the son of Pompeius the Great, having collected some forces in Spain, which neither Afranius nor Petreius would take the command of, renews the war against Caesar. Pharnaces, king of Pontus, son of Mithridates, after supporting the war but a very short time, was subdued. When seditions were excited in Rome by Publius Dolabella, a plebeian tribune, who moved for a law to abolish the debts of the people, and on that account a tumult arose among the people, Marcus Antonius, master of the horse, brought troops into the town, and killed 800 of the people. Caesar discharged the veteran soldiers, who were grown mutinous, crossed over into Africa, and engaged the forces of King Juba in a very hazardous combat. Book XLIV. Caecilius Bassus, Y.R. 706, B.C. 46, a Roman knight of the Pompeian party, stirred up war in Syria. The legion left there under the command of Sextus Caesar, having slain their commander, and revolted to Bassus. Caesar defeated Scipio the praetor, Afranius, and Juba, at Thapsus, their camps having been stormed. Having heard of this circumstance, Cato stabbed himself at Utica, and by the intervention of his son he might have been saved, but in the middle of the restoratives, having torn open the wound, he expired, in his 49th year. Petreius put Juba and himself to death. Publius Scipio, being surrounded in his ship, to an honorable death added also a remarkable speech, for to the enemies who inquired about the general, he said, "The general is well." Faustus and Afranius were slain. Cato's son was pardoned. Brutus, Caesar's lieutenant general, defeated the rebellious Bellivacians in battle. Book XLV. Caesar triumphed 4 times, over Gaul, Egypt, Pontus, and Africa. He gave a feast, and exhibited shows of every description. To Marcus Marcellus, a man of consular rank, he granted leave to return at the request of the Senate. Which favor Marcellus did not live to enjoy, having been murdered at Athens by Gnaeus Magius Silo, his own dependent. Caesar held a census, when the number of citizens amounted to 150,000, Y.R. 707, B.C. 45, and went to Spain against Gnaeus Pompey, where, after many attacks on both sides, many cities having been stormed, he at length gained a signal victory, after a most desperate engagement, at Munda. Sextus Pompeius effected his escape. Book XLV. Caesar triumphed a 5th time over Spain. Very many and high honors were decreed him by the Senate, among others, that he should be styled father of his country, and sacred, and also that he should be perpetual dictator, Y.R. 708, B. C. 44. It afforded cause of odium against him, that he rose not to the Senate when conferring these honors on him, as he was sitting before the shrine of Venus Genetrix. And that he laid aside on a chair the diadem, placed on his head, by his colleague in the consulship, Marcus Antonius, who was running among the Lupercalians, and that the magistracies were taken away from Appidius Marullus and Cassius Flavus, the tribunes of the people, who excited envy against him for aiming at the imperial dignity. For these reasons, a conspiracy was formed against him, the chiefs of which were Marcus Brutus and Caius Cassius, with two of his own partisans, Decimus Brutus and Caius Trebonius. He was slain in Pompey's Senate house with 23 wounds. And the Capitol was seized on by his murderers. An act of amnesty having been passed by the Senate in relation to his murder, and the children of Antony and Lepidus having been taken as hostages, the conspirators came down from the Capitol. Octavius, Caesar's nephew, was by his will made heir of half his possessions. Caesar's body was burnt by the people, in the Campus Martius, opposite the rostrum. The office of dictator was abolished forever. Caius Amatius, one of the lowest of the people, giving himself out for the son of Caius Marius, having excited some seditious movements among the credulous vulgar, was slain. Book XLIV. Caius Octavius came to Rome from Epirus, whither Caesar had sent him to conduct the war in Macedonia, and, having received favorable omens, assumed the name of Caesar. In the confusion and bustle of affairs, Lepidus procured the office of chief priest. But when Marcus Antonius, the consul, governed with violence, and forcibly caused a law to be passed respecting the change of provinces, and had also given very injurious treatment to Caesar, when he requested that he would assist him in punishing the murderers of his uncle, Caesar, to strengthen himself and the commonwealth against him, called out the veteran soldiers, who had been settled in the colonies. The Fourth and Martian legions also deserted from Antony to Caesar. Afterwards also very many revolted to Caesar, on account of the cruelty of Antony, who slaughtered everywhere in their own camps even those whom he suspected. Decimus Brutus, in order to stop Antonius on his way into Cisalpine Gaul, seized Mutina with his army. This book contains also the history of the attempts of both parties to possess themselves of the provinces, and of the preparations for war. Book XLIV. Marcus Brutus, in Greece, under the pretext of supporting the Commonwealth, and the war against Antonius, managed to get the command of Vatinius' army in Provence. Y.R. 709, B.C. 43. To Caesar, who had first undertaken to defend the Commonwealth by arms, was given the authority of propraetor, with consular ornaments by the Senate, and it was added that he should be enrolled a senator. Marcus Antonius besieged Brutus at Mutina. And the ambassadors sent to him by the Senate, with a treaty of peace, met with little success in effecting it. The people of Rome assumed the military habit. Marcus Brutus reduced under his power Caius Antonius, the praetor, together with the army which he commanded in Epirus. Book CXAX. By the treachery of Publius Dolabella, Caius Trebonius was slain in Asia, for which crime the Senate voted Dolabella to be a public enemy. When Pansa, one of the consuls, had fought unsuccessfully against Antony, Aulus Hirtius, the other consul, coming up with his army, equalized the fortune of either party, the forces of Antony being routed. Antonius, afterwards being conquered by Hirtius and Caesar, fled into Gaul, and joined to himself Marcus Lepidus, together with the legions which were under him, and was declared a public enemy by the Senate, together with all his associates. Aulus Hirtius, who, after his victory, was slain in the enemy's camp, and Lucius Pansa, who died of a wound received in an unsuccessful battle, were buried in the Campus Martius. To Caesar, the only surviving general of the three, the Senate showed but little gratitude, for a triumph was voted to Decimus Brutus, who was relieved from the siege of Mutina by Caesar. They did not mention with sufficient gratitude Caesar and his soldiers, wherefore Caius Caesar, having, by the intervention of Marcus Lepidus, renewed his friendly relation with Marcus Antonius, came with his army to Rome. And those who had been unjust to him, being struck with dread at his approach, he was elected consul in his 19th year. Book CXX. Caesar, the consul, introduced a law to hold an inquiry into the case of those by whose instigation his father had been murdered, and Marcus Brutus, Caius Cassius, and Decimus Brutus having been tried by this law, were condemned, though absent. When Ascanius Pollio and Munatius Plancus, having also joined their forces to those of Antonius, had increased his strength, and when Decimus Brutus, to whom the Senate had given orders to pursue Antony, being deserted by the legions under his command, had fled, he was killed by Capenus Sequanus, by order of Antonius, into whose hands he had fallen. Caius Caesar became reconciled to Antonius and Lepidus, so that he and Lepidus and Antony formed a triumvirate for the administration of the republic for 5 years, and that they should proscribe each his particular enemies. In which proscription were included very many of the equestrian order, and 130 senators. Among whom were Lucius Paulus, the brother of Lepidus, Lucius Caesar, Antony's uncle, and Marcus Tullius Cicero, whose head and right hand were placed on the rostrum, when he was murdered in his 63rd year by Popilius, a legionary soldier. This book also contains an account of the transactions of Brutus in Greece. Book CXXI. Caius Cassius, having received orders from the Senate to pursue Dolabella, who had been pronounced a public enemy, acting under the sanction of the state, reduced Syria under his authority by means of the 3 armies which were in that province. And besieging Dolabella, in Laodicea, put him to death. Caius Antonius, having been taken, was also slain by order of Marcus Brutus. Book CI. Marcus Brutus fought unsuccessfully with the Thracians. Afterwards all the provinces beyond sea, together with the armies in them, having been brought into obedience to him and Cassius, they met at Smyrna, to hold a council relative to the war which they were about to engage in. Y.R. 710, B.C. 42. They agreed in pardoning Publicola, the brother of Marcus Messala, who had been conquered. Book CI. Sextus, son of Pompey the Great, having assembled a considerable number of the proscribed Romans, and other fugitives, in Epirus, wandering about for a long time, subsisting chiefly by piracy. At length he seized first on Messana in Sicily, and afterwards on the whole province, and having killed Aulus Pompeius Bithynicus, the praetor, he defeated Quintus Salvidianus, a general of Caesar's, in a sea fight. Caesar and Antonius, with their armies, passed over into Greece, to make war against Brutus and Cassius. Quintus Cornificius conquered, in a battle in Africa, Titus Cestius, the leader of Cassius' party. Book XLIV. Caius Caesar and Antony fought an undecisive battle with Brutus and Cassius at Philippi, in which the right wing of each army was victorious, and on both sides the camps were taken. The death of Cassius turned the scale of fortune. For, being at the head of that wing which was beaten, he supposed his whole army routed, and killed himself. Afterwards, in another battle, Brutus, being overcome, put an end to his life, in his 40th year, after entreating Strabo, the companion of his flight, to drive a sword through him. Many others slew themselves, among whom was Quintus Hortensius. Book CXXV. Caesar, Y.R. 711, B.C. 41, leaving Antonius to take care of the provinces beyond the sea, returned to Italy, and made a distribution of lands among the veterans. He represses, with great risk, a mutiny among his soldiers, who, being bribed by Fulvia, the wife of Marcus Antonius, conspired against their general. Lucius Antonius, the consul, influenced by Fulvia, made war upon Caesar, having taken to his assistance those whose land Caesar had distributed among his veteran soldiers, and having overthrown Lepidus, who, with an army, had charge of the defense of the city, he entered it in a hostile manner. Book XLIV. Caesar, now 23 years of age, Y.R. 712, B.C. 40, besieged Antonius in Perugia, and forced him, after several ineffectual attempts to escape, to surrender through famine, and pardoned him and all his soldiers. He razed Perugia to the ground and terminated the war without bloodshed, all the forces of the enemy having been brought under his own power. Book XVII. The Parthians, who had joined the Pompeian party, under the command of Labienus, invaded Syria, and having beaten Decidius Saxa, a lieutenant general under Antonius, seized that whole province. When Marcus Antonius was excited to dispute with Caesar by his wife Fulvia, having dismissed her, lest she should mar the concord of the generals, and having concluded a treaty of peace with Caesar, he married his sister Octavia. He himself informed against Quintus Salvidienus, who was forming a villainous combination against Caesar, who, having been condemned, committed suicide. Y.R. 713, B.C. 39. Publius Ventidius, the lieutenant of Antony, drove the Parthians from Syria, having conquered them in battle, their general, Labienus, having been slain. When Sextus Pompey held Sicily, being hostilely disposed, and near to Italy, and obstructed the commerce in corn, at his own request Caesar and Antony entered into a treaty of peace, so that he was made governor of Sicily. This book contains also the history of the commotions and war in Africa. Book XLIV. Y.R. 714, B.C. 38. When Sextus Pompeius had again infested the sea with his piracies, nor kept the peace which he had solicited, Caesar, being obliged to make war upon him, fought against him in 2 indecisive sea engagements, Y.R. 715, B.C. 37. Publius Ventidius, the lieutenant of Marcus Antonius, overthrew the Parthians in battle, in Syria, and killed their king. Y.R. 716, B.C. 36. Antonius's generals vanquished the Jews also. This book contains also the account of the preparations for war in Sicily. Book 6. Several battles were fought at sea, with Sextus Pompeius, with various success, of Caesar's 2 fleets, one under the command of Agrippa gained a victory. The other, led by Caesar himself, was cut off, and his soldiers, being sent on shore, were exposed to great dangers. Pompeius, being afterwards defeated, fled into Sicily. Marcus Lepidus, who came from Africa, under the pretext of joining Caesar in the war which he was about to wage against Sextus Pompeius, when he declared war against Caesar himself, being deserted by his army, and deprived of the honor of the triumvirate, obtained his life. Caesar conferred a naval crown upon Agrippa, an honor never before bestowed on any commander. Book CXXX. Marcus Antonius, having spent much time in luxurious indulgence with Cleopatra, having arrived late in Media, with 18 legions and 16,000 horse, made war upon the Parthians. When, having lost 2 of his legions, nothing prospered with him, he retreated to Armenia, being pursued by the Parthians, he fled 300 miles in 21 days, great trepidation and danger encompassing his whole army. He lost about 8,000 men by tempests, he was himself the cause, as well of the losses by the tempests, as of the unfortunate Parthian war, for he would not winter in Armenia, being in haste to revisit Cleopatra. Book XI. Sextus Pompeius, Y.R. 717, B.C. 35, notwithstanding his engagements to Marcus Antonius, endeavored to raise a war against him in Asia, and was slain by one of Antonius's generals. Y.R. 718, B.C. 34. Caesar repressed a mutiny of the veterans, which threatened much mischief. He subdued the Japidi, the Dalmatians, and Pannonians. Y.R. 179, B.C. 33. Antonius, having, by promises of safety and protection, induced Artavards, king of Armenia, to come to him, commanded him to be thrown into chains, and gave the kingdom of Armenia to his own son, whom he had by Cleopatra, whom he now treated as his wife, having been long enamored of her. Book XCI. Caesar conquered the Dalmatians in Illyria. Y.R. 720, B.C. 32. He passed over to Epirus at the head of an army, Y.R. 721, B.C. 31, against Antonius, who, fascinated by the love of Cleopatra, by whom he had 2 sons, Alexander and Philadelphus, would neither come to Rome, nor, the time of his triumvirate being expired, would resign that office, but meditated war, which he should wage against Rome and Italy, and for that purpose was preparing great forces both by sea and land, having also divorced Octavia, Caesar's sister. Sea fights, and battles on land between the cavalry, in which Caesar was victorious, are recorded. Book CXI. After his fleet had been vanquished by Caesar at Actium, Antonius escaped to Alexandria, where, being besieged by Caesar, in desperation, induced principally by a false rumor of the death of Cleopatra, he committed suicide. Caesar having reduced Alexandria, y.r. 722, b.c. 30, Cleopatra, to avoid falling into his hands, having put herself to death, on his return to Rome triumphs 3 times, first, over Illyria, secondly, on account of the victory at Actium, and, thirdly, over Cleopatra, the civil wars being thus terminated, after they had lasted 21 years, y.r. 723, b.c. 29. Marcus Lepidus, the son of Lepidus, who was of the triumvirate, forming a conspiracy against Caesar, was taken and killed. Book XLIV. Caesar, having settled the affairs of the state, y.r. 724, b.c. 28, and reduced all the provinces to exact order, received the surname of Augustus, and the month Sextilis was named, in honor of him, August. Y.R. 725, b.c. 27. Caesar having called a meeting of the states at Narbo, a census was made of the 3 Gauls, which were conquered by his father. The war against the Bastarnians, Moesians, and other nations, under the conduct of Marcus Crassus, is described in this book. Book XLIV. The war carried on by Marcus Crassus against the Thracians, and by Caesar against the Spaniards, is recorded in this book. Y.R. 729, b.c. 23. The Cilicians, a people of the Alps, were subdued. Book XLIV. Rhaetia was subdued by Tiberius Nero and Drusus, the stepsons of Caesar. Agrippa, Caesar's son-in-law, died. The census was held by Drusus. Book XLII. The states of Germany, situated on either side of the Rhine, are attacked by Drusus. The insurrections, excited by the taxes levied in Gaul, were suppressed, y.r. 740, b.c. 12. An altar was dedicated to Caesar at the confluence of the Arer and the Rhone, by Caius Julius Vercindaris Dubius, an Eduan, appointed priest for that purpose. Book XLIV. That the Thracians were subdued by Lucius Piso, y.r. 741, b.c. 11, winky face. Also the Cheruscans, Tenethrans, Cadians, and other nations beyond the Rhine, by Drusus, is recorded in this book. Octavia, Augustus's sister, died, having before lost her son, Marcellus. A theatre and portico, dedicated in his name, form his monument. Book XLVI. Y.R. 742, b.c. 10. The war against the nations beyond the Rhine, conducted by Drusus, is recorded in this book. The chief actors in it were Senectius and Annexius, military tribunes, belonging to the Nervians. Nero, the brother of Drusus, subdued the Dalmatians and Pannonians. Peace was concluded with Parthia, the standards which were taken from Crassus, and afterwards from Antonius, being restored by their king. Book XL. Y.R. 743, b.c. 9. The war against the German nations beyond the Rhine, conducted by Drusus, is recorded in this book. Drusus himself, his horse having fallen on his leg, died of the fracture 13 days after the accident. His body was conveyed to Rome by his brother, Nero, who having been summoned by the tidings of his illness, had quickly come to him, and it was buried in the tomb of Caius Julius. His funeral eulogium was pronounced by Caesar Augustus, his stepfather, and many honors were added to his last rites. Fragments of the History of Livy. Translated by William A. David, Senator Mod. X. Scholl. A. B. T. C. D. N. B. An asterisk is prefixed to such fragments as can, by a probable conjecture, be referred to the books to which they belong, the other fragments, to which we cannot assign their proper place in the books of Livy, together with what remains of a letter inscribed to his son, have been added subsequently. Belonging to the 12th book. Pyrrhus was a consummate tactician, but more skillful in the arrangements of a battle than the operations of a war. Servius on Verg. Ain. I. 456. Belonging to the 13th book. We might have held it in private. Priscian. Belonging to the 14th book. Both Livy and Sallust inform us that the ancients used scythe-armed chariots. Servius. Verg. Ain. I. 476. Belonging to the 16th book. Sychaeus was called Sicarbas, Belus, the father of Dido, Mithres. Carthage from Carthada, as we read it, which is found in the history of the Carthaginians, and in Livy. Servius. Verg. Ain. I. 343. Carthage signifies, in the Punic tongue, new city, as Livy informs us. Servius. Verg. Ain. I. 366. Bitias was the admiral of the Punic fleet, as Livy informs us. Servius. Verg. Ain. I. 738. Belonging to the 17th book. The day before the Nones. The day before the Ides. Priscian. Belonging to the 18th book. Beardless. Charis. Book I. There is also mention made by Livy of a serpent, in a narrative alike interesting and eloquent. For he says that there was in Africa, at the river Bagradas, a snake of such enormous size, that it prevented the army of Attilius Regulus from using the water, and that, after seizing many of the soldiers in its powerful fangs, and crushing several to death in the folds of its tail, as soon as they discovered that it could not be injured by weapons cast by the hand, it was at last attacked on every side by missiles from the engines, and killed by numerous and ponderous blows of huge stones. And that it appeared to all, both cohorts and legions, more terrible than Carthage itself. He narrates that the Romans were compelled to remove their camp, owing to the river being tinged with its blood, and the air in the vicinity being corrupted by the pestilential effluvia. He says, too, that the skin of the monster, which was 120 feet long, was sent to Rome. Valerius Maximus. Belonging to the 19th book. The third, secular, games were celebrated, according to Aeneas and Livy, in the consulship of Publius Claudius Pulcher, and Caius Junius Pullus. Censorinus. It is recorded in Livy that when a certain general, who was desirous of carrying on a war, was prevented by one of the tribunes of the commons from setting out on the expedition, he ordered the sacred chickens to be brought forward. When they did not eat the corn that was cast before them, the consul, in derision of the augury, said, "Let them drink, and cast them into the Tiber." Afterwards, when returning victorious in his ships, he was drowned off the coast of Africa, with all that he commanded. Servius. Verg. Ain. 6. 198. Belonging to the 22nd book. And in repeating the attack with a small body of troops on the walls of Elisfa, after coming like a marauder, an elephant covered with armor broke forth from the town, the consul took it, and after slaying those on its back, reserved it for the fight. But the townsmen, as they felt little anxiety about it, on the second day, armed with shields, engraven with the figures of elephants, attack a few fugitives, and retake the elephant under more favorable omens. And the inhabitants give the name of Aliphi to the town, formerly called Ruffius, from the circumstance of the favorable following the unfavorable omen. This fragment is undoubtedly spurious. Belonging to the 49th book. There are three different opinions concerning the date of the fourth, secular, games. For Antaeus, and Varro, and Livy have recorded, that they were exhibited in the consulate of Lucius Marcius Censorinus and Manius Manilius, in the 605th year after the foundation of Rome. Censorinus. Belonging to the 56th book. Who say that Pompey pleaded disease as an excuse, lest, by his presence in the tumult, he might irritate the minds of the Numantines. Priscian. Belonging to the 77th book. Sulla makes a most noble matrimonial alliance, by marrying Cecilia, the daughter of Metellus, the Pontifex Maximus. For which reason the populace chanted many lampoons against him, and many of the principal men envied him, considering him, whom they judged deserving of consulship, unworthy of that woman, as Livy remarks. Plutarch. Sulla. Livy relates that, when Sulla first advanced to the city against Marius, the entrails appeared so propitious to the person sacrificing, that Postumius, the soothsayer, expressed his willingness to give himself into custody, on condition that he should suffer capital punishment, if Sulla did not, by the aid of the gods, succeed in the projects which he had in contemplation. Augustine. Belonging to the 83rd book. Since when all the statues were overthrown and burned along with the town, the statue of Minerva alone is reported, as Livy says, to have stood uninjured under the ruins of that immense temple. Augustine. Belonging to the 91st book. The inhabitants of Contribia, although they were attacked by the pangs of famine, in addition to their other calamities, after making many ineffectual attempts to repel the war from their city and walls, injured the works of Sertorius by casting fire from the walls. And a tower of many stories, which exceeded in height all the fortifications of the city, being consumed by the spreading flames, fell to the ground with a great crash. However, during the following night another tower was reared in the same place, by the efforts of Sertorius, who remained awake all night, the sight of which at the dawn struck the enemy with astonishment. At the same time the city tower, which had been their strongest defense, as its foundations were undermined, began to yawn with great rents, and afterwards take fire from a torch that was thrown against it. And the inhabitants of Contribia, being terrified by the fear of the fire and fall of the battlements combined, fled in alarm from the walls, and the whole populace shouted out that ambassadors should be sent to surrender the city. The same valor which had urged Sertorius to besiege them when they provoked him, made him, when victorious, more inclined to mercy. After receiving hostages, he exacted a small sum of money, and took away from them all their arms. He ordered the deserters that were freemen to be brought alive to him. He ordered the inhabitants to slay the fugitive slaves, of whom there was a greater number. They cut their throats and cast them from the walls. Having reduced Contribia, after a siege of 44 days, which cost him a great number of men, and having left Lucius Instius in command there with a strong garrison, he himself marched his army to the river Iberus. Then having built his winter quarters nigh to the town, which is called Castra Aelia, he remained in person in the camp. During the day he held a congress of the allied states in the town. He had previously issued a proclamation throughout the entire province, that each state should make arms in proportion to its resources, and after inspecting them, he ordered his soldiers to bring in their other arms, which had been rendered ineffective by frequent marches, or assaults and battles, and divided the new arms among the men by means of the centurions. He also furnished the cavalry with new arms, and distributed among them clothes, which had been previously prepared for them, and gave them pay also. He searched carefully for mechanics, and brought them together from every quarter, and erected public manufactories in which he could employ their labor, and made calculations of the amount of work that could be done each day. Therefore all the implements of war were in process of preparation at the same time, neither did the mechanics want materials, as all things had been previously prepared by the zealous efforts of the states. Nor was any department of the service unprovided with proper workmen. Then, after calling together the embassies of all the nations and states, he returned them thanks. Because they furnished the supplies which had been levied on them for the infantry, he laid before them a statement of the acts which he had performed in defending his allies and besieging the cities of the enemy, and encouraged them to prosecute the war with vigor. He informed them, briefly, how deeply the provinces of Spain were interested in the success of his party. He then dismissed the assembly, and after bidding them all to be of good courage, and return to their respective states, he sent Marcus Perperna early in spring with 20,000 infantry and 1,500 cavalry to the nation of the Ilyricanians, to defend the maritime coast of that country. He gave him instructions relative to the routes by which he should march to defend the cities in alliance with him, which Pompey was besieging, and pointed out the places in which he might lay ambuscades for Pompey on his march. At the same time he sent letters to Herennius, who was in the same country, and to Lucius Hirtulius, in the other province, with instructions as to the manner in which he wished the war to be conducted, charging him especially to defend the allied states in such a manner as not to fight a pitched battle with Metellus, for whom he was not a match either in influence or strength. That he himself did not intend to march against Pompey, nor did he believe that the latter would come to a pitched battle. Since if the war were protracted, the enemy could procure supplies from every quarter by their shipping, as they had the sea at their back, and all the provinces under their dominion. And that he himself would be reduced to want of everything, since what he had previously stored was consumed during the former summer. That Perperna was appointed to the command of the region bordering on the sea, in order that he might be able to defend the country which was as yet free from the ravages of the enemy, and at the same time attack them unawares, if any opportunity should occur. He determined to march in person with his army against the Baronians and Otrogonians. Because he ascertained that they had frequently, during the winter, solicited aid from Pompey, and had sent persons to point out the way to the Roman army, during the time that he himself was employed in besieging the Celtiberian cities. And besides, his soldiers were often harassed by their cavalry during the siege of Contribia, in whatsoever direction they might proceed in search of corn and forage. They had even the hardihood at that time to solicit the Arevasi to join their party. He intended, after giving them an example of the severity of war, to deliberate which of his two enemies he should attack, which of the two provinces he should repair to, whether he should go to the maritime coast. To prevent Pompey from entering Illyricania and Contestania, both of which were allied nations, or should turn his attention to Metellus and Lusitania. Sertorius, anxiously deliberating on these plans, marched his army peaceably along the banks of the river Iberus, through the territory of his allies, without injuring any one. Then he marched into the territories of the Bersonians, Cascantinians, and Gracuretanians, and after wasting everything, and trampling down the crops, came to Caliguri's Nazica, a city of the allies. And after passing the river nigh to the town, by a bridge built for the occasion, he encamped there. On the next day he sent Marcus Marius, the quaestor, into the territory of the Arevacans and Sarandonians, to enlist soldiers among those nations, and to convey the corn from them to Contribia, called also Lucas, near which city lay the most convenient roads leading out of the country of the Baronians, in whatever direction he should determine to march his army, and he sent Caius Instius, the prefect of the cavalry, to Liguria and the nation of the Vacians, to search for horsemen, with orders to wait for him at Contribia with such cavalry as he could collect. After dispatching them, he himself set out, and having marched his army through the territory of the Vasconians, pitched his camp on the confines of the Baronians. On the next day he went forward with the cavalry to reconnoiter the roads, after giving orders to the infantry to march in the form of a square, and came to Vacia, the strongest city in that country. He came on them unexpectedly during the night. The townsmen having summoned from every quarter the cavalry, both of their own nation and the Otrogonians, made a sally and marched against Sertorius, to prevent him from entering the pass of the Vatican copy of Livy. This was the first battle that was fought between Sertorius and Pompey. We have the authority of Livy, that Pompey's army lost 10,000 men and all their baggage. Frontinus. Belonging to the 94th book. Livy says, in his 94th book, that Inarim was in part of Maeonia, where, for an extent of 50 miles, the earth has been burned with fire. He intimates that Homer signified the same fact. Servius. Ain. 9. 715. Belonging to the 97th book. Livy relates that 30,000 armed men, composed of the fugitives conquered by Crassus, were slain in that battle with their leaders, Castus and Gannicus, and that 5 of the Roman eagles were recovered, besides 26 military standards. And many spoils, among which were the rods and axes. Frontinus. Belonging to the 98th book. Livy says that the Romans never before, with such inferior numbers, engaged an enemy. For the victors were scarcely equal in number to a 20th, or even a smaller portion, of the conquered. Plutarch. Lucullus. We have the authority of Livy that in the former engagement, that at Tigranocerta, a greater number of the enemy was slain and taken prisoners, but in the latter battle, that at Artaxata, the noblest of the nation met that fate. Plutarch. Lucullus. Belonging to the 99th book. Crete had at first 100 cities, from which circumstance it was called Hecatompolis, afterwards it contained 24. And subsequently, as we are told, 2. Knossos and Hierapytna, although Livy says that several were stormed by Metellus. Servius. Verb. Ain. 3. 106. Belonging to the 102nd book. After having dissolved this. Agroetius. For on the capture of the city, he alludes to the capture of Jerusalem by Gnaeus Pompeius, in the 3rd month of the siege, on a fast day, in the 179th Olympiad, in the consulship of Caius Antonius and Marcus Tullius Cicero, when the Romans, after storming the town, were butchering those who were in the temple. Notwithstanding all this, those who were engaged in the sacred ceremonies continued to offer divine worship with the same attention, and were not induced either by the fear of losing their lives, or by the number of men who were slain around them, to take to flight, for they considered it better to suffer at the very altars whatever they might be compelled to endure, than to neglect any of the commandments instituted by their forefathers. Those who have recorded the achievements of Pompey, testify that these facts were not invented, merely with a tendency to extol a false piety, but that they are really true. Among these writers may be enumerated Strabo and Nicholas, and in addition to them Titus Livy, the writer of Roman history. Josephus. Belonging to the 103rd book. The cancer which eats away the body is more horrible. When concealed it consumes the vitals, when palpable, tears them away. Formerly the ancients expelled it by various remedies. For the 103rd book of Titus Livy informs us that such an ulcer was cut out by a red-hot knife, or driven away by drinking the seed of rape. He asserts that the life of a person who has received the infection can scarcely be prolonged for 7 days. So great is the violence of the disease. Q. Sarin. Lamon. Belonging to the 105th book. Livy among the ancients, and Fabius Rusticus among the moderns, both most eloquent writers, have compared the shape of Great Britain to an oblong shield, or two-edged battle-axe. Tacitus. Agric. Although no one as yet has made the circuit of the entire of Britain, as Livy relates, still various opinions have been expressed by many in speaking on that subject. Jornans. Belonging to the 109th book. In the 700th year from the foundation of Rome, a conflagration, the origin of which has not been ascertained, broke out in that city, and consumed 14 divisions of it. Never, as Livy remarks, was it wasted by a greater fire. So extensive was it, that several years after, Caesar Augustus gave a large sum of money out of the public treasury for the purpose of rebuilding those edifices which were then burned to the ground. Orosius. Caesar, having crossed the river Rubicon, on his reaching Ariminum soon after, issued the necessary commands to the 5 cohorts, which were the only troops that he then had, and with which, as Livy says, he attacked the world. Orosius. Belonging to the 111th book. Caius Crastinus was the first that struck an enemy on the late occasion, which he did with the first javelin that he could seize. Scholiast on Lucan. Caius Cornelius, a man skilled in the science of augury, the fellow citizen and intimate friend of Livy the historian, happened to be engaged in taking auspices at the same time. He first, as Livy records, knew the exact period of the battle of Pharsalia, and told the bystanders that the affair was going on at that moment, and that the leaders were commencing battle. When he took the auguries a second time, and beheld the signs, he leaped up in a fit of inspiration, shouting out, "Caesar, thou art conquering." While they who were present were astonished, he took off the garland from his head, and swore that he would not replace it until the event was proved to correspond to his art. Livy positively asserts that this is true. Plutarch. Caesar. Belonging to the 112th book. Bogud Bogudes, the name of a barbarian, which Livy has declined in the 112th book with the genitive Bogudes. Priscian. Cassius and Bogud attacked the camp also in different parts, and were not far from forcing the works. At which time also he endeavored to transport his army rapidly into Africa, for the purpose of strengthening the kingdom of Bogud. Cassius would have waged war against Trebonius, if he could have induced Bogud to become a partner in his mad design. Priscian. 400,000 books, the noblest monument of the wealth of kings that ever existed, were burned at Alexandria. Other writers have spoken in favor of this library, Livy, for instance, who said that it was the surpassing work of the elegance and research of kings. Seneca. Belonging to the 113th book. And he himself defended the coast about Palpud. Belonging to the 114th book. These are the accounts that some give of Bassus. But Livy says that he fought under the command of Pompey, and on his defeat lived privately at Tyre, and by bribing some of the legionary soldiers, succeeded in being elected general by them when Sextus was killed. Appian. I should wish my lot to be such as Titus Livy describes Cato's to have been, for his glory was of such an elevated character, that no addition to or diminution of it was made by the praise or blame of any man. Though men of the greatest abilities did both. He alludes to Marcus Cicero and Caius Caesar, the former of whom wrote in praise, and the latter in condemnation, of the above-mentioned individual. Hieronymus. Belonging to the 116th book. According to the narrative of Livy, an ornamental top had been added to the house of Caesar, by a decree of the Senate, to give it beauty and grandeur. His wife Calpurnia imagined in her dreams that this had fallen, and that she was lamenting and weeping over it. Therefore, when day dawned, she entreated Caesar not to go into the street that day, but postponed the meeting of the Senate to another occasion, if he could possibly effect it. Plutarch. Caesar. It is considered an evil omen when Mount Etna, in Sicily, emits not only smoke, but balls of fire, and Livy says that such extensive flames issued from it before the death of Caesar. That not only the neighboring cities, but also the state of Rhegium, which is far distant from it, felt the fiery vapor. Servius. The remark that was generally made concerning Julius Caesar, and attributed to Titus Livy, is applicable also to the winds, namely, that it was doubtful whether his existence or non-existence would have been more advantageous to the Republic. Seneca. Belonging to the 118th book. In opposition to the murderers of Caius Caesar, he levied some troops to assist his avengers. Belonging to the 120th book. Marcus Cicero had left the city a little before the arrival of the triumvirs, considering it certain that there was no greater possibility of his being rescued from Antonius, than of Brutus and Cassius being saved from Caesar. And so the matter really was. He fled first to the territory of Tusculum, and afterwards proceeded by crossroads into the territory of Formii, with the intention of embarking at Caida. From which he sailed out several times into the deep sea, but when the adverse winds at one time drove him back, at another he himself could not endure the pitching of the ship in the heavy roll of the sea. He was at length seized with a disgust at both life and flight, and having returned to his upper villa, which is little more than a mile from the sea, he said, I will die in my native land that I have saved so often. It is ascertained that his slaves were prepared to fight with bravery and fidelity, and that he himself ordered them to lay down the litter, and bear with resignation whatever the severity of fortune would enjoin. As he stretched forth from the litter, and held his neck unmoved, his head was cut off. Nor did that suffice the senseless cruelty of the soldiers. They cut off his hands also, in reproach of their having written anything against Antonius. In this way his head was brought to Antonius, and by his orders placed between his hands on the rostrum. The people, raising up their eyes bedimmed with tears, could scarcely bear the sight of his dismembered limbs. He lived 63 years. So that in the absence of violence his death would not have seemed a premature one. His genius was successfully displayed in his works, and in gaining the rewards of his works, he himself was for a long time prosperous. Yet during his long career of success suffering occasionally great calamities, namely, exile, the ruin of the party which he had espoused, the death of his daughter, his own, so miserable and galling. None of which calamities he bore with the firmness worthy of a man, except his death, which, to a man that estimated matters justly, might seem less likely to call forth indignation. As he had not suffered from his victorious enemy greater cruelty than he would himself have practiced, if he had been equally successful. However, if any one will weigh accurately his virtues against his vices, he will come to the conclusion that he was a great, energetic, and remarkable man, and one who would require the eulogies of a second Cicero to do justice to his merit. Belonging to the 127th book. Since traces of the dissensions between Augustus and Antonius still existed, Cocceius Nerva, the ancestor of that Nerva who was subsequently emperor of Rome, recommended to Augustus to send deputies to treat of affairs in general. Therefore Maecenas and Agrippa were sent, who brought both armies into one camp, as Livy relates in the 127th book. But we must understand that when Fonteius was deputed by Antonius, Augustus sent Maecenas and others to the same place. Acro on Horus. When a dispute arose between Caesar Augustus and Antonius, Cocceius Nerva, the ancestor of him who was afterwards emperor of Rome, requested of Caesar to send someone to Terracina to negotiate the principal points. Maecenas held the conference first, and was shortly after joined by Agrippa, and there entered into a most solemn compact with Antonius's deputies, and ordered the standards of both armies to be brought together into the same camp. Livy mentions this also in the 127th book, but makes no mention of Capito. Porphyrio on Horus. Fonteius Capito had been sent as deputy by Antonius and Maecenas, and Agrippa, in a similar capacity, by Augustus, owing to the mediation of Cocceius Nerva, who possessed great influence with both Augustus and Antonius, and was the ancestor of the Emperor Nerva. But the deputies met for the purpose of negotiating the general interests of their principals, and settling the disputes that had broken out between these two commanders, which they did, and brought both armies into one camp, near Brundusium. An event which was hailed with great demonstrations of joy, as Livy relates in the 127th book. Commentator Crucii on Horus. Belonging to the 133rd book. Livy relates that Cleopatra, when after her capture by Augustus she was designedly treated with great indulgence, used to say, "I will not grace a triumph." Commentator Crucii. Hor. Odes, I. 37. Belonging to the 136th book. In the same year Caesar celebrated the secular games with great pomp. They were usually celebrated every 100th year, for such was the limit of a secular period. Censorinus. A man of great but ill-directed abilities. Seneca. I confess that I am astonished that Titus Livy, a most celebrated writer, in one of the volumes of his history, which he traces back to the foundation of the city, used the following exordium, that he had already acquired sufficient glory, and had it in his power to cease his exertions, were it not that his intellectual restlessness obtained food by labor. Pliny. Titus Livy and Cornelius Nepos have recorded that the breadth of the Straits of Gibraltar at the narrowest part is 7 miles, but at the widest part 10 miles. Pliny. The proper number of consuls being elected. Servius. Thou, whosoever thou art, shalt be ours, are the words of a general receiving a deserter under his protection, in which sense we meet them in Livy. Servius. I was destined from my birth to be a general, not a common soldier. William of Malmesbury appears to have borrowed this expression of Scipio from Livy. Tell me, when we often read in Roman history, on the authority of Livy, that countless thousands of men perished very frequently in this city by the breaking out of plagues. And that matters often came to such a state that there were scarcely sufficient men to constitute an army in those warlike times, were no sacrifices offered to your god, Februarius, at that period? Or was his worship utterly ineffectual? Were not the Lupercalia celebrated at that time? For you cannot say that these sacred rites were unknown at the time, since they were said to have been introduced into Italy by Evander before the date of Romulus. But Livy, in his second decade, tells us the reason of the institution of the Lupercalia, as they are intimately connected with his own superstitions. He does not say that they were instituted to check disease, but to remove the barrenness of women, which was then prevalent. Gelasius. According to Livy, ambassadors suing for peace are called heralds. Servius. Livy calls silver heavy, he means masses of it. Servius. On this eminence, the promontory of Circeum, was a town, which was called both Circeum and Circii. For Livy uses both. Servius. Titus Livius was so unfavorable to Sallust, that he reproached him with this sentence: prosperity has a wonderful tendency to cloak misconduct, as being not only translated, but even spoiled in the translation. Nor does he do this out of regard to Thucydides, with a view to extol him. He praises him whose rivalry he does not fear, and thinks that Sallust could be more easily surpassed by him if he were previously excelled by Thucydides. Seneca. Titus Livy used to say that Miltiades, the rhetorician, made the following elegant remark: "They are mad on commonplace subjects." In reference to orators who hunt after antiquated or obsolete terms, and consider chastity of style to consist in obscurity of diction. Seneca. Several have fallen into the same error, nor is it a novel defect, since I find, even in Livy, that there was a certain teacher of rhetoric who ordered his pupils to throw an air of mystery over their expressions, which he expressed by the Greek word, skotison. From which circumstance originated the remarkable expression of approbation, "So much the better, even I myself did not understand." Quintilian. Therefore that hint was the safest, of which an example occurs in Livy, in the letter written to his son: "We ought to read Demosthenes and Cicero, and them too in such a manner that each of us should closely resemble Demosthenes and Cicero." Quintilian. The end.